Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti
Fine.
all'ISTAO.
So, good morning, everyone,
Come sapete,
and welcome to
in
ISTAO.
collaborazione con l'ISTAO,
As you know, the market
costruito
region, in collaboration with
questa
ISTAO,
giornata di lavoro, questo forum.
built and
Devo
organized
dire che
this workday, this forum.
l'istituto
I must say,
già da parecchi anni ha focalizzato l'attenzione.
our
Intanto
institute
dimenticavo un saluto a chi è collegato al streaming.
focused for many
Sul
years.
nostro sito
Actually,
quello di
I
Radio
want to
Radicale,
greet
che
all
ringrazio
those
molto per
connected
spesa
remotely
attenzione
on our
colaborativo
website and on the
lavoro.
Radio Radicale
Dicevo,
line. So
il
I
tema
also want to thank
dell'area
Radio Radicale.
adriatico-ionica
I was saying the topic of the Adriatic and Ionic region. At the beginning of this ISTAO presidency was put on the spotlight for the Institute and for market region, because we understood, as many other people in the world and in Europe in particular, that our world was changing. And the geo-economic and geopolitical situation of Italy, and in particular the Adriatic area, was the focus, was the center of the many challenges linked to wars and crises and so on. But we also thought this could be an opportunity. And from the very first forum in October 2022, we stated that we needed to equip this area because we have the vocation, we have the geo-economical and geopolitical opportunity, but we need to equip ourselves with physical infrastructures and technological infrastructures, but also we need to build our minds around that concept. We organized 3 editions of the forum. The last one was in October, but unfortunately it actually was the same day of the attack in Israel. And the 3rd edition was last July. It was kind of a sequence, and I think that our forums, our meetings are not just conferences which start in the morning and in the afternoon, and then we just close the chapter. But if we look at the minutes which are published on the ISTAO Press Review journal, you can see what we have done. And after the 3rd meeting last July with market region, we thought about how we could move forward, about the next steps. We found some projects, we have some master plans available, but that's not all. Indeed, today's topic, in a very concrete way, is who is paying for that? Actually, because, yeah, the point is, what are the possible financial sources, both public and private funding, for these projects? Because, as I was saying, we have the opportunity, but time is rushing, and so we are preparing ourselves. But if we will be ready only in 30 years, I think it will be very difficult to catch this opportunity. So the financial parts in building the financial structure for this project is the topic of today's discussion, of today's meeting. For this reason, we divided
prima
our
cerca di fare
events
riassunto del
in
puntato precedente,
different
e
panels.
cioè
The
le
first
origini e lo
one
sviluppo
is
della
kind
strategia
of a
EUSAIR.
recap of the
La
previous
seconda entra
meetings,
subito nel
that
merito,
is
e
origins and
cioè chiediamo agli
development of our
operatori
strategy.
finanziari
The
pubblici,
second one is more
che ringraziamo tutti,
detailed. Indeed, we asked the financial officers, financial stakeholders, and I catch this occasion to thank all the people present here, also remotely. So the second one, we are asking the stakeholders to evaluate what kind of role they can have in the building of the financial project in order to implement our projects. So as you see from the agenda, these are public stakeholders. We see different organizations, but also private organizations like private banks. And I know that these people are really, their agendas are really full, but we are so happy that they managed to join us. We also have a panel dedicated to fora, because this is a bottom-up experience. So the fora, these are the representatives of the civil society. So we have the university, the municipalities, and the chambers of commerce. So this is the end of the morning, and in the afternoon, all these contributions will be transferred to our policymakers and our institutions. Indeed, we called this panel the political institutions, both European and local institutions. And all of this is somehow reversed on the origin. So Marche Region, which was the organization who wanted to organize this event, so the clients, which is Marche Region, will receive all these contributions and will conclude the day. So I have a suggestion actually to start this day. I think that from this working day, we need to build a technical committee which encompasses all these stakeholders to start working on the financial system of all these projects that we have. Because I think it's useful to have a small group which is actually and concretely working on that. Indeed, Marche Region put together all these people, and I think we really need them. So after this day, there will be a request for availability to build this technical committee to assess and also prepare the financial plans necessary for the realization of our projects. So I will stop here. The today's session, the morning session, is coordinated by Luisa Chiodi, and she is from Bergamo, but she lives and works in Trento. And she is the coordinator of the OBTC Observatory. So she has kind of an overview of the whole situation. She will be coordinating and moderating all the 3 panels in the morning. And for the opening of this day, we have a speech from Sandro Gozzi. And 6-7 years ago, maybe it was 2017, it's my friend, actually he's my friend's personal friend, but in 2017 he kind of gave a first start to all of this work. So we asked him to intervene just to check, is Sandro ready? Is he connected online? Okay, so let's just check this. And Now I will leave the floor to Donatella Romozzi, and she is the operational part in our region, together with other many people who we will see in the afternoon session with Baldelli and also the president of the market region, Acquaroli. Just to close our work, as I was saying, the secretary of the municipality forum is coordinated by Anna Maria Bertini, and she's the councillor of the municipality of Ancona. And so we have many people. So floor is yours, Donatella.
Grazie, intanto molte cose sono già state dette dal presidente Baldassarri.
Thank you. Many of the things that I wanted to mention were already said by Dr. Baldassarri. First of all, I thank you all for being here. I also thank those connected remotely. And I also bring to you the greetings of my manager, Stefania Bussoletti. And I also thank ISTAO for their collaboration. I thank all the speakers, both those here and those connected online, because they accepted the challenge despite the limited time available. And I also thank my colleagues who made all of this possible in a very short time. And I'm talking about Roberta, Michele, and Laura. And also thanks to Loretta and Cristiana, Marco, and Francesco from ISTAO, we managed to do all this. Usually, you know, sometimes we forget to thank the people who organize this kind of events. So I wanted to do that. So my job is to contextualize this forum. So the context is EUSAIR. This is an acronym that is European Strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. It is one of the first strategies designed by the EU to improve development of those areas defined as functional. These functional areas are border areas, Baltic, Danubian, Adriatic, Ionian, and Alpine areas. These are areas in which these territories share the same opportunities, but also the same challenges. And so we need to identify the priorities in order to transform these priorities into strategic projects and improve the quality of life of our citizens. We also need to identify the financial methods and resources to apply these priorities of these projects. And we also need to integrate human and financial resources. The strategies do not have their own funds, but the thing is, all the stakeholders, all the participating parties need to work together and to build a strategy. And this is the real challenge of the strategies. So my name is Donatella Romozzi. I'm an officer of the market region, and I've been working on the European strategy since 2015, when the first phase of implementation began, with the first governing board held right here in Ancona. The EUSAIR strategy includes 70 million citizens and 10 countries, 14 regional administrations, 10 countries, in particular 4 EU members, which are Italy, Slovenia, Greece, and Croatia. And Italy is the country, the biggest one, and the one that wanted this strategy the most, and 14 Italian regional administrations. Indeed, not all Italian regions adhere to this strategy, but only those on the Adriatic and Ionic Sea, plus another a couple of additional regions. In 2014, Italy was the president in Brussels, and so we had the opportunity to have Sandro Gozzi, and he was actually the person who launched this strategy. And in the last 9 years, we have done a technical work that is huge, and we built a multi-level governance, first of all, and this wasn't easy at all, because understanding who is doing what wasn't easy. We engaged regions, countries, European institutions, and stakeholders. And so the three fora, the one about the universities of the area, the forum about the cities of the Adriatic and Ionian region, and also the forum about the chambers of commerce, so business engagement. So building this multi-level governance wasn't easy, but we achieved this goal, and this allowed us to work and define the priorities, the flagships, and this was also possible thanks to the support of the Marche region, which had a crucial role in the first phase, but also in the implementation phase, which concluded in October 2023, and also an important role in this current phase, which started in September 2023 and is still going on. So defining the leadership of the second project supporting this strategy. So the part about transport and energy are the most important sectors, and not only for Italy. Indeed, these are topics that could bring added value for the development of this area. And in these two sectors, the Marche region gave the most technical support, and here we have the two coordinators whom I thank for their presence and their work and for the value of what they are doing in the strategy. Professor Pierluigi Coppola, who's the coordinator of the subgroup Transport, working for the Ministry of Transportation, and Professor Sergio Garriba from the subgroup Energy Networks, working on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment and Ecological Transition. In these 9 years, together with the technical assistance, the 10 countries coordinated by Coppola and Garriba realized 3 studies, very important studies. And these are not just another study, but they have the added value of, first of all, considering the entire area from the infrastructures and energy networks, and it considers the area as a single region. And we kind of define the strengths and the weaknesses of this area. And now we need to apply these projects. How can we manage and how can we implement these projects? I think all the institutions now need to work together to apply these actions. Otherwise, all the work that we've been doing for 9 years would be in vain. So I am speaking now to Sandro Gozzi because he organized the first event on financial dialogue in October 2017. And on that occasion, he said, we have the money, now we need projects. Now we have the contents and we need to systematize the existing funds. So we need synergy, we need to work together. Another important thing that
seconda parte non a caso
President
abbiamo
Baldassarre
politic,
will
abbiamo
coordinate
coloro
is the
che
political endorsement.
fanno
Indeed, in
scelte
the second
proprio
part
di
of this day,
campo
we have the
e a quel
policymakers,
punto
we
però
have the people
l'endorsement
who make
politico deve
decisions,
accompagnare questo
and
processo.
the
Cioè
political
non
endorsement
c'è un
must accompany this
non
process.
potremmo avere
There is,
risultati, la strategia non può
we
avere successo
can't
senza
have
risorse finanziarie e senza
results with our
l'endorsement politico.
strategy
Mi
if we don't
taccio
have
e vi
financial
ringrazio e
resources
credo di
and
aver
political
dato una
endorsement. So now I
illustrazione
will
generale del
stop
contesto.
my
Grazie a voi.
speech. I thank you all, and I think was kind of an overview of the whole context. So thank you.
Io resto seduta perché il mio...
Scusi un attimo.
I will say,
butto lì
I'm
subito una
sorry.
grande provocazione e una riflessione. La Bologna-Bari
I just want to add a
è un
comment.
progetto che riguarda le
The
Marche,
highway
la Puglia,
Bologna-Bari,
Abruzzo.
is it a project about
È un progetto che
Marche,
riguarda
Puglia,
tutta
or
l'Italia,
Abruzzo?
ma capite che
No,
se guardate... la cartina è andata via. Se
it's
vi
an
ricordate,
Italian project, but
è una
if
scelta che può
we look
determinare
at the
uno degli
map,
assi portanti su ferro
this is a
dell'area
choice
dei
that
superiori.
could bring one of the
Questo è.
main
Quindi parliamo di cose
assets
molto concrete
for the Adriatic and Ionian area. So we are also learning
Quindi passo la
important things,
parola
not only from
alla
a
coordinatrice
technical point of view, but also from a
saluto e
political point of
ringrazio
view.
Sandro Gozzi
So
per la
I will leave the
disponibilità.
floor now
So
to
che è già
our
collegato.
moderator, and I greet
Allora,
and thank Sandro Gozzi. I think he is ready. Okay, so thank you all. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this intense morning with a lot of speakers. So I have the terrible duty to interrupt you should we be late, because we have 3 panels and many speeches. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you to President Baldassarre. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Luisa Chiodi. I coordinate a national center studying the Balkan transformation from a socio-economical point of view, and we are working in Trento, and we are interested in the Adriatic and Ionian area for definition. So we are also interested in what you are doing and in the more general topic of international cooperation. Today we are going to, as it was already said, we will have European institutions, national institutions, stakeholders, and so on, as it was already said. This is an integrated region from many points of view, very often from a concrete point of view, for example, from the economic point of view, but also divided from the political point of view. Some of the countries involved are EU members, states, and this is a huge challenge in particular, first of all for the financial integration, because many of the projects actually receive some kinds of funding, and this need of coordinating the efforts, I think, is linked to this very basic element. So I don't want to take too much time. There are many expert speakers who will talk about how we can integrate, how we can solve this kind of problems. But I just wanted to highlight that the new resources available for Western Balkans, thanks to the plan, the growth plan, this is just one of the many measures available for the Balkan countries. But from another point of view about cohesion, we are working at the EU level about the possibility of integrating the Balkan countries in the cohesion policy. But the topic will be discussed in the coming months in Brussels, because
trasformazione profonda di
around
questa
this policy,
politica.
there are different interests,
Allora,
and they
passo subito a
are
dare la parola quindi
actually
al nostro primo
linked
relatore,
to the transformation we are all living.
purtroppo
So
è
I will leave
remoto,
the
ma
floor to our
siamo
first
assolutamente
speaker.
grati per essere
Unfortunately,
disponibile
he's
a
not
partecipare,
here with
l'onorevole
us, but
Sandro
we are
Gozzi, che
so
come stato detto
thankful
era
that
sottosegretario
he
nel
managed
2014
to be with
alla
us
famiglia
remotely.
e
So
che
Alessandro
conosce il
Gozzi
grande
was
lavoro che è stato svolto
Undersecretary
e che è
in
stato realizzato fino
2014
ad
when the
ora,
strategy was
i
launched,
piani
and
sui trasporti,
he knows very well
nelle
what
reti
has
energetiche
been done
e
until
su quello
now, and all the
quindi può
plans
darci in
about
modo
transport
concreto
and
la sua
energy
indicazione
networks
politica
and so
rispetto a
on.
come
So
sia
he will
possibile mettere a
give
terra, è stato
us
detto,
his
queste iniziative
political view about
identificate,
how we
aiutandoci
can
quindi a
apply
aprire i lavori
these
di discussione
initiatives.
sul facility
So, kind of
finanziario di cui
helping us
discutiamo.
to open
Onorevole Gozzi, a lei la parola.
today's
Grazie,
session.
buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Mi
So,
dispiace
the floor is
molto di non
yours.
poter essere con
Thank
voi, ma
you,
sono
thank you.
impegnato a
Good
Bruxelles, questa sera
morning.
devo andare a Parigi,
And I'm
quindi
sorry I
non
can't
potevo
be
proprio
there with you, but
essere in Italia.
I'm
Voglio
in Brussels
ringraziare,
and I
voglio
have
ringraziare
to
la
fly
Regione, il Sito
to
Adriano Olivetti,
Paris tonight, actually.
naturalmente a
So
ringraziare
I want to
il collega
thank you,
amico
thank
professor Mario Baldassarri
Istituto
per l'impegno che
Olivetti.
sta
I want to
mettendo
thank the Marche region. I want to thank my
strategia. Ho
friends.
avuto l'onore di contribuire a
Because
elaborare e di
it is clear
lanciare
that the
ormai 10 anni fa,
efforts
faccio riferimento alla
in this
strategia
strategy
bioeconomica, ma insomma
are
anche
huge. And as
vita
you were
fa
saying, 10 years
ero
ago,
anche uno dei
I started
negoziatori
working
per
on this
l'iniziativa Teatro
strategy.
Ionica, che era un
But
po'
many years ago, I was one of
diciamo,
the
la
negotiators for
nonnetta
the
di quanto
Adriatic and
stiamo facendo oggi
Ionian
con la strategia, quindi
initiative,
sapete quanto
which was
sono
kind of a
impegnato,
first
perché
attempt
è un interesse
to
europeo,
realize
perché è
what
una
we are
grande
doing today
opportunità
with
per
the strategy.
l'Italia,
So you know how
per la
much
regione
I am
dell'Europa
committed
occidentale.
to this topic because it's a
Sfruttare al
EU
massimo il
interest, but also
potenziale
it's
di
important
questa
for
strategia
Italy,
macroregionale e
and
certamente
we want
sfruttare al massimo il
to
potenziale passa
make the
attraverso
most
la
of this
questione
strategy
anche
and make the
del
most
finanziamento, oltre che
of
delle sinergie e
what's
della possibilità di
possible
rimuovere
thanks to
anche gli
the
ostacoli
funding and
amministrativi,
synergies
legislativi,
and the
di pratiche
possibility of
amministrative
removing the
che spesso poi
obstacles from a
impediscono la realizzazione di progetti
administrative and regulation point
transfrontalieri
of view,
di
since these
cooperazione tra
obstacles
regioni di diversi stati
prevent
membri
the
e nel
the
cambio
implementation of many
della strategia, che sarà di questi tre punti che
cross-national
vorrei un
interventions.
po' parlarvi,
And
dandovi
we
ovviamente la mia
will
disponibilità.
focus on
Sono
three main
qui al
points,
Parlamento europeo, tra l'altro a
but
Bosnia,
I
membro
am also
della Commissione
available
per la politica dello sviluppo
to
regionale, che è una commissione che
help you
sta in
and
prima
report
linea
your
a negoziare la nuova politica di
opinions, because
coesione
I'm
e anche
here
le
at
riforme
the European
strutturali a cui fate
Parliament and
riferimento, quindi
I
diciamo non solo
am here to
come persona
negotiate the new
interessata e che ha
cohesion
contribuito
policy, as you
alla
already
strategia
mentioned. So
macroregionale, ma anche come
I
membro
am
del Parlamento
interested
europeo oggi
in
in
what
questa
you are doing.
legislatura.
I also
Potete
contributed to the
contare sul
regional
mio
strategy,
impegno e
but
sul
I'm
mio
also
contributo.
here at the
Tutto
European
questo è quello che avevamo
Parliament, so
identificato
you
10 anni
can
fa
count on me
come
and my
tre grandi assi
contribution.
strategici,
I think
non
that what
solo sono
we
confermati,
thought
ma
we could do 10
diciamo
years
che
ago
abbiamo anche
about the
anticipato
strategic
alcune
axis,
grandi priorità
well, I think
che
this
oggi
kind of
sono
job
alla
is
base
confirmed, but
del lavoro
also
della
this
nuova Commissione
anticipated some
guidata
of
von der
the
Leyen
truth,
e anche del
some of
Parlamento
the
europeo, perché
considerations
avevamo
that today we
insistito
use as a
sul tema
basis
della connettività e
at the
dell'infrastruttura,
European
ed è
level, because
impossibile
we focused
riuscire
on connectivity
la
and
transizione
infrastructures,
digitale
and
e la
it's
transizione energetica
impossible to
senza investire
realize
sufficientemente sulle infrastrutture
digital
finali della
and
connettività.
in energy
Era una grande
transition without
priorità 10 anni fa e che
investing
oggi
on
è un pilastro
infrastructures and
della nuova
connectivity.
strategia
So
europea.
this was a
Avevamo anche
priority 10 years ago, and now it's
individuato
a
la qualità
pillar of the
ambientale,
European
cioè il tema
strategy.
dell'ambiente, ancora, anche
We
questo
also
legame
defined
da una parte
environmental quality
alla strategia
as one of the main
della transizione
topics,
verde,
and
dall'altra
this
anche
topic was
a una
linked
strategia di
to the
sviluppo regionale
strategy
che
of the green
passa
transition,
attraverso il
but
turismo
also
sostenibile
regional
e
development,
certamente ultimo ma non finale
which
il tema della promozione
implies
della crescita blu,
sustainable
dell'economia
tourism.
blu, della
And the
pesca,
third
dell'agricoltura.
focus
Voi capite che sono
was
tutti
the
temi su cui
blue
dobbiamo
growth.
continuare ad insistere, oltre ad
You
altre
know, these
iniziative. Nel
are topics
frattempo,
on which we
grazie al
need
vostro
to
lavoro, sono state
insist
individuate.
together with other
Dobbiamo insistere
initiatives.
perché
Thanks to
sono
your
perfettamente
work, we
legate
have other
alle
topics as
priorità attorno
well,
alle
but
quali
we
le
need to
istituzioni
insist
europee
because these three topics
organizzeranno il
are
loro
linked
pensiero,
to the
il loro
priorities
lavoro
on which
nei
the
prossimi mesi
EU
e nei prossimi anni. Quindi credo
institutions
che
will
anche tenere
focus
conto di
on
questo, di
in the
mostrare
coming
come la
months and
strategia
years.
macroregionale
So
sia
I
in
think we
realtà
need to
una
bear in
strategia
mind
d'avanguardia
this. We need to
e sia
demonstrate
pronta
how the regional strategy is an avant-garde strategy and is ready to contribute to the realization, to the reaching of these EU goals. And also the Greek presidency now has indicated in the whole process of enlargement of the Balkan countries, this is a priority for them as they stated themselves. So I think that in the cohesion policy, we need to consider at least two aspects linked to the enlargement policy. The first aspect, you already mentioned that, how much of the cohesion policy, how much of Interreg, how much we can insist to develop an external dimension, and how much we can link or promote financial synergies between the initial strategies and so the tools to assist the membership and the cohesion policy. I think that the Adriatic and Ionian region can do a lot, because I hope that among the proposals you will send us, there are also operative ideas on how to maximize the synergies between financial tools for membership and cohesion policy, as I was saying, because this is all linked to the sustainability needs that I mentioned earlier. So this is the first axe. Another topic, which is not financial, but could be ground for joint work, is the new strategy that we are trying to implement and to concrete in the new presidency is the opening of an internal market towards the countries that are in first step of the membership process. So you know that we are trying to help these countries to reach the standards, but to be part of the internal market, they needed to be members first. So from one side, we now want to accelerate the reforms in the countries who want to be part of the EU, but also we are trying to, as member states, we are trying to make a gradual opening of the internal market to the applying countries. I think this is a joint interest because this is a sign of opening of the internal market, and I think that your strategy could be crucial in helping us in the new strategies. So I will ask Mr. Baldassari to help us with that. The last point is that we need new tools to remove the obstacles, the concrete obstacles that very often the transnational cooperation meets. These are administrative challenges, these are challenges linked to the differences and also linked to different cultures and administrative cultures sometimes. And these obstacles prevent the presidents of our regions, the mayors of the border cities, to create common and joint projects for waste management, for cultural cooperation, for training projects for young people and people seeking jobs. So there are many topics on which they could cooperate. There is a document which actually states all the challenges that international cooperation meets face due to this kind of invisible barriers, because this prevents us from actually applying and benefiting from the EU policies and from the cooperations we could have. And we've been working on that for many years, and I hope that we have the conditions for a political agreement. And I really hope that we will manage to remove all the political, administrative, and in general concrete obstacles which prevent the development of cooperation on a regional level. So member states have all the tools, or actually they should have the tools to remove the specific obstacles. So it's not about obliging a member state to change their law or the administrative regulations, but we just want to find specific solutions which go beyond the administrative system. There is also a budget that we approved for 2025. There are 4 million euros that we granted for pilot projects. So there are many measures that the member states could use, of course, could benefit from. And I hope that we will find a political agreement in the coming weeks, because I can guarantee this is a huge help, not from a financial point of view, but from an administrative point of view, because it shows us good practices. And I think it will be a huge support to regional strategies. And in 2025, we will draft a new document from the EU Parliament about the regional strategies, and I will be among those who will draft this document, which is a political initiative of the European Parliament. So there are many reasons why I can say I am satisfied about the work that you have done until now. I'm sure that we must continue, and you can count on me, as I said, count on me and my group, because I think this is the right strategy to develop cooperation, but also mutual understanding among populations, which is the basis of our EU structure. So thank you all, and I wish you a good day.
Grazie onorevole Gozzi per tutti gli aspetti puntuali che ci ha illustrato del
Thank
lavoro
you, Mr.
parlamentare
Gozzi, for
che potrà veramente
everything
dare
that
una
you
svolta
have
in
showed
senso
us.
amministrativo e quindi politico
I'm sure it will
al
be
futuro
very helpful
delle
from an
macroregioni. È vero
administrative and
che
political
l'action
point of
plan
view
dell'EUSAIR
for the
è
future
nato
of
ormai
the
più di 10 anni
macro
fa,
region. It's true that the EUSAIR action
era, devo
plan
dire,
was
veramente all'avanguardia
set
nei
up
temi e nelle
and
questioni. È anche
created
vero
more than
che è
10 years
stato
ago, and
da
it was
poco
really
aggiornato ed è stato
avant-garde at the
aggiornato,
time,
guarda caso,
and
aggiungendo il pilastro sociale,
recently
cosa che in qualche
it
modo
was
ci
updated
evidenzia anche
by adding
un'esigenza
the
sempre più
social
forte e
pillar, which
insistente di tenere conto del
shows that
rischio di
there is a
arretramento, soprattutto delle
urgent
regioni
need of taking into
dei
account the
paesi non
risk of
inclusi nell'Unione
backlash,
Europea
especially
dal
of
punto di
these
vista sociale,
Balkan
se
regions
questa
and
integrazione europea
those countries who
non
are
fa
still not
progressi,
part
quindi
of
il
the
rischio
EU.
di un
And
ulteriore arretramento della regione.
the risk is of
Rispetto al
a
tema
further
cui
backlash of the region.
appena illustrato, abbiamo
As
ora la
for
possibilità di confrontarci con un secondo relatore di nuovo da
we
remoto,
now
ovvero
have
con
the
Gil Kissel, che è
possibility
alla
of
guida di questo
hearing
centro per
another
di
speaker
competenza per le macroregioni e la cooperazione
remote.
territoriale europea.
Gilles Kittel for the macro region, who is the DG Regio in Brussels. He works on the importance of EUSAIR, especially in supporting the European Union integration of the Balkans. So I would gladly leave the floor to Mr. Kittel, especially that now the action plan has been revised. How does he see the possibility of rediscussing a financial plan as a possibility for a turning
Hello,
point?
good morning.
Gilles,
Can
you have the
hear
floor.
me well?
Yes, we do.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me well? I don't know. It's first a technical question. Very good. I don't know. It's first a technical question because before I really start, whether you will share my presentation or I share it myself.
Vuoi sapere se deve condividere lui la presentazione o la condividiamo noi? You should share the presentation yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I hope you can see it. Okay.
Yes, we do.
I hope you can see it. So, good morning. First, thank you very much for the invitation. So, good morning. First, thank you very much for the invitation, and sorry not to be with you. I was yesterday still in Tirana, you see, and visiting the region, and therefore it was very difficult for me to be with you
Can you share it full screen?
today.
Because it's very small for us.
Okay, like this?
Yeah, maybe better. Yeah.
Okay, like this. So again, apologies not to be with you. I regret very much. So again, apologies not to be with you. I regret very much, and I do hope we will have. I'm planning to come to Italy in the coming months, and I hope we will have an opportunity to discuss more all those things. So I would like to thank obviously Marquet Region for this initiative. I'm also very pleased that we had prestigious guests today to praise the work done, and we agree with you that it's a very critical area for the EU, this region and this link that we need to establish with the Western Balkans, considering also the geopolitical challenges that we are facing nowadays. Therefore, you would like first to really thank you for organizing this event. About the activity that I'm carrying out with my team, very briefly. So we are in charge of the strategy, you said, but we have as well in our portfolio the different programs, Interreg programs in the region, and as well the Chapter 22 negotiations, so the preparation of the candidate countries for cohesion policy. So in that respect, I heard already different mentions about the cohesion policy, and that's absolutely essential when we are thinking about EUSAIR, and especially the revised action plan of EUSAIR that I'm about presenting to you. So first, and that was already mentioned to you, we think that this strategy, even if we compare it to the other strategies, and I'm let's say referring not only to the other, I would say, terrestrial strategies like the Alpine, the Baltic, the Danube, but also the maritime strategy that the EU has, that this one has really a specific value. Then we will talk briefly about the challenges that have arisen since 2014, since the creation of the strategy, and that will bring us to the main changes, the main revision that have been made to the strategy and that should be approved very soon. So about first the value that we consider. The strategy, the purpose of the strategy in our view is first to reconnect the Balkans with the EU. Historically speaking, there are many links between the Western Balkans and the EU. But obviously, during the 20th century, there were, let's say, different periods where we were a bit less closely connected. And the idea of the strategy is first to reactivate, reanimate this common history that we have together and that we had for many centuries. The other very important element of the strategy, and that's important also for the financial dialogue that you're promoting, is that the cooperation should be on on equal footing. We don't consider that the candidate countries have, in a way, less rights than member states, and that's very important. Maybe another element that I wanted to emphasize, although that was already mentioned today to a certain extent, is this idea of functional area. We think indeed that the territorial dimension of the strategy, but also of the cohesion policy, is something extremely important. We see that the people in Europe in general, they consider that the public services, especially at local level, are, let's say, vanishing, and therefore there is really a need probably to territorialize better our public policies. This is also something that is now discussed in the perspective of the post-2027 cohesion policy, and that's obviously something very important, we think, especially for the Balkans, where we also observe quite many difficulties at local level. And in that respect, we are convinced that the strategy, through the exchanges that we can organize at different levels, but including the local level, can really have this capacity building effect that we think we should have more, because we consider that so far we put a lot of emphasis on the central structure, but maybe not sufficiently on the local ones. So about the achievement, very quickly, what has been achieved through the strategy so far is essentially to create this space of dialogue, which is so important, especially in the region which was affected by war. It allows also the countries to mature together jointly, let's say, common projects. And again, the purpose of your event is also to determine how we can finance those common projects. We call them flagship projects. There are also other projects that are not necessarily always mentioned explicitly in the strategy, but through this space of cooperation that we're creating, that might make, let's say, this exchange of views and also this coordination much easier. The other advantage that's more for us, because I mentioned to you that we are in charge also of the preparation of the countries for cohesion policy, is through this work that they're doing together, the countries with the member states in the region, is also to help them to mature, to have a more, in a way, to develop their ownership, because the cohesion policy is very much under share management, so it's very much up to the member states through the subsidiarity principle to take important decisions in terms of investment, in terms of regional development. And therefore, again, through this strategy, there is this possibility to develop a transnational approach and for the candidate countries to learn from member states and develop synergies also, because some of those infrastructure projects are obviously transnational, and therefore the national assessment is not sufficient. There is a need to coordinate. In that respect, we think the strategy has also achieved already quite a number of things. Now, about the challenges that we are facing, there is first in the region, and that's very clear in the Western Balkans, a demographic decline, which is very steep, even steeper than in Europe. Out of the 10 countries which steeper demographic decline in EU, 8 of them are in the Western Balkans and around, let's say, in that area. So that is clearly, and a brain drain, which is, let's say, a collateral effect, is absolutely critical, and is something, and in that respect, again, the territorialization of our public policies might be one of the ways to try to address this. It would take time, certainly, but we have really to consider this very, very seriously. Climate transition, climate change, that was already mentioned. Energy crisis, we think that unfortunately the geopolitical events that we are facing might create other crises that we have in a way to think about it. And I see today that there are different interlocutors that are extremely well aware of those issues. Through the Revised Action Plan, we have worked a lot on energy, and that's also very important. As we think the strategy in that respect is really trying to address this issue. Technological changes, for sure. There will be the technological changes, very important one. You might think about artificial intelligence, also the automatization will affect many sectors, and the employment, the labor market, and that's certainly something that we have also to consider. Globalization, and again, globalization, we oppose it, at least the perception sometimes that people might have. Globalization versus, let's say, local or regional specificities. Resilience to shocks, that's important, obviously, that we are more resilient, because as I just mentioned to you, there will be probably other crises coming. And before because this slide is quite important also if we think about the future cohesion policy. The region in development trap, so the EU, we observe over now two programming periods that despite sometimes some important investment in certain regions, the region did not develop as much as we wanted. And this idea that we have to work more in clusters, in ecosystems. And again, the strategy is really promoting this idea. Also, again, when it's not a national, but really at the level of the region, that respect the macro level is really very relevant. The last point is also linked to our new commissioner, Mr. Fito, is also to link that, because that's also in his mandate, to link better investment and reform. That is certainly something important for the future, which was obviously not present in the initial strategy, but is much more better reflected in the Revised Action Plan. Demographic changes, I will not be long, but really to insist, you see in red, those are the regions suffering for this population. This is really an important, let's say, might be a game changer. It's really something that we have to address, and on which, through the Revised Action Plan, but also through the future cohesion policy, we hope that we will better address. And as I told you, the region is particularly affected by this issue, and it's really something that we have considered. And again, through the new social pillar that I will mention to you, but also through the four existing pillars, we have to be careful. So again, the investment that we are talking about today, the way we are financing them, obviously, ultimately, they have the purpose to address those challenges that I mentioned to you. About the strategy, the revision as such, first to highlight that a lot of work was done over the past 2 years by the partner countries. They submitted their document to the Commission about 6 months ago, so that was 8 months ago. And then it was revised by us, by the Commission, with the different line services. As I say, on energy, we had quite some work. It's obviously not an easy file, but I would like to thank again Mr. Gariba for his contribution. We are almost now done with this, and we think that the new action plan is really good and will allow to finance very good projects. So, in terms of revision, I mentioned to you already quickly, but one big novelty is the creation of a new pillar dedicated to the social dimension, and again, the demographic decline or demographic shock that we are, but not only the problem to have a skilled population, and also that we need to reskill our population also much more frequently due to the technological changes, also for the climate change and let's say evolution. This is very important. And therefore the social dimension is certainly a dimension population that will be strategic in the future. The green continental component here, the idea, as we say, is not only to focus on the environment protection of the environment, but it's also to consider that through spatial planning, we can sometimes better, more effectively address this problem of environmental protection, and at the same time address better the needs of the local population, and also this perception that sometimes the public services are neglected at local level. So it's really to have a better, to better territorialize again our policies. Enlargement was mentioned, indeed, that's certainly something which is much more emphasized in the new action plan. Capacity building, that was already mentioned before in the initial one. What is where we want to put even more emphasis now is the multi-level governance. Again, that was mentioned, and that has also some importance when we are talking about the financial dialogue. So it's really to be more inclusive, more participatory, and also more open on the source of financing, to be much more open also on blending solutions or financial instruments to maximize the effect of the strategy, and also to address all the challenges that I already mentioned to you. The urban-rural linkage, that is really also something, and that's linked again to this question of let's say spatial planning, but also of depopulation that we are facing, where we need to have really, we have a reflection now, and where we think the strategy can also offer a good platform. Also here is mentioned the youth involvement and gender equality. Youth involvement, just to highlight that also the strategy just very recently set up its first youth council, and we are also convinced that the youth is part of the solution, and they need also to be involved again in this financial dialogue. They might have also, they should be first informed of all the efforts that you're making, and secondly, they might also have some view on this. About the timeline of this revised action plan, just to highlight that we hope that it will be the revised action plan would be adopted in February next year, 25. The reason is that now we are engaging Mr. Fito's cabinet to see whether he would like to make a communication. The action plan as such is finished at 99.5%, so it's to say that is not the issue. The question is how, politically speaking, we will communicate on this. And obviously, we are welcoming very much the support of the European Parliament and the Committee of Regions for this strategy. This would be absolutely critical for its future success. The ambition, as I say, is now to move as quickly as possible with the adoption, for sure, to make this strategy adopted before the end of the Greek presidency. And in that respect, we are now, as I say, in touch with the new commission, and especially our new commissioner, new college, and new commissioner. And again, before I conclude, and again, we think it's for the financial dialogue, it's important that was mentioned to you. There is this 3-no rule, and that's important. We want to keep it. We think that offers also an enormous flexibility, and that's also the way you can remain very open to all sources of financing, being national, EU, or even from other donors. It doesn't really matter. The purpose is really to address the challenges that we have mentioned in a coordinated manner. And we are using the term embedding. Embedding is really how we embed also the priorities of the strategies in all the other programs that the country might want to regarding enlargement. Just in my conclusion, to highlight that where we see the real added value of the strategy compared to the, let's say, the normal enlargement process that will continue taking place, and also that respect we can think about the growth plan that was also mentioned to a certain extent. Those processes are much more, let's say, vertical. So they need to go, there are steps, or there are milestones that need to be reached before you can progress. The strategy, and that's again linked, that was a choice that was made and that we support, is on the contrary much less structured, much more agile, but we think that's also an opportunity for a country to test different things and not to be let's say, stop in its testing because they have not yet reached certain milestones, certain steps. They can really run in parallel different policies or test different policies. They can develop different strategies. And we think that in this learning process that the candidate countries are experiencing right now, it's very important that they can indeed be involved in as many sectors as they wish. Because again, that's part of this gradual integration and this learning curve that they are facing. And therefore, we think the strategy is complementing the current enlargement process and the growth plan that was mentioned. So we think that in that respect, the strategy fits very well to the institutional setting that was already mentioned. And through this, the purpose is really for the candidate countries also to have a feeling of ownership, because that's also important that they feel really involved. Again, this question of participatory approach is very important for the strategy. So in that respect, again, I would like to insist for the financial dialogue, it's very important that we have really a dialogue among all stakeholders. That's at least the way we understand what we call the partnership principle. So just to conclude, because that's a proverb that I'm used to mention, but I would like to repeat, because that's the spirit really of the macro-regional strategies and especially EUSAIR. If you want, you see, that's a proverb which says that if you want to go fast, sometimes better to go alone, but if you want to go far, you should go together. And that's really, since we want to go far, we really call for remaining together. And I would like to thank you and wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
Grazie anche appunto per avere sottolineato ripetutamente l'importanza della dimensione territoriale.
Thank you for underlining the importance of territorial cohesion, also concerning the financial dialogue and the participation.
Discussione di oggi. Oltre alla DG
to different levels. In addition to the DG,
naturalmente uno degli altri soggetti chiave a livello delle istituzioni europee
Gilles Kittel was one of the representatives, one of the main
della Commissione europea che si occupa
representative is the DG NEAR,
del processo di integrazione europea dei Balcani occidentali, e abbiamo quindi la
which deals with the integration process of the Western Balkans. We have the possibility of talking to our third speaker, talking from remote, Mr. Zecca, for the funding of IPA funding, which is a financial tool for supporting the Western Balkans and also for the growth of the Western Balkans. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zecca, because thinking and talking about financial tools that DG NEAR has to help the Balkans integration may also help us in understanding what might be the right approach in coordinating and providing concrete aspects to the EUSAIR plan and the integration of the Western Balkans. So this horizontal approach has Mr. Kittel just said. Judge Zecca, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I must say this invitation comes in an important moment for our DG, but also personally. It's a great pleasure for me to be here because I started 20 years ago as a young advisor in the province of Bari, managing this kind of topic, and the very first attempt to create the Adriatic and Ionian region. So somehow today I'm really honored. Another point I'd like to raise is that my presentation will be like a general overview about the financial situation, but I think there are some strategic priorities, especially in the sectors of transport and energy, which in our internal organization represent a priority of the investment platform. So the technical follow-up of this day from our side will receive particular attention. And so I will be more than happy to report this information to my group. So first of all, I would like to look at the political context in general, because it's a positive and encouraging context for your work today. As Gozzi said, we are in a moment in which the EU decided to invest somehow in an innovative way and new way, looking at the latest 20 years, on the process of enlargement. It's innovative because from one side we had an acceleration from the political point of view, so accelerating Montenegro in the negotiations and the opening of the negotiations for Albania. This is a huge sign. And from the other side, with the growth plan, there was a first concrete attempt to link the enlargement process from a political point of view to the financial program. So for us working in Brussels and inside the bureaucratic system, this is a huge innovation. It's a bet, and we will see the results of that. But for what concerns the capacity of accelerating integration of the Balkan countries in the EU, and also improving the financial support that we can grant, and uniting the two words of the financial support and the reforms that are necessary for the access to Europe, I think this is a very innovative measure. So this is the context in which initiatives such as your regional strategy can have a crucial role, because the subtext of the priority of DG NEAR in this moment is to prepare the Western Balkan countries to the access. So slowing the preparation when the political process isn't working, and then reaccelerating is a very ancient kind of proposal. So my idea is that we need to accelerate the preparation in any case, because as my colleague Gilles was saying, and I really agree with him, we need to accelerate the process both vertically and horizontally. And when we will find ourselves in the moment of finalizing the access of new member states, we will have done, together with the local organization of the near close countries, we will be taking the benefits of the work that we have done in the past. But this means that we need to consider the current tools, the current rules, and imagine together how we can improve the synergies between that, between those. So you know that what we are doing now is a signal of the attention that the EU is now posing on the enlargement. And so for the Western Balkans, we moved from 5.1 billion people in the first cycle to 7.5 in the second phase. And today we can consider an amount of 11.4 billion euros. So for those of you working on financial programming, this is a meaningful data because going from 5.1 to more than 11 billions in 15 years, I think this is a sign of an important investment. Another thing about the tools for the membership is the change in the approach. Since, as many of you may know, IPA 3 now has two big innovations from the point of view of how the financial support is programmed. The two innovations are linked to the absence of an envelope, a predefined envelope package of funding for each country of the Western Balkans, and this was made to support topic envelopes. So what's the difference between topic envelopes and national envelopes? This is to improve what Jill was saying, that is the possibility of working on priorities that are transnational, and also moving away from a system that was to prepare an envelope of programs and financial capacities for each new state. So one of the innovations was to move from that approach to a full thematic approach, so an approach of common topics between countries. The second innovation is that the programs, both bilateral and regional programs from a near point of view, so regional like Balkan regional, so the whole area of the Balkans. So both the bilateral and the regional assistance follows a process that is screening, selection, and this is an innovation compared to IPA 1 and 2, and this screening is based on a political relevance. So are the programs responding to what are the priorities in this moment? So this is the selection phase. But there's also a second selection phase that is based on maturity. So the programs and the projects, is there the maturity to start with the implementation in the near future? So this is the biggest innovation, the two of the biggest innovations, because in IPA 1 and 2 there was a delay between the theoretical part and the actual implementation. So all of this was needed to make to build a framework to give you an overview of what's changing. Also to help you understand the context in which you will work. Two important things about IPA 3, so the current cycle, and also the most relevant for you, are the fact that in the field of our political intention, that is to prepare the Balkan countries to what will be the financial package and the technical tools they will need to use when they will become member states. Now we have two instruments inside IPA which have this goal. So from one side, the annual operative tools, which are the attempt to start preparing the operative programs of the cohesion policy. So in this moment, 4 countries, those that we assessed as more prepared to indirect preparation, so they adopted this year multi-annual programs, 2024-2027. They will start implementing these programs in January 2025, and they have done some preparatory works in the main sectors of the policy, of the cohesion policy, so human capital, human development, green energy, transport, and digital connectivity. That is to say that, of course, we designed this measure 5 years ago, but with IPA 3, we designed a tool that was a bridge between the first approach and the programs that our neighbors will have to manage inside the EU. So the other tool is an investment platform, which is 15 years old, but actually it's our operative tool because it is a tool that is growing and will keep representing the first and main tool that we will propose to the Balkan countries. So it will be a pillar of the public funding. This is also for me a way to talk about the growth plan because what we will do will be to implement the facilities linked to the growth plan. As it was already mentioned, the growth plan in this moment is our lighthouse because from a political point of view, it proposes an innovation, a radical one, that is to open some possibilities of the internal market to countries which are not part of it officially. So the perspective, as the other speakers already said, was to accelerate and anticipate the political path that is the membership. So this growth plan has political processes linked to the internal market, also processes linked to the regional market, which needs to be improved, so the common regional market in the Balkans, and the dialogue between the two. So how to improve how to strengthen the regional market and how to integrate it with the EU market. As you may know, the growth plan needs support, financial support, and that's where the facility that my team is coordinating enters into play. So this plan involves 6 billion euros, and as you may know, this is a symbol, it's a sign of our clear intent that was to build a complementary tool to the membership tool, but also a tool that is aimed at preparing the future of these countries. Why am I saying that? Because the approach of the financial system of the new facility is linked to the next generation EU plans. So we will have a strong link between all the systems. We will also link the funding to the actual achievement of the results negotiated with the EU Commission. So I don't know if that's clear, but I mean, now we have an envelope of different tools, but they have one common goal, strategic goal, that is to concretely prepare these countries to the internal tools of the member states. Probably now it is important to close my speech with the next steps. So what's ahead of us? Maybe you know that the facility requires that each state in the Western Balkans needs to prepare, negotiate, and adopt an agenda, a reform agenda, which is a strategic step that is needed to prepare the 6 billion of the facility. This already happened for all the countries except for the Bosnia-Herzegovina. In October, we already did some important measures, but the political dialogue is still going on with the Bosnia-Herzegovina, but we will manage to receive at least a final version of their proposals by the end of this year. And for the other 5 countries, the process is really going rapidly, and we are trying to use all the possible resources to prepare the pre-financing, that is the 7% of the envelopes, already in January 2025. So this would allow us to start the engine of the facility, both from a reform point of view, but also for investments. So I just wanted to close with that. We said that the WBF will be the receptor of half of these 6 billion of the facility. The other half will be destined to the national budget of the countries, and this mechanism will help us to develop the ownership of the Balkan countries, which will be responsible for the implementation of the reforms and also the reception of these funds, and at the same time supporting the governance and the technical capacity to implement ambitious investments in the priorities, which I understand are the priorities of your strategy as well. So the follow-up will be a possibility to enter into the technical details about how to build a dialogue between the investment plans prepared and presented by the Balkan countries through the facility, and which will be monitored and selected by our structure, and how much of this we can do with the financial instruments of the countries. This is about the investments. And at the same level, through the pre-membership tool, we want to foster a bottom-up process to build strategies coming from the areas, from the organizations of the civil societies, the local authorities, to strengthen and improve cooperation on strategic sectors, such as those presented by the other speakers. So we are available, and this is a complex period for us because we have pretty much pressure to implement what was announced in the last 1 year and a half. The thing of having a new commission already operative actually it started 3 days ago, and we already have priorities such as the enlargement. And I think all of this makes the work easier. And so this is also part of our common challenge. So thank you again. I'm really sorry, but I need to leave you in 10 minutes because I have a meeting with the member states to start a technical process to support the facility. So thank you again for the invitation and good job. Thank you, Mr. Zecca. I think it's really important to harvest all the signs that the EU is showing, and it's really important to take the fruits of what has been done in the latest years through this regional strategy. So probably it would be important for the Commission and you as officer of the Commission, it would be really crucial for you to be part of the Commission that we mentioned earlier. And clearly, it will be important to see what the governments of the region will define as priorities for all these new funding. It's also important that the link between what's needed and what's done and the investments is considered for the Balkan areas. So I want to welcome now one of the crucial experts about the topics that we are going to discuss today, because he dedicated many years to EUSAIR, in particular in the thematic group. So you, Mr. Gariba, you are one of the person who most wanted the discussion about the financial facility, because it's clear how much this is important and how much important it is to talk about these work plans, starting from energy, but also about the other topics. So floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I would like, first of all, tell you that I'm very happy and also glad to be here for the Marche region. I have a long experience, and this region has always been a region focused on initiatives and on entrepreneurial approach. And I think that this role is has actually been well kept and also well used within the future challenges. First of all, I would like to thank Mario Baldassarri for organizing this conference and for literally bringing us to this room. Secondly, to the presidency of the Marche region, the regional council, and for also to those who have worked with the regional network, looking at the system of those countries belonging to the Balkan area, which Marche region is the only one that has decided to adopt this instrument, and I think it's actually very important. Lastly, I would like to thank Donatella, Alberto, and to all the friends that I see here that have worked in EUSAIR and who allow the region, Marche region, to work with this project that actually you can read in the books that you can find at the entrance here. These are the outcome of two great visions concerning transports by Professor Pierluigi Coppola, and the other main topic is energy. I won't tell much about EUSAIR because Donatella earlier and also Gilles Kittel already mentioned what they do, what is their mission, what do we expect for the near future, and for the new action plan 2024-2029. I would like just to remind you what is the main goal, which is the integration and cohesion of economic, institutional, and social for the Balkan region, which is not, the last or the weakest link on the chain, but it must instead be one of the engine of the European Union. As we have heard, talking about the challenges at global level, we need to be more united. Well, talking about Pillar 2, we have two aspects. So one is transport and another one is energy. I am the coordinator for the energy topic, energy sector. Energy nowadays is facing four main challenges. The first one is an environmental one. So a climate change, global climate change, which depends on carbon emissions that are the results of the energy sector, which is the main one. The second is the energy provision and the so-called energy shock, which already happened in the past and which might also be happening in the future. There is also another issue, which is that of the cybersecurity. Third aspect, the customer must be satisfied, which means that energy prices and of energy services must be competitive both in terms of European and global scale. A fourth challenge, which is dealing with the conflict, from the fragmentation, which has become a conflict, let's say, between the companies and the stakeholders of the energy systems in the Adriatic and Ionian region. EUSAIR tell us that these challenges can be faced and hopefully successfully. Umberto asked me, is it me, the one walking upon crocodiles? Yes, this is you, actually. Well, how is EUSAIR answering? They answer following three directions, let's say. Well, the first is the definition and implementation of energy projects. Let's leave oil for the one moment aside, but think about the other energy. Secondly, the long-term strategies for the energy. If you see here, energy master plan, so it's again a long term, then the integration of markets, and there is a conference that we would like to organize is how to tackle the global challenge at a macro-regional level in terms of energy. Third one is the governance. Given the fact that in the future, we are witnessing a digitalization of our economies, of the society, etc. Now, in Italy, we have some institutions which are focusing on that, but other countries have other challenges. In my opinion, we must harmonize these governance, and I think that EUSAIR can actually deal with this aspect. How is EUSAIR acting? We have some partner countries. If we think about the future, generally speaking, we imagine three scenarios. One, with regards to energy, is concerning current energy policies, which sees a slow progress towards integration and regional energy cohesion. Second one is a difficult scenario, which is the energy policies, divergent energy policies, because each country is subjected to different type of impact. Think about the Balkans and the Balkan countries, which are, subjected to the influence of Russia and of other countries, Eastern countries. And third, there is the third scenario, which is actually the main target of the European Union, Italy, but not only, is the net zero carbon emissions scenario, which means reaching by 2050, the possibility that by 2050, our economies will be net zero carbon. Let's think and talk for a moment about what is going to happen now and by 2035. What is the target, the main target? Well, the alignment of different regulations and directive of the EU, then new projects and transborder infrastructures for energy and natural gas, focusing on energy efficiency, because these countries, well, some of these countries of the Balkan areas have a quite a heavy legacy in terms of communism or European socialism, because at the time energy didn't have a price. They were simply consuming. So instead of buying a small 50-watt lamp, they would reduce the energy impact in a different way. But now the energy efficiency of these countries is far away from the European standards. Some of them are actually consume 5 times energy compared to their national gross product. But anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on that. Thinking about the projects, or these are some examples. So Trans-Balkan Power Corridor is thinking about the geography, some electrical networks, energy power network that allow the connection of these different countries. Then trans-Adriatic power interconnectors, one from Montenegro to Italy, another one from Greece to Italy. So thinking about a short-term project for EUSAIR, this could be one. Then Balkan gas ring. Think that in some of these countries there's no access to the sea. Think, for example, Serbia. Serbia uses Russian gas. So we must think about an alternative source of gas. Usually Russia takes gas from, I mean, maybe thinking about a gas pipeline that can serve Serbia and maybe Croatia. Then some initiatives which have a more structural approach. One is a pipeline along the Adriatic-Ionian coastline, and the other one is the Trans-Adriatic one, which connect Italy and which allows Italy to receive gas through this Trans-Adriatic gas pipeline. This is just 2 billion euros. And then lastly, gas, liquefied natural gas to, substitute gas import from Russia. Gilles Kittel mentioned earlier that within the European Union, natural gas is considered a fossil fuel and, is equivalent to the others. We, in agreement with the Balkan countries, that this is a transition towards a zero carbon. So natural gas is a transient form of energy. Then thinking about 2050, so this is the zero net carbon. Some benefits, for example, a convergence towards the enlargement of the EU. If we do not include all the countries of the Adriatic area, we cannot think about, reaching these targets. Then competitiveness of energy systems in the long term. This is an idea of the European Commission, that if we think about the transition, we must reach the competitiveness targets. I would also like to add that we must try to prevent the brain drain or to stop the brain drain. So if we propose new entrepreneurial initiatives, perhaps the brain drain can be slowed down. Then the technological and professional gap, the stranded cost. During the transition, there are infrastructure that have a long life cycle to 30-30, and the costs which, well, I am a professor, so which is why I'm trying to explain a little bit to you, but these are called usually stranded costs, which basically are a form of, includes some difficulty in investments. Then the scenario, thinking about some, again, some targets, European Green Deal, other documents, our economy will be relying on electrification. The house will be heated by true electric power. So where there is no power, there is fossil fuel. Well, renewable sources and other forms of energy must be considered, which is why it's important to bear in mind the so-called hydrogen valley. The first is Croatia, Italy, and Slovenia. If we think about EUSAIR, it could be an hydrogen valley for the Balkan area. We're thinking about 2050, which means that we have time to consider the connection of hydrogen and to think about the hydrogen corridor for the Balkan and Southeast European. The dramatic change is also connected to the data centers. AI is not within the computer. AI is the artificial brains, which are basically data centers. They have millions of data, which require energy to be organized and treated. This means finding also new new forms of currency, like cryptocurrency, crypto transaction, and blockchains. So maybe proposing it also for the Balkan area. Let's see which are the recurring obstacles, and I'm almost done with my presentation. So in my opinion, recurring obstacles are usually the red tape, which can be quite slow and lengthy. This doesn't lead to a competitive system. Then delayed or partial adoption of European regulations and directives. This, if we think about Europe, has a model that is relying on the separation of the functions. In the US, there is no such thing. Network, the network is the same one for everyone, the same for railway or others. This is not what is happening in Europe. So sometimes these company groups or these enterprises are diversified, or they are more fragmented than national economic aid and protections you can easily imagine, then professional knacks and also technological delay, and then a lack of investments and of financial instruments. Well, here, I don't know if you see a chicken or maybe a turkey. How can we facilitate and promote the investments for the energy in the Adriatic and Ionian region? I would like to mention an initiative that took place in 2017 in Cesenatico. It was a conference on financing the USAIR. So this was a very brilliant idea that unfortunately didn't have any let's say follow up, but we would like to work on that. Maybe I mean, even if this legacy hasn't been, you know, claimed, still it was an important conference where we discussed two proposals. Well, we should call them alternative proposals. The first one is limiting the PEMIP experience. Third, second, apologizes the speaker, providing not only assistance but also financial services. I try to made it simpler. So why is called PEMIP? PEMIP is an acronym, Facility for Euro-Mediterranean Investment and Partnership. This PEMIP was set up in 2022 upon, the initiative of European Union to assist the partner countries of the Mediterranean in their economic and social development. All of the member states of the European Union are PEMIP, and then in addition to that, 9 countries of the Mediterranean area, southern Mediterranean coastline. You can read them. Maybe some countries now do not go along quite well, but anyway, the financial resources of this PEMIP concerning both energy infrastructures and transport, but also other social activities, which usually comes from the European Bank of Investment, which provides resources for the infrastructures, energy infrastructures and transport. In my opinion, we should think about the setting up of the PEMIP for the Adriatic and Ionian region. There are clearly pros and cons. Pros is the interest in the Balkan region, which has changed once again, given also the fact that the geopolitics is constantly changing. In 2022, the world was divided and ruled by a few powers, but now there is much more fragmentation. So the interest in the Balkan area is actually increased. Think about even the, our president of why that we use the investment bank that has his own structure and which makes this task, let's say, easier. Okay, I don't want to talk about the pros and cons for the entire time, but it's just to say that the Adriatic and Ionian region, I think, in relation to the Balkan region, can be a good idea. Investing in both of them. And then, thinking about financial services, think that countries of the Balkan areas are very poor in resources. I don't want to mention a name. Well, we don't have money, we don't have projects, we don't know how to make them. They don't know really, what to do. And this is not just in the Balkans. It happens also in our country. So how to write or drafting these projects so that they can be, attractive for the for those who would like to invest or to provide funds. Think about projects and the alliance. Those interested in these projects. We need to assess the organizational skills of this committee. Sometimes if the analysis of cost and benefit must be analyzed. We're thinking about a 30, 40 year project. So we must think about new generations that will be the one keeping up with these projects that maybe are set up today. If the project is well presented, is well written, the agency can also help in the research for fund, in finding, new funds. When we think about funding, it's not simply, bank or maybe financial institute, etc. I'm not saying that they are not important, but we can think about creating ad hoc companies or creating partnership between those, the users, the final users of the project, and also other forms. But all of this is, is a little bit, we must be a little bit creative to that extent. It's just thinking about the skills and capacity. Well, these are my conclusion. So the financial aspect in EUSAIR is a little bit neglected. We must integrate it also in line with the revised action plan. The idea of this is one of the ideas could be, for example, that this forum can keep on developing these aspects, or the idea of the PAMIP. I would bear this in mind for the future. Well, a lift-off for great new benefits maybe is the right formula. Thank you.
Grazie, dottor Gariba, per averci portato nel vivo della discussione di oggi, che ci dà quindi la possibilità di cominciare a ragionare concretamente su come questa parte finanziaria
first intervention
essere sviluppata.
and to think about how this financial aspect must be developed. Our next speaker is Pierluigi Coppola, who is coordinator for the group concerning and focusing on transport. He has worked extensively on tour market plans and on the roadmap in order to highlight weaknesses and strengths of the network, the transport network. So we would like to hear your intervention and suggestions, especially with regards to specific projects which we have worked over the last years. Thank you.
Thank you. I prepared a few slides, but my speech is quite not similar, but yeah, I would say it integrates well with what Professor Gariba said. I want to thank myself, my ISTAO, because they are supporting us in the work we are doing with EUSAIR. They invite us every year in the forum that is organized every year in Ancona, and the venues are so beautiful. So I really want to thank them. Thank also to the Marche region for supporting our action over the years, and thanks to the team of Donatella. We received a huge support for the technical assistance for our initiatives. We already said what EUSAIR is, the pillars, the works. What I want to do is to give you a vision of my experience in EUSAIR, focusing on the latest initiatives, so the master plans and the flagships. And I would like to focus on 3 concrete examples of projects, the flagship projects. And these projects could be subject to financing in the near future. Also, thanks to this meeting today. So let's talk about transport. Of course, they are a pillar of the strategy, and I entered this strategy in 2017, and the rules and procedures were focused on finding projects that were feasible for banks. Since I also am a professor in this area, I had an idea, a general idea of the topic, but I didn't have any idea about the current needs and the perspectives that we had. So it was actually the contrary of what I teach my students. So the first thing that I did was, okay, let's focus on a vision. So let's try and understand where we are going, so where the European strategy for the Southeast Europe is bringing us. And let's see if this trend, this scenario is in line with the objectives of sustainability, enlargement, and let's see if we can introduce some corrective measures. Of course, this is a long-term vision, and these scenarios are characterized by uncertainty. So when we tried to build this vision, we bet in our minds different possible evolutions of the context, both from an energetic and geopolitical point of view. Let's not forget that we are talking about a particular area of Europe where there were where there were very sad wars in the past, and still today it presents some criticalities from this point of view. So the master plan is the exercise that we implemented for two goals. The first one is to define the state of play, so the projects undergoing in that period, but also sharing with the countries participating in the strategy a strategy for development of the transport in the region, of course, in a way that was coherent with the EU policies and also coherent with the objectives that were decarbonization, digitalization, and green transition. So starting from that recognition, we identified the projects in the pipeline of the member states. You see here in the slides the different projects, and we made a recollection of the advancement state of the projects. In some cases, there were only ideas, just ideas, so theoretical ideas, but projects that we couldn't consider as active. And many projects were aimed at correcting something, and actually we identified the need to correct themselves, to correct them, to make them in line with the EU policy. And so we wanted to understand the main needs of the region. And so this is the master plan. You received the document, and you see an executive summary of the master plan, which is available online. It's 7 volumes, and each of the volumes is dedicated to a to a different kind of transport. And you see in the volumes all the investments that these countries defined, and also the objectives and what's needed to reach a shared vision. And it is something that we already did in EUSAIR, and we want to bring outside as well. So we identified different projects about infrastructures, and about the soft measures as well. So measures that we can also assign to the territorial cooperation and require less investments. The difference is due to the characteristics of this pillar compared to other pillars. Indeed, this pillar that is dedicated for infrastructures and in particular transport, well, these are projects which require huge fundings, and they require decades sometimes for their application. And also, these are projects which present different challenges from the bureaucratic point of view, because of the fact that some projects are applied to different countries, projects with the financial part. So the idea that we tried to present in the master plan was to make leverage of the regional vision, so as to, you see the projects here, the infrastructural projects here, and the list of the soft measures. But yeah, we wanted to integrate this project in the regional vision to receive the best support also on the single country level. So here you see 4 projects that we selected, not only for the urgency for their implementation, but also for the attention that they are receiving right now, both internally in the states in which they will be applied. So the states interested by the implementation of these projects, but also they have attention in the current political context. The first is the corridor, the Center Adriatic Corridor. This is part of the European transport corridor from Baltic and Adriatic regions, and this is supported by the EU Commission for widening the corridor, which used to stop in Ancona, and now with the new regulation that updates the older provisions arrives until Bari, as we presented in the latest master plan a few years ago. It is a corridor that is characterized by interventions on the highway, on the railway systems, and also connections with the different transport ways. So we highlighted the need to update, to work on some of the highways that we have. So there are projects of infrastructural updating, connection with other infrastructures to build a network, of course, and I'm thinking about the connection between A14 and A24, Sant'Elpidio al Mare Teramo, and the implementation of the extension of the railway, which is a strategic line, and its strategic value is evident when we insert it in the context of the region. Indeed, it is a line which needs to be fostered to help passengers reach the connections that they need. So the regions on the Adriatic Sea, but also the north of Italy, and it is beneficial also for goods transportation. So not only for passengers, but also for goods. And we also look at the importance of this line with the highway and the ports, the harbor in Ancona, the connection with the harbor in Bari as well. So all of these interventions were evaluated, and today, in some cases, they already have a definite plan, so they are ready to be financed. In some cases, these projects will cost billions of euros, so it's not easy to fund these projects with the funds that usually we have for Interreg, that we receive to EUSAIR from Interreg. Of course, we are needing more funds, and so the objective, well, here in this pillar, more than in other pillars, we need a facility, as it was already said. So we need to build a financial dialogue, as it was taken in 2017, but as we are reinforcing the concept now. And the second project is a project that lately received huge attention, and this is part of what was called the 10th European corridor, which goes from Trieste to Zagreb, Ljubljana, Zagreb, Belgrado, and which could go to Skopje and then Thessaloniki. So over the time, these corridors were called with a different name, but the thing is that today they are part of a single corridor, Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean. So in the new document, the EU introduced a specific corridor for this geographical area, and for the first time they introduced a corridor which also crosses non-EU states. So Western Balkan 6 countries. So this corridor received particular attention in this moment, both from Serbia and from Croatia. The Central Europe Initiative started a study to define the bottlenecks. But actually, if we think about the in 1930s, there was the Orient Express, which was a common route for passengers. And now, after COVID, these services were actually eliminated. There is just one connection in the area, and actually it's very low frequency. And we know that the EU really counts on the railway, not only for goods, but also for passengers. Today, to go from Trieste to Ljubljana, we can use shared taxi, like GoOpti or Uber. Or, for example, to go from Trieste to Zagabria, it's 150 kilometers, and now you need to go to Frankfurt to go to Zagreb. Last month, me and my colleague went to Dubrovnik, and we had to take 3 flights to get there. So the corridor has the goal of developing international transport for passengers, and we already got in touch with colleagues of Trenitalia in Slovenia and in Croatia and Serbia. And so we found what are the connection points and the points in which the connection is interrupted. So you see them actually here in the circle, and in Croatia you see it's just one track in those points. So the bottleneck here is very problematic. Indeed, we need to improve the signaling system in this particular area, in this example. So the system that links the train to the infrastructure. Let's just think that these are 4 countries and there are 4 different signaling systems. So what happens is that we lose a lot of time in the border points to exchange the information about the signaling systems. And also, it's very difficult to prepare the trains for these exchanges. So there is actually, as you may know, the ERMTS, and this is a standard system that is used in the European Union to signal the line. Actually, it was stated to be implemented by 2030, but maybe it will require more years, so 2040 probably. But we have already a system, a standardized system, and so we would need to implement it and to prepare these countries to this new system. So we will need to solve the differences between the signal systems between the four countries and then bring them towards the standard system. There is also a problem of electrification. Indeed, there are different standards in the lines as well, and we will need to solve that with an adaptation of the railways, or in that case, again, by intervening on the infrastructure. Anyway, this is the second project that I wanted to show you. For the strategic importance, it could have also for goods transportation, because currently the traffic coming from the Balkans and interest in the A4 highway could be partially transferred to the railway system through this corridor. The third project is a EUSAIR project, and it was not integrated in the new corridors or in the new corridor of the Western Balkans, because it is a way to systematize small projects that are being implemented in Albania, Montenegro, and Bosnia, and it was born from the need to create accessibility on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The master plan of transport highlighted, and actually we already presented that in Ancona in the Monte Conero Forum, and we showed that there is a gap of accessibility also in the most ambitious scenario of the 2050, that is the completion of the network, and we see that there is a gap in the coastal areas of Bosnia, Albania, and Montenegro, and this accessibility gap cannot be solved even with the best solutions that we have, because this is a terrestrial need. So if we want to realize accessibility there, we need to build new infrastructures or to use the infrastructures already existing, for example, the highway that are being built in Albania and Montenegro, and to work in the single states, inside single states, and also enhancing what was done in Dalmatia for Croatia. So this is an example. I don't know if you understood the plan, but it is the realization of a highway along the coasts that will give access to the coastal areas, also important for tourism, which nowadays are only connected by sea. This is a project that is not in line with the European policy, because it's, as we said, it's a highway, and the EU is not founding highways. And we know, as my colleague was saying before about the gas or fossil fuels for energy, but this is a project that makes sense if we watch this as a regional solution, because it shows the value in creating accessibility in areas that are really poor, and maybe the most poor in Europe. And it does that by using the infrastructures that exist, building new infrastructures with the aim of giving accessibility. So this is an example of how one project can have value in the regional level, where the single pieces are actually are not functional and actually not in line with the EU policies. The third project that I wanted to show you is an old corridor, that is the eighth corridor, which was integrated in the Western Balkan corridor. And also we included the Bari-Durazzo Seaway, and this way is really important today from a strategic point of view because it creates an alternative Adriatic Mediterranean and Black Sea without using the Dardanelli way, so avoiding this need to cross that way. So this connection has a huge geopolitical value in the connection of East and West, and nowadays it was enriched by this new maritime way, which includes Bari, and through the harbor in Bari, we have a connection between the Western Balkan connection and the Adriatic corridor. So these are the four examples of projects that, in my opinion, can be the first ground for the implementation of a financial dialogue. So, to conclude, I just want to put attention on the regional vision. And I think that from these four examples, we saw how the strategy is doesn't have any resources, doesn't have the power to create new laws, but still it can promote cooperation between states. As it was said by my colleagues before me, we should work together to go more far away, and I really agree with that, because these challenges could be insuperable from single countries. But if we look at these problems as a single region, it is more feasible to overcome these difficulties. So we need to mobilize resources. We need to keep working as we are doing today in this conference. I would like to highlight the proposal of a facility for the region and for these projects. Also highlighting that we are lacking infrastructures, as we know, we are lacking resources for the realization of these infrastructures, but there is also lack of projects. So among the scopes of this facility, I think that we also need a fund dedicated to projects for all the states, not only for us, but we need projects, definite projects and projects which can be presented to financial investors and applied. So thank you for the attention.
Grazie, Ingegner Coppola. Credo che davvero con questa esemplificazione sia
Thank you, Mr. Coppola. I think that these examples made clear to all of us how it means, what it means to work in a region, and also he showed us the emergency of it, because I heard well, sometimes I talked about the Corridor 8, and many journalists told me, well, we are not even considering that. And well, actually, I agree with you, because there is a concrete possibility of implementing ideas which are on the table under discussion from since many years. Now, I need to signal that Eva Kos unfortunately won't be with us this morning. But I will present now one of the projects dedicated to the support of user governance, which are actually Eva Kos would have presented the first of them. Regione Marche has the second region, which was already mentioned, that is about stakeholders, embedding, and financial process with stakeholders platform. But now I will leave the floor to Lovre Karamako, and he is lead partner to the third strategic plan to support user governance. So my question to you is to explain to us this project and also give a contribution about this idea that we are trying to implement, that is how to make these projects concrete, since these projects were identified jointly by the region. So the floor is yours.
Chair.
Thank you.
You can hear me loud and clear. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I greet you all.
Spero che riusciate a sentirmi. Forte.
Can you hear me? You don't.
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Hear you well.
Great. Technical issues, it is always with virtual participation, and for that reason I owe you an apology for not being today with you in person. But mind you, while we are having this forum in Zagreb, today is happening first meeting of the thematic steering group for Pillar 5, Improve Social Cohesion, and it is their first officially. Therefore, since earlier we agreed to participate in person, unfortunately I couldn't come in Ancona and be present, and due to that fact I'm very sorry. But anyhow, I will do my best to cover the most relevant information regarding the support governance project number 3. And as it has been said in the very beginning, our overall goal is support the development implementation of strategic implementation formats. Why we have called them strategic implementation formats, even though they might be related to the strategic project that has been put in the title of today's forum, is due to the broad variety of so-called implementation formats that were generated out of flagship. Because as you have been hearing earlier, Professor Gariba and Professor Coppola, in their case, they're going to be developing the master plans, which are relevant, extremely relevant, and according what we have been collaborating with them is definitely great potential to be even more enhanced. And in that regard, our project will be helping them. In parallel, other pillars that are going to be supported solely through our project are completely different when it comes to the typology of the project. So for instance, Pillar 3 and environment quality and Pillar 4 sustainable tourism are going to developing strategic projects in which are plain and have work packages, partnership frameworks, identify stakeholders and deliverables. And in that regard, I might make reference to Mr. Coppola's, I would say, open question: we need projects. Indeed, we need projects. And our urging goal is to, in a way, do that. So my presentation today going to be coupled by three questions. So first is how to finance strategic projects, who to involve and how, and third is how to achieve synergies to fund implementations are priority actions. So the first question, when it comes to finance strategic priorities, it definitely requires a multi-layered approach that integrates existing funding mechanism, building synergies across pillars, in particular pillars in terms of USR and TSG members, and address the specific need of all stakeholders, because developing the projects are supposed to be done in assistance to pillar coordinators and their actual need, as it was said in the very beginning. And in that regard, our project is is going to be assisting to embedding flagship into structured funding opportunity and refining implementation formats to be realized according to pillar needs. These very questions has, I would say, 3 sub-questions that come to my mind according to analysis that we have made. So the first one, we definitely need to leveraging diverse funding sources, because today's agenda make reference to the European Union's enlargement process toward the Balkans, and in that sense, the instruments for pre-accession assistance and Western Balkan Western frameworks is something to especially be taken into account, and it's already been taken into account. But on top of it, due to diversity of the pillars, there is other sources of potential finance that might be scrutinized as well. For instance, Horizon Europe, European Regional Development Fund, for instance, that might be directly related to the needs of the Pillar 2. There is European Maritime and Fishery Fund related to Pillar 1, LIFE program that is relevant for Pillar 3, and Just Transition Fund, which would be efficient and fits nicely for energy and transition efforts. Those are, I would say, all findings that were put into the revised EUSAIR action plan, and they have been put in a theory, and those are in a very rather ideas and wishes. And in that regard, we would like to addressing funding complexities as our project is supposed to be done in order to know what we may fulfill and in the end produce. We need to go how everything started, what is state of play. And in that regard, for the last few months, we have been working on report on existing flagship and developed implementation formats, which were directly delivered through the assistance of the pillar representatives throughout the deep interviews and their inputs through the customized questionnaires. And that, according to those findings, we come up with certain conclusions. And one of the biggest and one of the more relevant for today's forum is that there is evident lacking suitable funding and criteria for project selection. And in that regard, we would like, in line and collaboration with Pillar Coordinator, TSG members, and all engaged stakeholders, and therefore I'm even more pleased as having speakers prior my participation that were representing relevant DGs, because they are as well important and relevant on this path. So a part of these challenges in terms of finding and criteria, very often pillars and potential projects are facing with the challenge in transforming from project concept to mature proposals, and they are evident across the pillars. And then in that regard, we would like to enhance it through the handbook for project proposal that is supposed to be done throughout our projects, and continuous sectoral expert support that are going to be provided to pillars, because mind you, a part of our project team, we do have our sectoral experts. And for the time being, we are participating at recent TSG's meetings organized by their representatives. Last week, we've been interested collaborating with Pillar 2 in order to fine-tune their needs and how we might in best way fit their goals and expectations. And accordingly, we are having today a same approach to the Pillar 5, and at the beginning of the next week, we're going to be having in the same manner participating at TSG members representing Pillar 1. So definitely, though, a part of leveraging diverse funding sources, we need to address funding complexities, and they are common. And in that regard, we're gonna empower them in a due time. And on top of it, we potentially might consider the fostering public-private partnership, because the needs are quite broad, and where the source of funding, I'm not sure that are enough in order to fulfill everybody's needs. And in this regard, they might demonstrate the importance of blending public funds with private investments, because so far, according to this report that has been done, in a spotlight was primarily IPAGION program for the finance of the project. And in our opinion, that isn't insufficient. And in that regard, we need to make certain improvements. On this process, we need to ask ourselves who to involve and how. And in that regard, for the sake of the efficient implementation of EUSAR objectives requires inclusive collaboration among a wide range of stakeholders. And therefore, our project is supposed to facilitate engagement at all levels of governance, ensuring the flagship reflect regional needs and macro-regional priorities. The flagship have been earlier mentioned, and in that sense, within document revised EUSAR action plan they are more in detail explained. Therefore, I won't gonna go in details, but when it comes to the participants, public authorities are definitely ones that need to be especially active, meaning national, regional, local governments, which are playing a critical role in embedding projects to strategic frameworks. And in that sense, our project collaborates with thematic steering groups and pillar coordinators to align flagship project with national and EU objectives. And mind you, in that process, we are much very flexible due to the diversity that are present among the pillars, and accordingly their needs. Our sectoral experts are fully aware of it, and accordingly we're going to be operating in a due time. Part of the public authorities, there is private investor and institution that might be as well taken on board, and making comparison to the earlier mentioned fostering public-private partnership in order to bring innovation and financial resources on the table, new one, a part of the one that has been already scrutinized and analyzed. And third in a line, but not least relevant, are, in our opinion, civil society and academia, because NGOs and research institutions may enhance sustainability and inclusivity, and their participation might be especially relevant in the labeling process, which ensures that projects meet environmental and societal goals. Speaking of the labeling process, it has been earlier done as well, even though within this perspective, we've foreseen to upgrade the methodology in order to make labeling again, in order to make relevance for those strategic projects that will in the end be financed, and therefore that labeling means that projects are supposed to be in line with the EUSTAR strategy and financially viable. Thus, the label should help to ensure their smoother implementation. Otherwise, they might be just put aside as a list of wishes. That's the last, I would say, scenario that we would like to have. And fourth in the line, last but not least, and has been earlier mentioned, those are non-EU member states, and therefore inclusive development requires active involvement of their participation, as highlighted by persistent challenges in stakeholder engagement across all pillars. Mind you that these representatives of non-EU member states have excellent options being active through the pillar actions as well as DSG members, and in that regard we see their potential for their relevance and more meaningful input. And a third question, which goes in a way in the long run, is how to achieve the synergies of funds to implement shared priority actions. And in our sense, and the vision, achieving synergy of funds requires alignment of financial resources, coordination among pillars, and effective project development process. So in that sense, our project is supposed to deliver tools and platform necessary to streamline funding strategies and ensure alignment with EUSAR priorities throughout the implementation of concrete projects. How to do it is there is as well a certain precondition that, in our opinion, need to be fulfilled. So firstly, there is need for integrated financial alignment, and that's an embedding flagship project into multi-fund operation programs such as Interreg Padrion and ERDF might ensure cohesive resource allocation. And this approach addresses funding gaps and enhance project readiness across pillars, which has been foreseen within EUSAIR action plan, and on top of it, within the report that we have been done by making analysis of current flagship and then the future path of their development. Besides, we do have as well, I would say, potential for further upgrade, and that is cross-pillar collaboration, because so far we have identified that there is gaps in stakeholder engagement and coordination across pillars, and especially in collaboration when it comes to the cross-pillar collaboration that might be especially interesting for potential financing due to their diversity when it comes to the two pillars that are bilaterally collaborating. And last but not least, in that sense, how to implement shared priority actions and looking in the long run is definitely developing an agile mechanism that is supposed to follow it. And having said that, our project is foreseen in the first quarter of 2025 to deliver capacity building workshop that is supposed to address gaps in stakeholder coordination and enhance their ability to manage foreseen projects. And in that sense, we already made certain pre-agreements with pillars representative TSG's member in order to customize those workshops that are going to be led and delivered by our sectoral experts. In that regard, I have been earlier mentioned the foreseen handbook for project preparation in order to bypass the challenges that were underlined as earlier drawback, and that is missing criteria for project selection. And as an accompanying document, we have foreseen to make a report on identifying funding sources that might be viable for those projects that are going to be having the label feature. Seeing today's happening forum and having opportunity hearing everybody, they are, in my opinion, represents a great example of how to carry on in this sense that is needed when it comes to the finance. And idea to propose EUSAIR financial facility for the sake of further enhancing of funding coordination and technical assistance is as well definitely something that might be rewarding and helpful for everybody. Overall, the approach that has been foreseen, at least from our side, is supposed to represent a shared priority actions that are not only well-funded, but also aligned with the macro-regional visions of sustainable progress, because a part of the current state of play and ongoing activities, there is as well, I would say, expectations for the strategic guidelines for the key priorities in the post-2027 period. And I would say it's our obligation and role to make results that might be capitalized further on and in due time. So that would be my closing remark, and I appreciate you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Lover, thank you so much for your contribution. Uno degli aspetti sicuramente importanti che ha messo in luce, oltre all'importanza
There are
del
several
lavoro
aspects that you
coattivo,
have
che è
highlighted,
una
and
delle tante
in
evidenti
addition to
complessità
the cross-pillar work,
certamente
which
quanto
is
è
one
importante
of
anche
the
l'afflusso di
complex
risorse
aspects,
nella collaborazione
and
pubblico-privata,
also
che
how
sarà l'oggetto
important it is
del
the
prossimo
use
panel.
of
In chiusura di
resources,
questo, invece,
public and private, which
abbiamo la
actually will be
possibilità
the
di
topic
sentire
of the next
il
panel.
dottor Umberto Freda, che è
We
consigliere per le
now
Regioni
have the chance
Marche,
to hear
che, come è stato
Mr.
detto
Umberto Freda,
poco fa,
Counselor
ha
for the Marche
approvato
region,
una
that, as
legge
I said,
regionale
earlier has recently approved a regional law that actually gives sense to the importance of the region for the implementation of the USAIR project. Councillor, you have the floor. We are delayed.
Thank you. I will be really brief. Indeed, I will start from the conclusions of my speech. I thank all the other speakers, but let's focus on who's speaking about regions from this side and regions from the other side. That is, today, these guys that I engaged are the students of the Polytechnical students of Marche. So why did I brought you here today to talk to you about the laws? Indeed, I'm really sad that you do not have the laws here in the documents, but we are opening this meeting in application of the law 2015 in the Marche region in collaboration with ISTAO is organizing the financial user dialogue. Since well, the process is that when we are elected, we should have laws in our hands to support what we are saying. So the regional law number 15 of July 2024 in Article 1, I know, Ms. Bertini, you're really prepared and you would answer me correctly. You always dealt with the tourism in the region. So what does it mean today to celebrate a law? It means to give a tool, basic tool, to 14 regions, 9 Balkan states, among which 4 are already inside the EU and 5 are about to become members, but there's also San Marino. Let's talk about finance. I was lucky enough to have an expert with me, Dr. Filipponi from Intesa San Paolo, and she's the coordinator of businesses department, and she explained to me the meaning of financial dialogue. So all these projects, my dear friends, Francesco, Tommaso, Sofia is here. Sofia is absent. She's not here, but she studies agriculture. How many times were you engaged in such a redundant discourse? Professor Garriba, you mentioned that law, and he told me, Umberto, you put heart and brain in this law. So I'm talking to you. Article 1 of the article of the text, 8 February 2024, there is the project Ancona. Everybody speaks about Project Ancona as the central city of the region, but actually Ancona is central in the Mediterranean system. In 2000, there was a law, number 9 of 2002, which was talking about you guys, about the Center for Studies for Ethics and Peace, and introduced the concept of multilateralism. When I went to Pristina as advisor for the region, you guys, we met a lot of students in Sarajevo where there would be still war now. So multilateralism means not bringing there just because Romans were smart. And I wanted to bring back the idea thanks to Renovatio Imperi. You see this leaflet that we realized together about the geopolitical role of Marche region, historical and economical region, analysis of this region. Focus on university students of the Marche region. This will be our logo, and we are transforming it into a sum. Soon, there is university students of the region. They think really fast. And Bertoldo told that to a king who asked them, what's the fastest thing in the world? Well, it's the light, the speed of light. And our young people, their minds are so fast that they compare with the speed of light. And one person, Bonaccini from Emilia-Romagna, he went to Europe, to the European institutions. He met Gentiloni, and he brought back 7.5 million euros. And in this law, there are more than 10 billions, and there are many projects, and we will focus on them one by one. We will bring our competencies, your culture, your youth, your animation, your thoughts. Let's look at the average age here. I'm 70. Professor Garriba is 28. I'm so young. Luigi Coppola, he's 24. Donatella, with her staff, always helped me in this difficult march of the region, the macro region. My question is, when was it born? Was it 15 years ago? 20 years ago? It was 1999. In 2000, I became advisor for the region, and we had a project that was Limes border territories, and it was about the reports, the relationship between Europe and Africa. Who did oppose to this vision? France did it. We understood only on a later point why they did that. And maybe Macron, he won't be present anymore. He is not living his role, because in our political history, we just met one person who left the decision to others, and we know how it went. But let's go back to the macro region. There is this law, which I invite you to read, and I'm really inviting Francesco and Tommaso to read that. And Ancona, as Dr. Romozzi will see, as President Acquaroli will see, and as Mr. Latini will see, as Silvietti will see, but especially as the regional school office will see. Because I remember there was a marvelous day in Villarei with, there weren't experts there. There were 500 students coming from the 5 provinces of the region, and they wanted to understand and celebrate Jacques Mariel. It was a thought that was born in Ancona. This law, in its version of the 28th of February, encompasses all of this, and then with... Actually, my question is, who's the real, who's the engine of all of that? The policymakers. Today, this meeting will be closed by President Acquaroli. I am an advisor. I have a huge political experience as a regional advisor in 2000, and I hope that we will have many more important meetings, and we will focus on nuclear power as well. I'm just going to finish my speech, and I'm presenting to you the Center for Studies on Ethics and Peace. Will talk about multilateralism inside this law. We will give them the opportunity to share And so maybe today 5% of the people, only 5% of the people know the region. And so maybe thanks to you, it will become something extraordinary. I came here to meet personally Professor Pelletti. I hope I will do that. But yeah, my point is the future of the Adriatic Ionian region depends on the decisions will be made on an economic and geopolitical point of view, focusing on cooperation between territories. The Marche region can be a bridge between Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. So the other, what's rest is just a commitment. Thank you. Thank you for being so brief and direct. And so we just closed the first panel. I think now it's the time to open the second one. So I will invite the speakers to leave the desk, and I invite here the new speakers. I just want to renew my thanks to the previous speakers. So we will talk about financial actors in the second session. In the meantime, I am inviting here Maurizio Manni, Simone Baglieri, Giuseppe Marco Ritta, Luca Felletti. And at the same time, I just want to highlight, we understood from the first panel that we have a very complex situation because implementing infrastructural projects and so on, and uniting 10 countries and 14 regional administrations is not easy at all. The challenge of the political dialogue is part of the TSGs of EUSAIR, but we of course need to have concrete initiatives beyond the theoretical initiatives. So the goal of this second panel is to build a way to identify these strategic projects and in particular understand how to implement them. So the first speaker, she is connected remotely. She is Anna Barone. She works at the Loan Operation Balkan Division of the European Investment Bank, which is the bank located in Luxembourg, and it's the European bank, and it's the biggest financial organization in the whole world. Sometimes we forget that potentially, well, we are really important, but sometimes we just lose track of that in our daily work. Just want to check if Ms. Barone can hear us. Yes, I hope you can hear me as well. Yes, floor is yours. Thank you for your introduction, and I'm sorry that I'm not there in Ancona and to meet you in person. I hope technology will help us. I think everything's working correctly, so let's hope so. Perfect. As you already mentioned, I deal with private funding in the area of Western Balkans. It's an activity that we do in a wider department, actually, that is about business funding, but especially for infrastructures. And in the Western Balkans, well, actually, we define them as Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Albania, and Kosovo. These are the countries which are part of our division, the work of our division. Today, I took note of all the speeches of the first panel, And I noticed the focus on the financial structure. And today, what I would like to do is to tell you what the European International Bank does in the Western Balkans. And what we do is to try to see the activities of the bank in, well, we will see what we do at the bank and which is connected to what you do in EUSAIR. Particularly, I deal with sustainable transport and energy. And so very briefly, what is the European International the bank? It is the financial body of the EU, and so it is a key actor in the public and private funding, and so it is a support for strategic objectives of the EU. So one of the main partners and investors in the region is the bank. Indeed, we started working in that region in 1977 with the activity that was rebuilding and updating public infrastructures, and we also widened our work there, now integrating many sectors with the main goal of strengthening the regional cooperation and the economic power of these countries, which will become members of the EU. So we want to integrate their economy in the European standard. So in a couple of words, I just want to mention how the EIB works in the region, and since it is a European bank, we work in the community policies, of course, and we support the enlargement strategy in the Western Balkans. So it's a crucial actor, first of all, to realize the priorities of the global investment plan for the Western Balkans, to stimulate their development, to stimulate the green transition and digital transition in these countries, and as I was saying, also the convergence process with European countries. We also play a big role in the implementation of the global gateway strategy, which is the European strategy to reduce the gap in the global investments, but particularly and very recently working in the new work plan, which is a new plan approved in 2023 by the EU Commission. Our support will be focused on supporting investments in line with the priorities of political reform of each country. So this is part of the new agenda. So in the Euro plan, we work with the European Commission, of course, because we firmly believe in the importance, as it was already said by my colleagues before me, we want to offer financing support, finance support towards projects, and we want to support the implementation of these strategic projects. So we work together with the EU Commission to offer technical assistance and also helps and aids financed by the Commission to offer a support package, I would say. So we also work with other financial partners which are part of the Team Europe project. So just to give you a few numbers to contextualize our intervention, in the last 10 years, we invested about 10 billion euros in the region since 2010 in all the sectors, to support the economic process and the membership and transformation project. Serbia is one of the main beneficiaries of the EIB for us, and it's the main beneficiary with about 5.3 billion euros of support, economic support. And then there is Bosnia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, and Kosovo as the ranking of the investments realized in the region. In 2023, we reached the record of EIB about the investments in the region. We invested 1.2 billion in the whole Balkanian region in many sectors, but the transport one is still the key sector. It's the one that benefited from about 60% of our global investments and also plays the key role for today's topic, actually, because it has a key role indeed. And actually, the EIB plays a crucial role in this particular sector. More than 60% of these fundings was to support climate and environmental sustainability, about the technical support and support to projects. The EIB increased their support, and the budget was made like for the next year, it will be about 20 million euros. So I just want to highlight what we are financing. Maybe you already know that we finance big investment projects and programs in line with the priorities of the EU, and we cover about 50% of the total costs of the projects with loans that start from 25 million for 30 years of a loan period, so a long-term loan. And we integrate this financing with technical supports and financial support with grants and aids provided by the EU. And we also support our partners with conditions that are really good for them. Indeed, this is an advantage for them. We have AAA rating indeed, and so we have many advantages which we can transfer to our partners. As I was saying, the EIB also plays a crucial role in the support of the entrepreneurial network, local ones, because we are partners with Intesa, San Paolo, Unicredit, and the local offices of many national banks, because we want to support the local entrepreneurship. Our fields of investment are quite wide, I would say. They involve many key areas. But as I was saying, if we want to analyze the potential synergies between our activity and the outputs of the studies made in the EUSAIR strategy about connectivity, I will just focus on two aspects. One is sustainable transport, and the second one is energy. The first one, as I was saying, EIB became a key partner of the Balkan countries, supporting the development of their railway systems. Indeed, the transport is about 60% of our investments in the region. We know that both roadways and railways in the Western Balkans are really, they need important investments, and we are engaged in this job. In the railway sector, we focus on the modernization of infrastructures, and we also include, when it's feasible, the electrification. The roadway is a bit more complex because we can focus only on the aspects that are sustainable. So we are in line with the European networks, but in two aspects I want to focus. There is road safety, so all the investments for safe parking and smart transport and electronic payment systems and so on, but also support to public transport, so through the support to electrification process and the modernization of the public transport in the region. Our pipeline is really rich in mobility projects. We are working on different projects to modernize and build new roads. We have projects in Serbia, Bosnia-Erzegovina, in Kosovo, and also on the railway system about the corridor number 10 in Serbia, but also corridors number 9 and 8. But also we focus on other priorities, there is urban transport and internal river ports, river harbors. So this is an overview of our activity in the transport sector. About energy, it's a bit different. Indeed, energy transition in the region places a number of challenges in front of us. We see in the region there is a huge dependency on coal, and the wind and solar energy sources are not used because all the attention was put on hydroelectric electricity now, which represents almost the total of the renewable energies that were installed. And what we see on the market is also a lack of investments, because there is low awareness of the benefits, the economic benefits of investing in renewable energies, and mainly energy efficiency in general. So our strategy is based on 4 pillars now. About consumption, we want to push investments in energy efficiency. We can say that energy efficiency is integrated in what we do overall, I would say, in an integrated way for all the investments in the public sectors. And of course, it's the first point in our agenda, and it's strictly linked to what we do with renewable energy. So we intervene in the public sector with social infrastructures, social building, heating of public buildings, but also in the private sector through investments made by small and medium enterprises in the local level, also thanks to the partnerships of banks in the region. The second pillar is to decarbonize, as it was already said, as it was said by Mr. Coppola, what we do, well, fossil fuels, of course, are a big red flag. So our policies do not let us work on fossil fuels, but we focus on renewable energies with some benefits for those who invest on renewable energy. And so we see that we can participate up to the 75% of the cost of the investment in renewable energies. We also support innovative technologies. We are working with the hydrogen innovations and green technologies in general. And we also work for the investments on transmission and supply infrastructures. We are engaged in many key projects, pioneering projects in many countries. In Bosnia, with wind plants with other Kosovo for solar systems and so on. But I just want to highlight that the loan collection in the energetic sector is quite low. So yeah, in the last decades, we worked on that, but I really hope that we will increase our participation in the energy system, also thanks to the support of the EU Commission. And especially, we are really active in the European platform, the WBF. But considering what has been discussed today, I think we are more than interested in being a partner to develop the financial part of the user strategy. I hope I was clear. I had a lot of things to say, but I remain available should you have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Dottoressa Barone,
Thank
per
you.
averci anche incoraggiato, mentre ricorda che si tratta di un anno record per investimenti, quindi si dà conferma che il lato politico ha
Thank
messo
you
sul
for
tavolo delle decisioni più
reminding
importanti
us
rispetto al passato, perché
of
effettivamente
the
il tema della
commitment.
convergenza
This
con i
means
Balcani è
that
veramente un tema
politics have
importante, cioè la
been
situazione
more
si
and more
sta
involved,
andando veramente nella
and
direzione opposta. I bisogni sono
the
molto importanti
Balkans
in termini di
and the
risorse
fact of
e
concentrating our
alcune
efforts on the
anche i
Balkans, I
problemi sono
think
molto
it's
importanti.
an
Qualche giorno fa
important
Sarajevo era la terza città al mondo
target.
con l'aria
A
più
few
inquinata, quindi è
years
evidente che
ago,
si tratta
Sarajevo
di
was
fare dei lavori
the
molto
most
consistenti.
polluted city in the world.
Ora la parola
So I guess
va a
that
dottor
we really must
Maurizio Magni
insist
della Cassa
in
Depositi e Prestiti, che è responsabile
new works. Now,
infrastrutture.
Maurizio Magli,
E la Cassa
for
Depositi e
the
Prestiti, così
CDP,
velocemente,
responsible for
giusto per
infrastructure.
ricordare che è sicuramente una delle più importanti istituzioni
CDP,
finanziarie
just
italiane,
to remind
che
you
ha
all, is
un
one
grosso
of
interesse
the
anche verso i
most
Balcani.
important
Infatti è
financial
stato aperto a
institution in
Belgrado
Italy that
una sede
has a
che
strong interest
coordina tutti i Balcani
in the
occidentali
Balkans.
per quello che
They
riguarda la
have
promozione
also opened up a
della
headquarters
cooperazione
in
economica con la
Belgrade
regione. A lei la
to
parola,
coordinate
dottor
the
Magni.
activities in the Balkans with regards to the cooperation within that region. First of all, good morning and thank you for this opportunity. Well, we as Cassa di Risparmi, I'm the person responsible for the infrastructure of the advisory. The advisory, when talking about the Cassa Institute, means supporting not only public administration or companies, but also providing them technical support, the same one you have been mentioning more and more. There are funds maybe, but if there is no planning, meaning a process that has a clear beginning and end, it's kind of pointless. So an old industrial plan, 5 years old, Cassa has decided to work hand in hand, side by side, providing KPI to the companies to make them achievable in the medium term or within the time frame that is relevant. I clearly want to stress once again how important it is to think about governance, public-private governance. These are the main pillars that we as Cassa has decided to focus on. These are in line with the activities that we hear on a daily basis, which means activities which must provide the development and also an impact on 4 main macro areas. We as Cassa, we have created a summary in some guidelines, 10 guidelines, which are not only in line with the SDGs, the 2030, but also the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. I will talk about the technical advisory, meaning the technical support that we as Institute have been providing for 5 years now. We have been focusing on two main sectors. First, with reference to the investment of the National Resilience Plan, which differently from previous European plans, it doesn't focus on targets and goals, which were actually set when the National Resilience Plan was implemented, was actually granted. How are we doing this? This is a document, a slide that summarizes a little bit. We are supporting central administrations, in this case, MASE and other projects concerning Mission 3, Components 2, Investment 7 and 11. 11 is concerns the electrification of the ports and also the strengthening of renewable sources, changes of in terms of vehicles, so electric vehicles. So these are all plans that have, let's say, a time frame which is quite strict. We follow the guidelines from the very beginning, and we're kind of struggling, although we are now in the main crucial part, which is the executive part, which is usually the most critical one. So we have created tools that can help in monitoring the measures, so some monitoring dashboards and also programs that follow the implementation of the investments in a specific territory, just to try to follow up with these projects. These are just some of the examples to prove that I mean, where there are investments, as you have mentioned, there must also be a follow-up. This is a just to show you where we are in Italy, and the second main pillar with which we are dealing with is the support to the decision-maker planning with the port authorities, which is the Ancona municipality, which in this case is the main counterpart. It's from the beginning of the planning until the implementation. How do we do that? Through several different instruments which we provide to the administration. Our know-how that we have at national level in trying to follow the process that can lead to the implementation. Ancona has an ambitious plan when it comes to port strategies, so an enlargement of the port, which should enlarge not only the port areas, but also to develop the port activities. We believe that the activities connected to the port and to the territory can be enhanced by improving the port conditions, for example, creating corridors both via land and also by sea. This was just a scenario, an overview. These are the solutions or the technologies, just to give you an idea of the concrete actions. I mean, the Cassa Institute, it's not simply, an economic support, but it's also trying to become a more technical support. I would like to give the floor to my colleague. So,
Mi è scivolata
thank
dalle
you.
mani la possibilità di presentare, ma non lo farò.
I basically was supposed to introduce the next speaker, but I see that the microphone has been given right away to the next speaker, who is the responsible for the business activities. And I would like also to underline that the grant investments or financial support to the companies. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Marche region, ISTAO, for organizing this forum, President Baldassarri, and all the other participants. I would like to thank Maurizio. I just want to add something to what Maurizio has just said in terms of advisory, which sometimes also ends up in financial support. I will try to concentrate my presentation on the part concerning the companies and enterprises. We open up this conference talking about development, whether it's financial or institutional. So regardless the growth of the country, insisting on the different aspects. Cassa deals with this aspect, focusing. This is a slide just to give you an overview about the financial institutions within the business directorate, whose mission, I think, is coherent with the title of today's event, which is to support the development of the country, both at national and international level, and to enhance the growth by supporting the innovation of the enterprises. So within this infrastructure, we have identified three different areas which cover up a little bit the three sectors in line with the mission that we have. As for financial institutions and enterprises, we do provide direct support to projects which focus on mid and large corporate growth, innovation, and internationalization. We try to support, thanks to our partnership with the banking system, to these institutions and enterprises, and also providing advisory services in suggesting, let's say, alternative financial forms. Thinking about the 3-year time, 2022-2024, we developed plans for 56 billion by using or rejecting resources, and these a part of what I'm saying is that Cassa CDP has a 170-year-old history, and in many cases it is conceived by, it is, yes, conceived as, a financial support for big corporates. But for 6 years now, Cassa has opened up to the mid-corporate in terms of providing direct service. This has represented a quite significant turning point, because having a relation with them and supporting thousands of small medium companies instead of a few big ones, meant that we have opened up to a more inclusive process by providing services directly, as I said, to companies that had a turnover between 50 million to 1 billion. This is a completely different type of work compared to what we did in the past. And this is also the consequence of an industrial plan that in this last 3 years has known a different pace. Think about that these processes usually take some time to become effective. So companies from 50 million onwards, we have insisted, we have focused on these companies by providing financial services, support services to growth and financial process in line with the SDGs, which are the SDGs that nowadays everybody is more or less familiar with. These medium enterprises also involve the equity. When it comes to equity, we have a 10-year-old history, both in terms of venture capital and advisory. And then we also provide financial tools in supporting export and import activities. When it comes to small medium enterprises, so between 1 and 50 million, we do have an indirect service model which relies on other financial partners. This is a graphic representation of where we are in Italy. We have opened up 27 offices. Well, 14 of them, we can call them hub. They are operational offices which are scattered in some of the main important cities, and the remaining 13 in other areas. This is a bit, this shows the network of cooperation with other financial actors, helping us in providing money, liquidity to those requesting them. As for the product line for corporates, as for financial institutions, we do grants and funds for enterprises. As for indirect activities, we do some strategy. We like to define it patient strategy, meaning that we try to create something which is in line with the company's politics. Sometimes, the target, the goal is to be helping them in the medium long term. So providing not only technical support, but also tailoring or customizing the tools and the financial tools that we can provide to these companies. When it comes to export and international financing, we're talking about funding, direct funding, mostly thanks to the SACE warrant support, which help us in supporting companies in export and internationalization of Italian companies. This involves not only in Africa, but also Balkans in general. And then alternative finance, anything connected to basket bond. We have worked a lot in the last years with the support of the region and also advisory activities dedicated mainly to small and medium enterprises to strengthen the human resources and to train them. Within the corporate lending, I'll go a bit faster in the second part. We have some intervention areas, as you can see, starting from the corporate minimum size of the companies, none less than 5 million, and also the possibility of carrying out operations that are over 25 million. The idea is to be complementary with the banking system. And what we hope for the future is to provide, well, nowadays and also for the future, to provide a service that maybe they cannot find elsewhere and to help them where they have struggled. We have in the eligibility column some points concerning innovation, growth, internationalization, green economy, and sustainability, and products, which are the classical one of the corporate, so medium and long-term investment, project finance, bond emission, co-funding with European Bank for Investments, green loans, etc. Quite often we use the grants that are usually issued by SACE. A focus on the export financing, and I will conclude with that. I would like to remind you that it's a very interesting instrument to help Italian companies to be present abroad. This is a model we have imported from other countries. Think about France, which is somehow a leader in that. So supporting the Italian companies with financial support to help them with a sort of, financial packet that can help them in supporting them in the export process. And this is something that we will continue in supporting. I would like to finish my intervention here, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Dottor Vaglieri, io sono costretta ad accelerare perché siamo andati molto lunghi a partire da un inizio ritardato, quindi non è colpa nostra.
Have to go a little bit faster because we are really behind schedule, but I would like to give the floor now to Zaccaria Remon. I don't know where the accent should be stressed, from the European Bank Reconstruction and Development. He is also connected remotely from Montenegro. I would like to remind, so that we can be a little bit faster, that is a bank which was set up in 1991 to support the reconstruction and development, and which is very active in the Balkan area. They have an office in Belgrade, but they also have other offices in other countries of the regions. So once again, I don't know exactly where is the accent, but Professor Ron is with us.
Di nuovo ringrazio la Regione Marche, ISTAO e lei per l'invito.
Good morning, and thank you to the Marche region, and thank you. My surname is Remon. My name is Remon, and Zaccaria is the surname. I have a very brief presentation, but I will try to speed up because you already presented the bank.
Vediamo se funziona.
Let's see if it works.
Si vede full screen, probabilmente meglio.
Can you see my screen?
Perfetto.
Yes, could you put it full screen,
Ok, lo vedete
please?
full screen.
Perfect.
Ok. Questo
Okay.
è quello che, insomma, quello che ha già anticipato lei. Siamo andati nel 91 e il nostro mandato
So
comunque
this is what
è
you
molto
already
vecchio. Per
anticipated.
questo
We were
motivo,
born in
dopo la guerra dei Balcani,
1991,
il nostro
and
mandato
our
si è
mandate
espanso, diciamo, ci siamo
changed
espansi nei
over
Balcani
time
per
after the war in the
favorire
Balkans.
la transizione.
After the I'm
Di
sorry.
invertire gli schermi.
Ah, ho uno schermo diverso, ok. Allora,
That suggests to change the
Ok, adesso siamo tornati su
screens.
di lei e invece dobbiamo...
dobbiamo mettere...
Okay, we are back to you now.
Penso
Devi
che sia così.
togliere la modalità presentazione.
Esatto, così
Perfetto, benissimo, grazie.
noi operiamo in
Okay,
36
okay,
paesi e i
perfect.
Balcani per noi sono una regione prioritaria.
So we
Infatti,
work in
il 10% di quello
37
che
countries.
la
The
banca
Balkans
investe
are, of course, our
lo scorso
priority,
anno è stato
and
proprio nei
10%
Balcani
of what
occidentali.
we
Il nostro
invest, or
scopo è
actually
quello
was
di
invested last year, was in
sviluppare
Western Balkans.
economie
Our
di mercato
goal
nei
is to
paesi che
develop
sono
market economies in the
dove
countries
vengono applicati principi democratici
where the
dove
democratic
insomma,
principles are applied,
dove vigono, diciamo,
and
regole
where
democratiche. Mi scusi, ma il mio inglese non presento libri
there
inglese
are
da 15
democratic
anni, quindi vi chiedo
rules.
scusa se a volte mi
I'm
fa
sorry,
pena.
but
Per quanto riguarda quello
I
che
do not
facciamo,
present
noi
EBRD
operiamo
in Italian
combinando
usually.
il nostro
So
supporto finanziario con il
back to
dialogo
us.
politico,
We
fornendo
combine
assistenza
our financial
tecnica
support
ai
with
governi con cui
political
operiamo
dialogue. We
per permettere
provide
appunto lo
technical
sviluppo economico dei
assistance
paesi in
to
cui
the
operiamo
governments where we operate
assistenza
to
tecnica per
make
preparare
it
i
possible
progetti.
to
Le
have an economic development in
presentazioni
those
precedenti è
countries,
uno
and
dei
also technical
principali problemi
assistance to help the projects. I also heard
il
from
fatto
the
di
previous
avere dei
speakers
progetti da
that one of
finanziare.
the main
Adesso questa
problems
cosa sembra essere
used to
migliorata
be
anche
the fact
grazie
of
al Western
having
Balkans
projects
Investment
to be
Framework,
financed.
dove l'IBRD
Now,
è
this challenge seems to be
partecipa attivamente dove
improved
noi
now, also
mobilitiamo
thanks to
risorse dedicate
your
all'assistenza
strategy
tecnica
and all the
anche
strategies.
agli investimenti,
Indeed,
perché
with
il
our bank,
WEF
we
ha la possibilità di
mobilize
fornire ai paesi
funding, but
beneficiari
also, as I was
anche
saying, technical
finanziamenti a fondo
assistance
perso dall'Unione
to
Europea.
the
Quindi noi
benefiting
combiniamo
countries.
questi ingredienti insieme al
And
nostro
we
finanziamento
combine
per supportare
different
lo sviluppo
ingredients
economico
in our work
in cui
to
operiamo.
support economic development
Questa è una slide
in countries where we
nostro volume di
operate.
finanziamenti. Noi non siamo grandi
So
come
this is a slide
la Banca
about
Europea
the
di
volume of
investimenti,
our
ma
funding.
facciamo
We are
circa
not as
13
big
miliardi
as the
all'anno, di
EIB,
cui
but
l'anno scorso abbiamo fatto 1,6
our
miliardi
investments are about
nei Balcani
13
occidentali.
billions
Il mandato
per
della Banca
year, and
Europea
last
è
year it was
principalmente nel settore
1.6
privato,
billions
però
in the Western
nei
Balkans.
Balcani
The mandate of the
diciamo,
EIB is
il bilancio
mainly
è
in
un
the
pochino
private
più
sector,
basso
but in the
rispetto a questo,
Western
nel senso che
Balkans,
abbiamo circa il 60%
the
del
balance is a
settore
bit
privato rispetto
lower
all'80% che è
because
la media
we
della banca,
have about
generalmente.
60% in
Nella
the
regione
private
siamo molto
sector,
attivi, abbiamo circa
differently from
50
the 80%, which is the
impiegati nei
average
nostri
of the
uffici,
bank in other
70 dei
regions.
quali sono nell'area
We
rurale di
have
Belgrado,
150
dove abbiamo un
employees
direttore
in our
regionale che
offices, most of them in
parlo le
the
sue
Belgrade
origini
office, where
oggi,
we have a regional director,
e
and
gestisce
I'm
appunto
representing
la
him
regione
today,
in quanto tale.
and he manages
Come volume di
the
finanziamenti l'anno scorso
region.
abbiamo avuto uno share abbastanza
As
grande.
financing volume, last year we had quite a huge
comparando con le
share
altre istituzioni finanziarie presenti nella regione,
compared to the other
focus
financial institutions in the region. And our focus
nel
is
settore delle
mainly
infrastrutture, sia energetica
on investments in infrastructure
perché riteniamo che
system,
questi
both
siano settori
energy transition and
principali,
environmental
dove
sectors,
questa regione
because I
necessita di
think
investimenti.
these
Circa il
are
60%
crucial sectors
degli investimenti che
in
la
which
Banca
the
Europea
region
per la
needs
ricostruzione e sviluppo è
support.
in effetti
About
in questo
60% of
questo ambito,
finance of the
mentre il
EBRD is
23%
dedicated to these two sectors, while the 23% of it is
istituzioni
for
finanziarie locali,
credit lines
incluso anche
to
quelle
financial institutions at a local level, including the international ones, for example, the Italian ones, Unicredit and Intesa. We work with them because we also provide some technical assistance to them, incentives, which are mainly donated by the EU usually. And we focus on the green topic, inclusion, young entrepreneurship. So we have many solutions to support small and medium enterprises, which represent a big percentage of the private businesses in the Western Balkans. But the political dialogue that we have and the technical assistance that we offer in this field, our focus was mainly on the renewable energy sector. The bank has a dedicated branch which works in supporting governments as external advisors to develop public procurements and auctions in the renewable energy field in order to attract international investors, big ones, of course, because we want to develop this sector. And clearly, the development of these auctions is also accompanied by reforms to define the sector of renewables in the juridical context of the countries. For example, here in Montenegro this year, we supported the adoption of the new law about renewable energy, and we expect next year to have some auctions which we hope could attract these investors. And this is also crucial when we look at the reforms of public bodies in the region, and we work with them in many sectors, environmental sector, but also transport, renewable energies, waste managing organizations, and so on. And as it was also discussed in the previous speeches, renewable energy represents a field which is a unique opportunity in the region. And to develop them, we need massive investments in the energy infrastructure, because the power grids here, also in Montenegro, we have been experiencing a huge lack in investments in the past decades, and without these investments, it's not possible to make the most of the renewable energy sources present in those countries, in these countries. So this is a pivotal point of interest for us, and we are investing in companies and also governmental companies managing the national power grids to have the necessary investments to integrate renewable energy sources. So I'm going to close with that, and thank you all. Thank you.
Mille anche per essere stato conciso ma efficace.
Thank you.
Tra l'altro, appunto, l'importanza di investimenti massicci che
you were brief but really effective in remembering us the importance of massive investments that were just neglected in the last decades, but are crucial for the development of these countries. Really quickly, I leave the floor to Giuseppe Marcolita, President of the Regional Commission of Marche ABI. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Marche Region to ISTAO, to all the people who organized this meeting, in which Abi is present. The first good news for everybody is that I don't have slides, so this is good news. We can save some time. I prepared something for a couple of hours, but I think I can condense that. Well, just to give you a very synthetic idea, ABI and the Italian Bank Association, we are supporting all the initiatives of all the associated banks when they want to generate investments, which could stimulate development opportunities between the two regions, the Adriatic and Ionian regions. I also actually I really appreciated the thing about the A14 highway. It's something that interests me a lot because it's a highway that I usually use. But yeah, in general, to be serious, I listened carefully the speeches of all the people before me, and in particular the CDP's interventions. And these are the initiatives that we need today. You said that the CDP is complementary with the banks. Indeed, we managed to do many things together. One of the good aspects of the synergies between public and private sector is this. We see that this synergy is crucial to focus on what we need and actually be really quick in acting, because very often it's difficult, very often I brought the example of how we managed to generate a decision for the insurance about natural catastrophes. We've had a lot of catastrophes, floods, earthquakes, and many negative situations, and we managed to act very quickly, and we prepared an insurance policy which will be actually implemented very soon, and we acted quickly. Indeed, in these situations, in my opinion, we need to facilitate the inter-exchanges with all the possible initiatives and pillars that we mentioned today.
I numeri stanno calando negli interscambi, poi l'attività di internazionalizzazione.
The numbers are decreasing in the inter-exchange and the nationalization processes of our companies. It's just some, natural actions, natural processes for our system, bank systems. It happens in dedicated structures. For example, the corporate investing sector. And my question is how useful it is to bring our companies abroad. Indeed, what I think is that this is the path that we at ABI try to stimulate with our activities, which are the typical, the core activities of the association to support our associates. And I think that the initiative Financial Facility of EUSAIR is the key initiative which could support us in doing that. And we hope it will be more and more structured and useful from an operative point of view about the topic that we are discussing. So this region, which is so dear to us.
Grazie mille, dottor Litta, anche per aver sottolineato il paradosso di questo
Thank you.
che cala in un contesto
Also, thank you for highlighting the paradox of this inter-exchange, which decreases in a context where we have so much opportunities. So really, we would need to understand why this is happening and if it's possible to use these opportunities for the collective benefit. So I will leave now the floor to Dr. Stefano Tutinelli, Team Advisory and Financing of Client Solutions at UniCredit, and he's connected remotely. I'm not sure if I use the right title, but yeah, it will be, Team Advisory and Financing. So the floor is yours. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me and giving me the possibility of intervening, and thanks to ISTAO, to Professor Balbastari and Dr. Romazzi. So I am responsible of the coordination in Italy of the different structured finance and lending systems in Italy. So I coordinate this activity. But I would just like to give you an idea of what UniCredit does. As a bank, we are present in Italy, also in the field of large and mid-corporate companies. As geography areas, we cover the Central East Europe. We follow our clients in different activities, so advisory, structured finance products, that is corporate lending, export finance, project finance, and also mini bonds, where we have a strong collaboration with CDP. So we are able to offer many products necessary for the development of companies, and we are also able to accompany them in the internationalization process. We also have our presence in the countries of the Central Eastern Europe. So we have the central coordination office here in Milan. We work with a vision that is really in line with what you said today. And we also go in line with many of the projects that were presented today, for example, CDP and SACE, because they, for example, SACE offers some tools to facilitate the access to credits or to make it effective access to many different financial products. I was really, I am interested in many of the interventions we heard this morning, in particular of Professor Koplev, Professor Garriba, because I think that the master plans that were presented are crucial, because in my opinion, we need to implement these master plans through the projects that were defined, and we need to define and also to implement a feasibility plan, so a business plan through which we can identify the financial needs, the capacity of building funds. So we need to find what's the best financial tool, so it could be cash flows and so on, and we need to find the right subjects for the implementation of these projects. From the energetic point of view, there are many projects that we support. We are also ready to evaluate and support new projects in this energy field, as my colleague of EIB was saying before, especially focus on green economy and sustainability and net zero goals. So we also focus on the infrastructural sector, where we are active, both for the energy sector and the infrastructural sector, we have expertise, we have capabilities, we have structures and facilities in the national territory to catch investments, and we also have the support on the other side of the Mediterranean and at the Adriatic and Ionian Sea to support us in this mission. So after the many studies that were carried out, I think that the next step would be to implement the needs. So we need to understand what we need to do. And I think our joint hope is to study how we can implement, how we can apply concretely these strategies. So we need to understand the sources, what are the subjects which could provide investments and subjects who could manage the whole system. So this is my contribution, and I know that we are running very late, so I just wanted to give you a brief insight. Ok.
Grazie mille, dottor Tutinelli, è esattamente quello che in qualche modo si voleva evidenziare, grazie per averlo colto. Passiamo quindi all'ultimo
Thank you
intervento,
for
di
what
nuovo in
you
questo caso di un'altra rivista
just
privata
shared with
importante
us.
del
Let's
paese, dopo
go
aver
and
sentito
talk about the
lei.
last
Abbiamo Luca Feletti,
speech. It's
Felletti,
another
sì,
important
responsabile dei
bank.
finanziamenti
We
agevolati
have here Luca
Intesa San
Felletti
Paolo. A lei la parola, dottor Felletti.
for Intesa San Paolo.
La ringrazio. Io
The floor is
solo
yours.
gli stimoli,
Thank you.
in modo particolare in una battuta del dottor Litta di prima, mi
Well,
verrebbe da dire se non ora quando.
I would like to take on what Mr. Litta says, saying if not now, then when? Because if I was to summarize everything I heard today, it seems that financial resources are there, projects are there, containers are there, because we do have it. So it means that there is something which prevents us from taking off. It means that there's room for reviewing something, and perhaps within the stimulus or input of a general framework. If we nowadays as a country, we have a 24% of effective expenses of the National Resilience Plan, and if we think about policies concerning the funds destined to the program in 2021-2027, it means that something maybe is not working as it should. I think that factor D is the main one, it's the most important one, which is the determining factor, because it might seem that we have great rules, great ideas, but we are not able to implement them. The context where we are today seems like a great opportunity for our country. I'm not saying anything new, that the situation in France, for example, is not so positive. It's quite complex. If we think about Germany, which is also experiencing a hard time from a geopolitical point of view, maybe we can say that Italy, that has more or less done what it should have done, could become pivotal when it comes to reorienting European policy. When I talk about reorienting European politics, I also include the topics that have been mentioned today. I'm not here to tell you what our institute can do or not do, but rather what financial subjects can do. And I try to summarize a little bit some of the ideas I have. Private financial subjects can not only support these initiatives in a complementary way, has been said already, but we do have the moral duty to assist the institutions of the member states in better planning the program in 2021-2027. I do believe that they also have the moral duty of supporting the member states in helping them in organizing national strategies which are already existing, and also facilitating a simplification mechanism in having access to funds, because this process doesn't work. We have this national resilience plan, and we cannot think that there are some infrastructures that maybe will not be realized because we are not able to respect the deadlines, or because we maybe are not able to have the right access to funds. And I say this because we are within a framework that has been made extremely heavy by the public investment age, because starting from the post-COVID, the importance of coordinating policies has proved to be more and more important. The phase 2 has been marked by a resilience process, and nowadays what we should do is wonder and think about a few issues that I've heard this morning. What is preventing us from implementing these programs? Plans and programs which are included in the PNRR, but also the investment plans made by the co-participation of both national and complementary financial funding. What we need today is a working group, executive group that is able to lead the way in the red tape. I would like to tell you an idea that my managing director had, saying, insisting or focusing on the capital market union as a solution to the European problems. It's useful, but maybe not enough. And I say this because the turning point for Europe maybe is not this point, but this is just one of the point, and it's Eurobond. If we made them to fund projects which are of common interest for the European Union, and not merely the defense sector, which is the hot topic nowadays, but also in the infrastructure, energy, social, then maybe we will be in the condition of providing a perspective to Europe. And I say this because if we look at the fundamental issues, Italy is in a country which is less critical compared to other countries. If I think about northern countries which criticize this type of approach, because in Italy we have a very high public debt, but at the same time we have a financial banking system which is very solid and which is nowhere else to be found in Europe. Maybe we should also mention the fact that we do not represent a burden for families. I mean, we do not leave families behind when it comes to debt. We will try and keep doing our part. We have 400 billion for complementary finance, and also a public-private partnership, which has been relying on subsidized financing, managing grants. I mean, everything that usually is part of banking activities in supporting the economy of a country. This, at the same time, requires further investments. We will keep on doing them, and I believe that having highly skilled personnel is one of the solutions. We cannot think about, looking at the future using and relying on past skills. So having and thinking about cooperation between private and public sector, or with experts who knows very well the topics of energy, of efficiency, of IT, and also, I mean, everything that is fundamental for being part of this banking system, banking and financial system. We don't have the time to mention this, but there are other issues which shouldn't be mentioned, ZTLS, for example. I would like to also add the brain topic and also the research center. So one of them in particular, I think it's very interesting and can also generate a process of inter-exchange. I'm talking about the Politecnico of Milan, which we are actually main partner hosting. And I think that from this research center, the ideas can stem within university setting, academic settings. What we're trying to do is not to focus merely on research, but insisting maybe on the implementation of, so maybe within a 10-year time frame, bearing in mind how important it is, the European growth at global level, not just for Europe. I believe the European Union can prove that the national policies are not able to face these challenges alone, but maybe relying on synergies and at the same time be the plus, the added value we're looking for. There are some words which explain things and others which hide them. We are maybe tempted lately to leave from this, leave this attitude behind and to tackle differently these type of challenges, which are political, geopolitical, and economic challenges, by centralizing and not just to defend the interests of our country, but to start from our country and defend at the same time the interests of the entire Europe. Thank you.
Grazie, dottor Felletti, per averci fatto chiudere il
Thank
panel
you,
con una visione ampia.
Mr. Felletti, for closing up this panel with a great overview. There is this funding of Western Balkans, whereas the IPA system was quite different. We have the last panel, last 20 minutes, then there will be a lunch break.
Agli organizzatori per non aver utilizzato la pausa pranzo come alternativa terminologica.
I apologize because organizers should have said pausa pranzo in Italian, but instead they insisted in using lunch break because Anglicisms are everywhere now. Anyway, let's resume and continue.
Andrea Perna ci raggiunge da fuori, invece abbiamo con me
Andrea Perna is connected remotely, whereas Anna Maria Bertini and Michele De Vita are here with us. I would like to remind you this last panel is dedicated to the civil society and fora. We have the three Secretary General here with us, They are representing hundreds of institutions, and the idea is to involve the territories in the discussions and debate that we are having here today. So we will start with Andrea Perna, Secretary General of Uni Adrian, and I know that he doesn't have much time because he has then a lecture afterwards. Just shortly, Uni Adrian is the institute that allows the cooperation between universities and research center in the region. The idea is to foster research and cooperation. As it was recently said, as for the Politecnico in Milan is one of the main center where analysis and synergies lead to innovation. I would like to ask Mr. Perna to explain us a little bit how does he see Uni Adrian and what are the proposals that maybe we can put on the table.
Bene, innanzitutto
Good
buongiorno a
morning, can you
tutti e
hear
a
me?
tutti. Perdonate se non sono in
First
presenza,
of all,
ma
good morning,
quattro
everyone.
direzioni di recupero
Allow
qui presso la
me
Facoltà
to
di Economia
apologize
da effettuare.
not being
Cercherò di
there in
essere
presence, but
esaustivo e
I
conciso.
have
Innanzitutto
for
saluto
our
anche i
lecture
colleghi degli
later
altri
on.
fora, gli
I will try
organizer
to
di
be
questo
very short.
bell'evento, il
I have
presidente
heard the
Baldassarri.
other colleagues from other
Insomma,
fora,
diciamo che il
President
momento è
Baldassarri.
abbastanza rilevante per quello che
Let's say
concerne
that
il possibile
this
ruolo
moment
che
is
le
quite crucial
università possono
when it comes to
esercitare all'interno di
the
un
potential
contesto
role
come
of
quello di
universities
EUSEIR. Rappresento
within
Uniadrion,
the
che è una
user
associazione
context.
no profit
I am
di
here representing Uni
università,
Adrian, which
sia
is a
italiane
non-profit
ma anche
organization
locate
of
sui Western Balkans.
universities,
In
both
totale siamo
Italian and
53,
also
di cui più di 20 sono quelle a rete che
Western
hanno appunto
Balkan
sede
universities. It's a
nella
total of
fascia geografica
53
della regione
universities plus
macro-adriatico-ionica.
some which
Non mi dilungo assolutamente, non
are
presento le
present in
nostre
the
attività, nel
macro-Adriatic
senso che
Ionian region.
cerchiamo
I will
ovviamente di
not
favorire occasioni
talk
di
about our
crescita
activities,
reciproche
but
in
let's
termini di
try
sviluppo e di
instead
progettualità di
to
ricerca congiunte.
foster
L'attuale
growth
presidenza di Uniadrion è
activities
poggiata
in terms
all'Università
of
di Ioannina in Grecia
joint
e
research
abbiamo a
activities. So
dicembre il governing
Uniadrion,
board e
together with
discuteremo di come
University in
utilizzare le
Greece,
risorse che abbiamo
we have
finora
the governing board in
acquisito.
December.
Un unico
We
dato,
will
negli ultimi
discuss how
anni
to
più o meno
use the
abbiamo
resources that we
movimentato 1
have
milione di euro di risorse in
received so
progettualità
far.
e queste sono
One
utili per fare
datum
sia
that we
favorire
have 1
mobilità
million euros for
in un certo
researches that
senso
we have mobilized
complementariamente
and
ai
used
programmi Erasmus, ma
useful
dall'altro
to
lato pensate anche a tutto il tema di favorire
is the
esperienze per
Erasmus
giovani
like
studenti,
projects, and
giovani
also think
ricercatori.
about
Parliamo di internship aziendali, parliamo
enhancing
di
and fostering experiences for
programmi e scuole di specializzazione
researchers,
verticale
for think
consulente.
about company
Venendo un po' a quello che
internship
la
or
dottoressa Romozzi, con la quale ci siamo sentiti ultimamente, può essere un contributo a questa tavola di oggi,
I've spoken
lato
recently
nostro.
to
Le università
Professor
sono un attore
Romozzi.
importante
What
perché
can be useful? Well,
riescono a
universities
sviluppare quelle
are
competenze
an
di cui
important
anche
actor.
il dottor Felletti di San Paolo prima
They are able to
accennava.
develop those skills
Serve
that
sviluppare maggiormente
Professor,
competenze. Sono
Mr.
d'accordissimo sul tema che riguarda giovani, ma aggiungerei anche i figli.
Mr.
Quindi
Felletti from
sul
San
tema di
Paolo
creazione di
mentioned
team
earlier
dedicati per
are able to
supportare gli
develop.
elementi più tecnici, più finanziari, di
What
questo
we
noi ce ne
should do, we
rendiamo
think
conto ogni
about
giorno.
setting up
Quindi
teams in
diciamo che
supporting
un primo
more
tema
technical
operativo
aspects
potrebbe
with
essere quello
which
di
we deal on a daily
promuovere
basis. So the
un
first
approccio più
operational topic could be
sistematico
that
alla
of
gestione dei fondi.
promoting
Stiamo parlando quindi
systematic
in sostanza
approach
di
when it
riuscire
comes
a
to fund
aumentare il
management.
coinvolgimento degli attori centrali.
We
Però
should
come
increase the
riuscire a
involvement
sviluppare
of
questo
main actors.
coinvolgimento? Questo è il
How
tema, secondo
can
me,
we
principale.
develop
E gli organizzatori e gli incontri devono
these,
essere
you know,
operativi.
this
Quindi in parallelo
involvement?
rispetto a quelli di più
I
alto
think that
profilo
the
politico, io mi aspetterei
meetings should
tavoli
be
dove si
more operational. So
sviluppano linee guida
in addition to the political meetings, I think that there should be more working table where guidelines, operational guidelines are discussed. So who does what and where and when. So more practical approach. I'm not worried, you know, with identifying the thematic, thematic areas, but if one of today's goal is, you know, finding potential solutions is also, you know, identifying experts or people who could maybe act as a consultant or advisor and think about a crowdfunding platform that can be maybe developed. The content creation and, for example, writing articles, etc. We have a strong potential, we as universities, which can be used in reaching higher sensibility in terms of financing. I've heard that there are some projects that will be developed, and I'm glad to hear that. We have a long experience that we can, you know, provide. We, Uniadrian, support here in Ancona the Politecnico of the Marche region. This could be useful in channeling ideas and projects. I think that to this extent we are very much open towards the Balkans. I can say that we have a great network that can be very helpful in providing support when it comes to financial and funding. And I am very much open to be in the front line and working with you on this point. I think that my intervention can end here. I don't want to, you know, talk for too long because first of all, I have to go, and also because there are people there in presence, and maybe in the future we could think about exchanging some content. So once again, thank you, because it's very important for me and for us. But unfortunately, as I said, I have to leave you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Perna. Thank you.
Grazie mille anche innanzitutto per
And
avere subito
I
messo
will
diciamo, la
talk to you
disponibilità ad
in
essere
the
un
near
attore
future.
attivo in questo processo. Vado direttamente sulla dottoressa Anna Maria Bertini, segretaria generale
I would
dell'ISTAO,
like
il
to
Forum delle città
continue
dell'Adriatico e dello Ionio, che rappresenta quindi gli enti locali, le
with
istituzioni più vicine ai
the
cittadini
next
e che sono
speaker.
appunto
So
sottolineiatrici
Anna Maria
di particolare
Bertini,
importanza.
General
A lei
Secretary General of
evidentemente
FIC,
sulle esigenze che secondo dal suo punto di
representing
vista sono fondamentali
cities
per
of.
ottenere i risultati di questo percorso.
I would like to ask her her opinion on this topic.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Io sono entrata nel
Thank you.
FIC
Good morning,
lo
everyone.
scorso anno. Che cosa ho trovato?
I joined FIC last year. What did I find? A situation where there were projects, yes, activities which were being organized and made, but there was the involvement of countries across the coast, so across the border, and also of a few partners in the making of activities. And I have to say that we had quite a difficult year. In the moment when all the cities have been put in the conditions of working together, I mean in synergy, that was when some cities decided to join once again the association. So what is the first point is that this involvement must have a sort of immediate effect on the territory. We're talking about cities, we're not talking about big systems as we've heard so far, networks, etc. This is, when we talk about projects, the projects to which we take part, or maybe the tenders, they are very specific. For example, Erasmus, Interreg, where there is a partnership and where each one has an area of intervention that has an impact in an harmonized way on the specific reality. I mean, on this, we have one with OBCT, so the Observatory for the Balkans. From what I heard from previous speakers, the project with Italian Agency for Development Cooperation took, was made between the municipalities of Fano, Ancona, Paik, and Albania, Kutari, and other universities. And the target, the goal is that of updating and aligning the Italian and Albanian public administration personnel, because when we realize, we try to realize projects in different regions in Italy, but when it comes to management, accounting, there are differences which represent, let's say, an obstacle. I mean, it makes this project less smooth. So we started from the analysis of a real implementation of these projects in the different municipalities. Very important, the cooperation with the region, because following the guidelines we have with our region, or we have another project with the Friuli Venezia Giulia region. So starting from the priorities of the different regions, or we have then presented to the European Union for the regional programming, can be helpful for us and make it possible for these results to become very concrete. The other is that of topics which must be part of these strategies, not only regional ones, but also national and European ones. So how it was previously said, the digitalization, sustainability, and also smart approaches. It's true, we work with public administration, but within municipalities, there is an entrepreneurial tissue which is part of the municipality itself. The fact of finding uniformity of in some approaches. For example, think about digital signatures. So we do have it, but maybe other countries do not have it. Even though times have become shorter, I mean, the time delay from the presenting to the let's say planning and presenting of the project until the implementation. So despite the fact that these times have become shorter, but they are still too long if we think about the modern times and the paces of modern times. So we must try to have a greater impact to all sectors without leaving behind sustainability and without also forgetting about digitalization that has, let's say, positive effects. Within the public administration, we do encounter several critical aspects which must be overcome internally. I mean, between the public administration and companies, we do have two different expertise, two different approaches, because both of the resources or also of the personnel that maybe hasn't been trained properly on the use of some technologies. I think I've said almost everything. Thank you.
Grazie mille, dottoressa Albertini. Speriamo che il processo di integrazione europea si acceleri e abbia come ricaduta anche
Thank you. We hope that the European integration system will have a positive impact in the integration of the administrative procedures, which are just part of the many difficulties we find in working with the public administration. Last but not least, our last speaker of this morning is Michele De Vita, Secretary General of the Forum of the Adriatic and Ionian Chambers of Commerce. So the floor is yours.
Avevo delle slide, ma comunque ne utilizzerò solo 4 o 5, quindi non vi preoccupate.
I had slides, but I will use just 4 or 5 of them, so don't worry, a bit brief. So this is our point of view. I don't want to recall who we are. I just want to highlight that both our forum, but also the other fora represented here, the cities and the universities, they are all mentioned in the action plan of EUSAIR as key stakeholders. The last declaration, last statement of 15 May 2024 tells us how fora are representation of the civil society, which could be an added value to EUSAIR for reaching tangible and positive results. We just approved a document about the Mediterranean diet, all the fora together, and this document has been promoted and has been valued as a useful tool to have environmental sustainability based on local realities. So this is something that I really wanted to do to highlight the value of the 3 fora. And actually, I will highlight it in the conclusion of my speech, because the network of fora and the presence of secretariats in our region is crucial. The main slide I want to focus on is this one. You need to consider that the chambers of commerce today mainly deal with 3 big fields, not only businesses, but also promotion of the territory and orientation, and so helping the youth to find their way. So these are the activities that we work on as a forum, so research and development, support and training, and dissemination and sensitization, raising awareness. The topics that we shared with other chambers of commerce, both in Italy and abroad, these are topics that I would say are definitely common, and we want to work on that. So circular economy and digital transition, green growth, youth, from the point of view of helping them to find their way in the job market, and culture in general, support to entrepreneurship and tourism and culture. The reform of 2016 of the Italian Chambers of Commerce highlighted this mission, and so we try to transmit this message inside the forum. about research and development, I just want to highlight the importance of an observatory on which we are working together with the University of Marche, because we think that real knowledge and understanding of the social and economic dynamics in the area is crucial, and we want to give our contribution by creating an observatory which allows us to have a permanent and systematic approach about data analysis. And we shared that mission with the Marche region, and I thank the region for being with us in that project. We will present the data of the first analysis of the observatory next March. But just to give you an idea, the commercial flows of Italy as the region, actually. So the regions of Italy being part of this macro region is an important data. And many of these businesses are from the Marche region. So we called this measure DUE because we want to give a clear vision based on real data about the importance of our region from different perspectives. So touching the topic of market flows, direct foreign investments, the mapping of the businesses, but also maritime and aerial traffic. And somehow this is something that we saw that there are some gaps and differences between the regions inside this macro region itself. So we really want to give continuation to the maritime and airport traffic, also thanks to other projects undergoing and supported by the Marche region. So this is just to recall that our region has a privileged position, location, and we want to enhance the knowledge of this region. So we will look at that also as a geographical data. Among our competencies, we work concretely on projects that we supported as Forum of Chambers of Commerce. We worked for the mapping of the UNESCO sites, and this is part of our duty as promotion of the territory. And this is another approach which we are focusing on, because we want to look at the area, the region, as just one touristic destination. We wanted to actually strengthen now the Adrian logo, because we want to strengthen the vision of this region as a whole. We also focus on the topic of digitalization, which was recorded during this morning, and we look at that from the point of view of our businesses. And I think it's important to understand what's the trend of digitalization in the whole region. So we started together with the University of Camerino an analysis about the state of play of the startups in the region, also to understand what are the needs of companies, both from a training point of view and from a development point of view. About support and training, we work with the companies in a traditional way. In 2025, we will participate in a few fairs, and for the expo, for example, in Athens. We also focus on the women entrepreneurship and young people entrepreneurship, because It is a topic on which we are very interested, and it's an important occasion to build a networking. There was an event recently in Venice, and I think it was a really good chance to put together female entrepreneurs, and it gave us many insights. As examples of projects like this, that is Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, or other projects like Western Balkanships. These are all projects which help young people to travel, and we want to develop in young people the approach to culture, the business culture, which is not much developed in the region. We also work with public institutions for projects like ArcheoDigit, which is about the management of the archaeological heritage and integration of touristic ecosystems. And this is just to give you an idea of our competencies on tourism, and we collaborate with the network of municipalities. I mentioned earlier the Spalato Declaration about the Mediterranean diet, and the topic of under-tourism and alternative destinations, especially in low season, is important. We also started a project about the small towns, and this is one of the topics on which we will need to work, because under-tourism is another option for tourism in the Adriatic and Ionian region. I also recall how the initiative that we launched in the last few years and was supported by an IT participation is AENUREC. And these are, again, some of the topics in which we wanted to give our contribution. So we supported in cultural and touristic companies and youth support and so on. I close my intervention here just highlighting once again the key role of the fora. The 3 fora which are here today, these are the bridge between governance and civil society. If we look at ourselves together, we represent more than 130 institutions between chambers of commerce, cities, and universities. So, ensuring a strategic link with citizens, students, associations, professional associations, and institutions, I think is crucial. Of course, we need support to work, because if we want to apply to reach the goals of our strategy, we need all the possible support. We need to enhance the role of the fora as facilitators of the development of the region. I also want to say that I've been working in this field for 20 years, and the 3 fora now are strengthened for the Marche region in particular, because they have their headquarters inside the region in Ancona, and this is the strategic center of it. We are the engine of the macro region in this sense. So we want to focus more and more on projects that also are benefiting from the regional law 2024 number 15, and we want to cooperate in the strategic project step for the involvement of user stakeholders, as it was already mentioned during the first panel of this morning. because if we work together, we can achieve a lot. So thank you.
Mille quindi anche al dottor De Vita per il suo contributo importante
Thank
per
you.
ricordarci gli
So thank you, Dr. De Vita, for your important contribution in recalling the importance of stakeholders in supporting the whole process. We've had a very long and intense morning session, so thank you all for participating. It was a very good starting point for our conversations, and it's definitely helpful to define the road that we can take to apply the strategies. I'm greeting you now because I have to lead. Thank you all. The lunch is ready and we will see in an hour. Thank you.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon.
Grazie molto anche a lei per
Thank you.
aver partecipato, accettato
Thank you for accepting the invitation
giornata di lavoro. Le do
to
subito la
this
parola,
long day of debate and work.
come rappresentante del Dipartimento
I
per le
give you the
politiche
floor
di
as
coesione e
the
per il
representative
Sud,
of
nell'ambito ovviamente
policies
dei
for
ragionamenti
Southern
che ci siamo
Italy's
fatti.
within. Can you hear me?
Sì, la sentiamo.
We hear you. Can you hear us?
Lei ci sente?
D'accordo, mi pare che diciamo l'audio sia tornato.
Lei ci sente adesso?
It seems
Noi la sentiamo. Chiedo se lei ci sente.
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Sbloccate l'audio? È così. Dottor Calletta, noi la sentiamo e la vediamo anche, però lei non ci sente.
Vabbè, mi dicono di iniziare comunque.
Well,
Sì,
I've been told
esatto.
to start anyway, so
Esatto.
I'll just go and
Grazie.
then you let me know.
Vado.
Okay.
Bene, e allora, egregi rappresentanti delle
Well,
istituzioni
the representatives of
tutte,
the
e
institution
dei paesi, diciamo, in particolare facenti parte appunto della strategia
and
USAIR.
of those countries belonging
Oggi,
to
diciamo,
EUSAIR
sono
strategy.
particolarmente onorato
I
di
am
intervenire all'apertura
quite
di questo
honored to be here today to start the opening
insieme,
session
tra l'altro,
for
diciamo,
this
agli
afternoon,
importanti e
together with
onorevoli
the
relatori che si sono
important
susseguiti nella
speakers that
mattinata.
I've seen have been
Ringrazio in
taking part
particolare la
to
Regione
this
Marche
morning
per il
session. I would like to thank
invito e per aver
Marche region
organizzato questo
for
evento su un tema
organizing
cruciale per la strategia USAIR.
this
Evento,
event
diciamo, che
concerning
costituisce in
the
questo
user
momento,
strategy, event which
acquisendo oggi,
represents
tra l'altro, ancora più rilevanza in
a
vista della
crucial role
finalizzazione del progetto
also
di revisione del piano di
considering
azione
the
e in particolare
revision of the action plan
l'ampliamento del raggio di
and
azione
in
della
particular
strategia.
of the enlargement of the strategy.
Tra l'altro, in particolare, diciamo, tenendo conto del
Taking also
passaggio
into
sull'identificazione delle sfide
account
trasversali,
the
tra cui gli
challenges, the cross-cutting
allargamento, i nuovi
challenges
topic e le nuove azioni,
for the new
oltre all'inserimento
topics and the
previsto
new
del pilastro
actions.
sociale. Io personalmente, in qualità di coordinatore nazionale
I,
USAIR per i fondi europei,
as
vorrei
representatives of
particolarmente
the USAIR
soffermarmi
representatives for
sull'importanza
defense, would
del
like
ruolo
to
della
spend a few
strategia
minutes
nel
talking about these
promuovere
strategies
un
in
coordinamento tra
promoting a
fondi comunitari,
coordination
ma
between
non solo.
EU funds
Come i
and
relatori che mi hanno
others.
preceduto questa mattina hanno,
You've
tra
heard that
l'altro, ben
this
evidenziato,
morning
molte
speakers
delle
have
azioni proposte
highlighted many of the
dalla strategia
actions which have
richiedono
been proposed by the
investimenti
strategy and which
complementari da
request
parte di una pluralità di
quite
fondi, oltre che il
additional
coinvolgimento delle
funds in
istituzioni finanziarie
addition
tutte.
to the involvement of financial
Sappiamo,
institutions.
tra l'altro, che la
We know
strategia si pone
that
come un quadro
the
strategico di
strategy
coordinamento,
is
di
a
sinergia
part
tra i
of a
diversi
coordination
fondi
plan
dell'Unione
and of
Europea.
synergy among the
In
different
questo
European funds.
contesto,
And within
la
this
politica di
context,
coesione rappresenta
the
uno dei principali strumenti per la
cohesion
realizzazione degli
policy
obiettivi della
represents one of the main
strategia.
instruments for the achievement of the
Il
goals
regolamento
of this strategy.
espressamente previsti che i programmi, tra l'altro,
These
individuano,
programs identify
stabilendo che si debbano descrivere i contributi che le
the
strategie macroregionali danno a
description
livello di
of the
singolo obiettivo
contributions of
specifico sono
macro
importantissimi.
politics in
più in
macro areas.
generale, il
More in general,
coordinamento tra i fondi,
the
anche attraverso
coordination
la
among the
creazione di
different
queste
funds through
sinergie,
the
appare
creation
come
of
una
these
necessità
synergies
crescente.
seems to be a growing
E tutto questo, diciamo,
need,
relativamente alla gestione dei fondi di coesione, ma anche ai piani di
not
ripresa,
only
per
with
amplificare
relation to the funds,
l'impatto
but
ed
also
accrescere
with
l'efficacia,
the
ma in
policies to
particolare
improve the
l'efficienza degli
efficiency
interventi sui nostri
and the
territori e
efficacy
per l'Unione tutta.
on the
La
or the
strategia può
to the
quindi
benefit
assumere un
of
ruolo di
the
rilievo anche in
Union,
questo
European Union.
contesto, rappresentando un banco di prova, ma
This might
soprattutto
be a
contestualizzando la
test,
sfida del coordinamento
especially if
alla
we
scala
embed this challenge
dell'area
within the
adriatico-ionica nel suo
Adriatic
insieme.
Union area overall.
Io, diciamo, in particolare
I
tengo a soffermarmi sullo stato dell'arte del
would
contributo dei
like to
programmi,
spend a
dei
few
programmi, diciamo, della coesione,
moment talking about the
competenza della
programs of the
supplenza,
cohesion,
alla strategia
to
tutta
strategy,
e alle strategie
and
in
also
particolarmente, diciamo, individuate anche, diciamo,
the
come strategie
strategies which
che
have been
coinvolgono altri
identified as
territori
strategies
dell'Unione.
involving
In
other
particolare la cooperazione
EU
territoriale, di
countries.
cui
When talking
ho
about
la competenza
territorial
in quanto
cooperation,
dirigente dell'ufficio CTE,
I heard
rappresenta la
a
naturale
previous speaker
alleata
mentioning
della
it.
strategia
This is the
proprio perché
natural ally of the
permette agli
strategy because
attori
it
e ai
allows the
stakeholder di lavorare
actors
insieme per
and the
costruire partenariati
stakeholders
di
to
multilivello,
build together, to
sia
build a
di carattere
multilateral
transnazionale e trasfrontaliero, e sia
partnership,
adottando approcci comuni
both
ed
cross-bordering and
armonizzati
also
dal punto di vista
approaching,
normativo, ma anche dal punto di vista infrastrutturale.
finding a unifying approach.
I programmi di cooperazione gestiti
The
dall'Italia hanno
cooperation programs
svolto
managed
un
by
lavoro
Italy
egregio nel
have
corso, diciamo, del ciclo
been
21-27.
carried out and have
Questo lavoro
achieved
egregio, diciamo,
great
si è
results over
espresso
the period, programming
nell'allineamento
period
dei programmi alle
2021-2024,
strategie in
with
fase di
the
preparazione degli
extension of
stessi hanno
this
avuto.
program.
Ma il nostro obiettivo è stato anche quello di
Our
andare
goal
oltre
was also
la mera coerenza
to go
e sviluppare
beyond
forme mature di embedding,
that
quindi
in
un'integrazione viva in un certo
looking
senso
for
reale,
an integration which
finanziando
is alive and
direttamente i
kicking,
flagship,
if I can say so.
e questo è il caso, diciamo,
From
del programma
2025,
Giovani
and this is
Africani.
the case,
In
for
altri
example, of
casi,
the
ancorando la
Italia-Slovenia
progettazione
program.
strategica,
Thinking about a
le
strategical
operazioni
planning, the
importanza strategica del
operation
programma Italia-Croazia hanno assunto, per
Italy-Croatia
esempio, diciamo, un riferimento importante.
have taken on
Oppure credendo anche di
an
individuare,
important
ci
role,
siamo riusciti, criteri di
and
selezione
I think we've been
che
able
potessero
to
premiare quei
find
progetti che
the
contribuiscono
criteria
direttamente e in modo
that
coerente alla strategia.
criteria to
Quindi
select
nel
the
caso
programs
ci
that
riferiamo a
are
tutti i programmi a guida
eligible.
italiana che li hanno
We
previsti.
are then
Ci sono senza
congratulating
dubbio
to all of those who have
margini
decided
di
to
miglioramento.
take part. There is room for
Dobbiamo
improvement.
tenerne conto
We must
anche
take this
sulla
into
base dei
account
risultati delle
also on the
consultazioni
basis of
portati
the
avanti dai programmi, ma soprattutto in
results,
particolare dal programma Interact.
especially the
E
Interact
in
program.
particolare mi riferisco
I'm
al futuro
referring
di Interreg post 27.
to the future of
A tal
Interact post
proposito, diciamo,
27.
l'evento di fine
To this
novembre
extent,
organizzato dalla
the
Commissione e
event
dal programma
at the end of
stesso,
November, organized by
diciamo,
the
è
European
servito a far
Commission,
emergere con
was
forza
helpful
la
in
necessità
highlighting
di,
the
diciamo,
importance
rafforzare il
of
dialogo tra la
strengthening
strategia e i
the
programmi.
dialogue between
Al momento il
the
dialogo è
different
alquanto
programs.
limitato e avviene
Currently,
principalmente
the
per il programma
dialogue is a little bit
Patreon in occasione delle
weak,
riunioni,
let's say,
diciamo, del
and
GB.
this
Necessita
was clear
invece di
during
essere
the previous
ampliato
meetings. We
a
need
tutti i programmi CTE
instead
dell'area
to
e soprattutto, diciamo, questo
broaden, to extend
approfondimento
it to other
attraverso una
programs
condivisione, diciamo,
by
autentica deve essere
an
strutturato in modo
authentic
da favorire
sharing.
una comprensione reciproca,
The idea
seppur
is
nelle
to
diversità,
support a
diciamo,
mutual
identitarie.
understanding,
È per
but at the
questo che
same
come
time
Italia abbiamo
keeping
promosso insieme
the
appunto alle regioni Marche
identity of
in qualità di
the
partner
country, which is why we
dell'SRP del
asked Marche
14-20
region,
e adesso anche del progetto
partner of
EUSAIR
the
SPI,
previous
il
programming period,
lancio
and also partner of the
previsto con
USAIR,
l'animazione di un network di autorità
the
gestionali dei programmi
animation
CTE,
of
tutti nell'area, diciamo, della
a
strategia.
network in managing these
Diciamo,
programs
promuovendo quindi una
by
maggiore, da questo punto
promoting
di vista, visibilità
better
del contributo
visibility
che nell'insieme i programmi Interreg possono dare.
and
Ciò soprattutto
also
anche attraverso la
in the light of
capitalizzazione
the
in un
contributions that
programma, che è un altro
the
degli aspetti,
user
diciamo, che
program
stiamo
can
sviluppando.
can prompt. At the same time, we should not associate strategies to the CTE programs only, but also mainstream programs related to cohesion. They are also involved in the improvement of strategies with well-thought and structured investments, local investments. In this case, maybe the path is a little bit more difficult. In the past few months, the dialogue with the regions, we've realized that must be, shaped and reviewed a little. During this programming period, we have achieved quite a good result, especially during the planning of the programs. All regions have described more or less the contribution of the EUSAIR strategy to each of the OS. We hopefully will improve this, the strategy with regards to the integration process. As you probably know, this strategy started with the natural resources plan. We met with some stakeholders, and I have to say that all these opportunities have been seized and gave a way to pave the way for a better cooperation between the mainstream and also in different areas useful for the strategy. So to some extent, potential of these synergies with other funds. We're talking about direct fund, so Horizon and others, potential cooperation, but also identification of the needs, understanding the nature and also the quality of the need seems to be an important practice. We also have the chance to receive information concerning these strategies, the important forms of data identification and innovative technologies. The STEP project will provide an important input in the creation of a network for the digitalization within the EUSAIR strategy. I've reached the conclusion of my intervention. I would like to add another remark, which is that the EUSAIR plays an important role in adding a strategy, but at the same time, we need to work to exploit the potential of EUSAIR. Since 2018, which is actually the year of the Italian presidency, the process has been launched and many progresses have been made. Many processes have started after the year 2018, and for example, today's event is just one of the results. So we should work harder. Many have been made by these regional areas, and I know that there are some concerns concerning the procedures, which means that institutional organizations play an important role in showing, some will in helping these realities. EUSAIR has realized that the institutions involved, they all have a function, and they all have an important
EUSAIR
role
per
within
migliorare la
these
capacità di interazione con il mondo
projects.
della coesione
EUSAIR,
ed
in order
entrare, diciamo,
to
in una dimensione
improve the
complementare.
dialogue with
E quindi c'è, diciamo, una
with these
sorta appunto di
counterparts,
sinergia, come il progetto che abbiamo chiamato,
has
diciamo, finanziato appunto da
insisted
parte
on these
dei
projects, which, as
12-20
I said,
piani,
are
diciamo,
at the basis of a
permesso di
synergy
riscontrare
and which
differenze
allowed us
sul
to
territorio.
act on the territory.
Diciamo, come coordinamento nazionale,
As a
continueremo
national
a lavorare per
coordination
raggiungere il
center,
nostro
we will
obiettivo
keep on
e
working to
metteremo a
achieve this goal,
disposizione,
and
diciamo,
we
tutta la nostra esperienza
are
e
here.
anche tutto il nostro
Our
entusiasmo.
expertise is
Vi
at
ringrazio
your
tutti
disposal, and
per
would like to thank you
l'attenzione
all
e
for
per
your
l'invito.
attention and for the invitation.
Grazie molto. Grazie al dottor
Thank
Galletti.
you.
Il fatto esaurisce gli interventi, chiamiamoli tecnici, nei vari
So this
operatori.
ends
E passiamo
the technical
alle
part.
opinioni e alle
Let's now move on
valutazioni
to
delle istituzioni politiche.
the political institutions.
Avevamo costruito questo
We,
pomeriggio partendo dal Ministero delle Infrastrutture
starting from
con il
the
vice
Ministry of
ministro
Infrastructure,
Damiani, passando al Ministero dell'Economia
moving
con
on
il
to the
sottosegretario
Ministry
Lucia
of
Albano,
Economics with
poi
the
i
Secretary
due
Albano,
parlamentari
then
del Parlamento europeo
the
delle
two
Marche,
MPs,
Ciccioli e Ricci, e in
Ciccioli e
chiusura
Ricci,
con
and then
la Regione Marche,
the
l'assessore Valdelli
ending
e il
session
presidente Acquaroli.
with President Acquaroli
Ora,
and Assessor
come
Valdelli.
sapete,
As you
il
know,
vice ministro Galeazzo Bignani da
the
48 ore non è più
Galeazzo
vice
Bignami,
ministro delle infrastrutture,
who is now
perché ha
Minister
cambiato
of the
ruolo ed è
Infrastructure
stato
for
chiamato ad
40
assumere il
hours
ruolo
now.
di capogruppo
He's just taken on a
al
new
posto di
role
Foti, e Foti è stato chiamato a
because Foti
sostituire il
has
ministro
been
Vita,
called
quindi
to
un po'
substitute another minister.
ad
So it's a
hominem,
sort of,
ecco.
you
E
know,
quindi non ha ritenuto giustamente opportuno
changes in these roles, which is
intervenire in
why
qualità di vice ministro
has
quando
decided
Lucia
to intervene
Albano ha chiamato prima, è
as
bloccato
Vice
al
Minister.
Ministero
Lucia Albano,
dell'Economia,
she
è in
is
discussione
unfortunately
bilancio, e quindi
been stuck,
i vari
is stuck at the
sottosegretari
Ministry of
fanno un po' i turni
Economics
se il
and
Presidente
Finance,
viene in
which is why
commissione, nelle varie commissioni che
she
stanno
won't make
analizzando
it
la legge di bilancio.
because they're working on
E
the
quindi la parte, diciamo, delle
budgeting.
istituzioni
So as
politiche
for the political
è
institutions,
limitata
is
al
then
Parlamento europeo.
limited to the
Ciccioli e
European
Ricci che sono
Parliament.
in arrivo perché sono
Ciccioli
partiti
and
in
Ricci,
aereo da
they
Bruxelles tarda
are about
mattinata,
to
però hanno detto che sono
get
in
here.
arrivo,
They left
e
Brussels this morning,
la Regione Marche
and then
con
Marche region
l'assessore ai
with
lavori
the
pubblici Francesco Baldelli, e
assessor
chiuderà
Francesco
poi
Baldelli,
il
and then
presidente Acquaroli.
President Acquaroli.
Io approfitto di questo
So
spazio di
since we
tempo
have
che
this
si è liberato per fare
time,
un po'
which is
il riassunto
at
delle
our
puntate
disposal now,
precedenti, nel senso
given the fact that some
quello che è
speakers are not
emerso
here, to
dalla
somehow
mattinata di lavoro.
summarize a little bit what
Colgo
emerged
l'occasione per
from
ringraziare ancora una volta
this
tutti quelli
morning
che sono
session, and
intervenuti,
I'd like
almeno
to
dal mio
seize this
punto di
opportunity to
vista
thank the
abbiamo
speakers.
avuto interventi
The
di grande livello
interventions were very, very
e
interesting and
soprattutto,
very, very
devo dire, ben
professional.
mixati, quindi
And
complimenti
I
al
also think that
segretario
they were
aver
very well,
previsto
uh,
questa sequenza,
I mean,
credo,
there was a
ed è
great
stato
variety of
e
interventions.
come ricordano coloro che ci
As
hanno seguito,
those
abbiamo
who
voluto
were with us today, we started from
dall'incontro di
the
Cesenatico del 2017,
meeting
in
of
cui l'allora
Cesenatico in
sottosegretario Sandro Gozi
2017,
lanciò
when
l'idea del financial facility, o comunque del
they
dialogo
launched the
finanziario per la
financial
realizzazione
facilities.
dei progetti dell'area adriatico-ionica. E poi abbiamo avuto due interventi importanti, cioè le due
And then two
direzioni, REGO
interventions,
e NEAR, della
NR,
Commissione europea,
and also from
quindi
the
di
European
Pittella e
Commission,
Giorgio Zecca.
Giorgio
Poi i
Zecca,
due
and then
coordinatori, ma
two
insomma più
coordinators.
che coordinatori,
Rather than coordinators, I would
proponenti in un
say
certo senso, i due master
those
plan con i progetti
behind
interni,
the master plan, let's
Sergio
say,
Garriba e
Sergio Garriba e Pierluigi Coppola.
E poi abbiamo
And
avuto lead partner dell'EUSAIR,
the
Lovre
lead
Caramarco,
partner, Lovre
e
Caramarco,
poi
lead
Umberto
partner of
Trenta ci ha
USAIR, and
ricordato,
Umberto
per chi
Trenta, who
non
reminded us,
avesse perso la memoria,
for
che
those who
proprio a
maybe
luglio, credo, la Regione
forgot it,
Marche ha fatto una
in
legge ad
July,
hoc
Region
proprio su
Marche
questo argomento, e quindi
has
anche
held
lo
an
strumento
event, ad hoc
legislativo
event, and created an instrument
regionale.
at regional level.
Devo dire
I must say
che
that
quello che è emerso è la disponibilità di tutti questi soggetti
what we have,
a partire in modo concreto e
the
operativo.
impression I have is that
E quindi l'idea che avevo buttato
they
via
all want to
all'inizio
start from
questa mattina,
something,
di
from
dare
a
come obiettivo di
practical
questo
approach,
forum
where the main target of this
la
forum
nascita,
is
la
precisely to
costruzione
build,
di un comitato
or rather
tecnico
rebuild, a
che
technical
da
committee,
questo incontro
and
cominciasse a mettere sul tavolo
which was
operazioni
maybe,
concrete
conceived
riferite a
during
progetti
and precisely
concreti
during this event.
riferite a
So
progetti
starting with
finanziari
practical
concreti.
steps and
Da questo punto di
financial
vista devo dire
projects.
che abbiamo
From this
avuto
point
una
of view, I have
risposta
to say that
molto
the
positiva, molto
prompts were
propositiva e
quite
positiva da parte degli
proactive
operatori finanziari, perché sia
from
la
all
BEI,
the
sia la
financial
BEPS, sia Cassa depositi
experts,
e prestiti come
because
soggetti pubblici
CDP,
non solo ci
Unicredit, and
hanno
also
indicato la loro operatività,
the
come
other financial
comporteranno
experts not only
questi settori, qual è la
told
loro
us that they're,
attrezzatura di
let's say,
organizzazione,
at our
ma
disposal
come sappiamo
for technical
anche il
support, but
fatto che hanno
also
messo in piedi
they have
delle task force
set up
professionalmente
some
ben
professional
preparate
task
e in
force
grado di fare
who have the
anche
right
assistenza
know-how
tecnica e
to help
accompagnare
us
i
in
progetti
to help us
fino
and also to help the
ad essere
and
vicini
support, let's
alla
say, the
cosiddetta
projects
bancabilità. Ecco.
to
Da
become
anni tutti ci
somehow,
lamentiamo della scarsa capacità,
feasible from a financial point of
liberale,
view,
ma in particolare delle pubbliche amministrazioni,
especially when it
di
comes to
fare
public
progetti.
administration.
Ci eravamo un po' tutti
We
emozionati anche per
usually
i fondi europei,
complain
prima
about
i
the fact
fondi
that,
della
these
Cassa del
European
Mezzogiorno
funds
all'interno
were
del
maybe
paese.
not very well
A
used
immaginare
or
che
exploited.
bastava presentare delle fatture di
In the
conto
past,
per
it was
avere
enough to
i
prove
soldi
some
indietro.
receipt
Questo era il
or
sistema.
invoices
Ecco,
to
quello che
get
è
money
mutato
back, whereas
radicalmente
now
strutturalmente negli
the
ultimi anni,
bureaucracy from that point of
questo
view
senso
has become
l'Italia si è
much
dovuta
more
elitizzare, ecco,
cumbersome,
è
and
che non si
Italy
vanno a
has,
chiedere soldi, si vanno a
had
proporre
to
progetti.
adapt.
La conseguenza forse
The
è
consequence,
quella di
maybe,
ottenere il
is
finanziamento,
that of
ma il primo
obtaining
passo
the
è
funding,
la
but the first
capacità di
step is the
presentare progetti.
ability
Ovviamente l'abbiamo toccato
or
con
the
mano
skill
tecnica
in presenting or
questi ultimi 2 o
a
3
good
anni
project.
con i fondi del PNRR,
This
dove
would
appunto
help
la
us in
logica
making
era
the most of
fammi vedere il
the
progetto e poi
PNRR
valutiamo
fund,
se è eleggibile o meno
which
per
is the
le vari
National
fondi
Resilience and
finanziari.
Recovery Plan,
E quindi la struttura
with
pubblica,
a feasibility
BEI,
check,
BEPS,
and
Cassa depositi e
so
prestiti,
on.
ha risposto in positivo a questa
This is
nostra
when the CDP
eventuale
intervened with a
richiesta
positive
di partecipazione
answer.
al comitato tecnico. E devo dire che,
Also,
a parte il dottor Litta come rappresentante regionale dell'ABI,
in
quindi
addition
tutto il
to
sistema bancario, ma in
Mr. Litta,
particolare il dottor Tutinelli dell'Unicredit
Mr.
e
Tutinelli
Luca
from
Felletti
Unicredit, and
del
Luca
gruppo
Felletti
Intesa San Paolo
from Intesa San
hanno anche
Paolo,
loro detto
they
che
have
i 2
all
maggiori
said,
gruppi bancari privati
and we're talking
italiani
about the
sono
major
assolutamente
private banking
disponibili.
group,
Non solo,
they are
anche loro ci
all
hanno detto che si sono già
said that
attrezzati
they're not
al loro
only
interno con presenza
available,
sul
but they
territorio
also
e con dei
have
gruppi di
a
dirigenti e funzionari
group of experts
formati ad
and
hoc proprio
officers which have
sull'affiancamento
been trained ad
per
hoc precisely
aiutare a
to
costruire i
help
progetti e a
in the
renderli
planning of this project.
bancabili. Ecco, quindi da questo punto di vista
From this point of view,
direi non facciamo cadere l'occasione.
we should seize this
Mi
opportunity,
permetto di dire che
and
tra lunedì e martedì
between Monday and
ricontatteremo tutti
Tuesday,
questi
maybe
soggetti,
we will recontact
ovviamente per ringraziarli
these
di
people,
questo
not only
impegno di
to
oggi,
thank them
ma
for
soprattutto perché la
today's
conferma
participation, but also
ad
to ask
un'eventuale
for
convocazione
a confirmation, maybe for some follow-up meetings to be held remotely, maybe to set up a small technical committee that can assess the project one by one, and to verify which public funds are available and how they can be integrated with the private funds. If I can it would be important to consider the integration in the light of the countries which are on the eastern coast of the Adriatic. Think about projects that affect us all, we as a market region, and also as Italy, because let's not forget that we are part of a European Union, so we should consider the Adriatic area as a whole. In the beginning, I was, kind of, making a thought-provoking claim by saying, mentioning the Bologna-Bari high-speed railway system. That project, is it a project from the Marche region, Molise? It's clearly a European project, which is why in the presentations, what came up was precisely these, converging routes towards Trieste. So the idea is to create a sort of route on the coastline, the Adriatic, to have this European network and so on. This committee, from the very beginning, I think would be interesting to assess and consider both banks, so ours and of the Balkans.
I just wanted to integrate that for the people who may not know the governance of USA. When Professor Coppola or Gariba for the Ministry of Transports and Infrastructures and Environment and Ecological Transition to make their points, it means that we are coordinating the countries, but it also means that these studies, as Professor Gariba said, on the table, there are the representatives of the 10 countries. So these projects, this analysis, this master plan was realized through technical analysis selected by the Marche region with public procurement and also with the collaboration of a company from Serbia. But the thing is, these technical commissions performed this job not only for Italy, but for the whole region with the contribution of the 10 countries involved. And this is just to reinforce what you were saying earlier, that USAIR is an opportunity for all of us. So when we will have this group, thanks to the participation of the coordinators, the DSGs, economy and transportation, since these are the sectors which are more sensitive to this financial dialogue, because we are needing funds. But when we talk about DSGs, we are talking about 10 different subjects coming from the countries members of this strategy. Is it right, Professor Garriba? Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you, Donatella, for this insight, this information. Actually, from next week, our idea is to start by engaging the subjects that already showed their interest today, because these projects have already been coordinated by these 10 countries. So we are starting from a point in which consensus in the choice of the projects is already there, is already defined. There is consensus. It's for this reason. I'm sorry I interrupt you. It's just that it's precisely for this reason that when we talked about studies this morning, it's not just studies, the studies that we see all the time, but these are specific studies providing for the joint work of 10 countries and 14 regional administrations. So they consider the entire area and not country by country, because the studies usually are based on a regional or national level, but these are studies which embedded the context of the entire area, and they highlighted strengths and weaknesses of the whole context, as Professors Garriba and Coppola said this morning. And the scenarios are projected towards 2030, 2050. So these studies already have in themselves projects which are both projects themselves or just maybe priority actions, but all in all, they involve actions which must be implemented and presented to the policymakers, because they need to make coherent and realistic choices according to the needs of that area and the citizens inside that area. Talking about 2030 and 2050, I hope that the ideals at the basis of what we are doing today will remain the same. And actually, I think I've been so lucky, because 20 years ago, I launched the idea and the funding of this project, the project that is guided now by Romozzi. I asked God to make me live long enough to see the realization of that dream. And I was so lucky, because actually, I think we are already experiencing some results of that. And in 2050, I will be so old, so it isn't, I think that's too much to ask for, but I was just joking to say that this kind of visions, which is not being delusional, this kind of vision are needed to have a clear framework. Of course, the implementation time is something different. We hope for sure that we can measure this implementation time in the next decade, maybe. But the thing is, there is a difference between the overall vision and the decisions, the limits, and what is politics right now, because very often politics has very short times. For example, they need to decide things for a period of time that is 6 months. And we are talking about something completely different here. But maybe this is polis. Because if we go back 15 days ago, we had a workshop on the book of the month by Antonio Polito, and it was a book about De Gasperi, the great reformer. And should we go back in time at the beginning of the 1950s, when De Gasperi had that vision, and if they didn't have that vision now, today we wouldn't be talking about EUSAIR and all the other things. And at that moment, this vision looked so difficult to implement. And let's not forget that we were just coming out of a huge world war. Actually, it was a European war between France and Germany. And we all know the situation in Germany in that time, that period. But the thing is, Europe was cracked. And so we had to put the pieces back together. And it was not only that, we also projected that design towards our community. So different visions, which were just the dream of some very some great people. So what I wanted to say is just let's not stop dreaming. Also because the focus of these meetings today is to, of course, working, but also having a vision. So that is the point of the technical commission. We are kind of working on the future of the Balkan area, but the truth is we want to have concrete projects. And since the work that we need to do is to implement these projects, what we need now is to make them valuable from a financial point of view, because there is potential. And there is potential both in the availability of public funding and both through the mobilization of private resources. And thank you again. And also to integrate, well, these are just, you know, comments that we do out loud. And if you want to join us in this moment of brainstorming, we can do that. It's really informal. But beyond that, the law number 15, the regional law number 15 of last July, this is for sure a law that must be still be amended to make it perfect, of course. But the thing is, we are sending a message, and the market region is strengthening its position, its role inside the EUSAIR, because they've always had this role from the very beginning with the Ancona chart, because next year it will be 25 years since the signing of that chart. But also the market region had played a huge role in the implementation since 2015, indeed, because we supported Italy and different pillars, for example, pillar number 1, transport and energy. But thing is, we've played a huge role in the STEP project, which is one of the projects that follow the support to the governance. And beyond that, the market region also has an important role since 2013, which is the coordination of the EUSAIR regions, because the market region was so committed, and that brought the presidency to give to the market region the duty of the coordination of the region. But what I want to say is that the market region with law number 15 wants to strengthen its role, and it also mentions inside this text the creation of a strategic fund for structured finance. So let's say, oh, I see here our our guest from the EU Parliament, Mr. Ciccioli. So the thing is, we are strengthening the role of Marche, and it also requires the implementation of this strategic fund. I take this opportunity to make a comment. It's maybe a bit too specific, but I think it really makes sense in this strategic view. And at some point, someone, I don't know, maybe it was Coppola, maybe it was him, but yeah, someone mentioned that among the problems of the area, there is the problem of the connection between Porto Sant'Elpidio and Teramo. Yes, it was Coppola, right? Here, I would like to add something, because once again, it looks like we are managing like very local problems, so in the good way, but still limited to a small area. But actually, this is a political and technical choice, also economic choice that makes sense, because we all know what's happening in the A14 highway from Porto San Giorgio to San Benedetto. And the thing is, how do we do that? Should we widen the current highway or not? And today we heard another option, that is the triangle, Marche and Abruzzo. Because if you imagine the map, if you try to figure the map, in Porto Sant'Elpidio, when the highway gets narrow, it goes very narrow until San Benedetto. And this is one of the sides of this triangle. And then San Benedetto and Giulianova are two other sides of it. So San Benedetto Ascoli and Giulianova Teramo. So these are data. So maybe the idea, trivially, the most rapid and efficient and safe idea is to build a fourth way, that is to build a way from Sant'Elpidio or Pedato, or whatever you want, to cut directly Fermo, Ascoli, Teramo, and this would still be this triangle, Marche and Abruzzo, but actually it connects 3 or 4 provinces. It creates a link between the 2 regions, but also it would represent an alternative to the Autostrada del Sole. So you see, if we look at this vision, we also see that there is substance in that. And the highway, just to be clear, the highway is, all the Italian highways are owned by Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. So a few years ago, we had to connect different interests in the ownership of that. But at the moment, the owner of the 2 highways we are mentioning is the same. So that means that completing this triangle, building the 4th side, would be easier, much more easier now, because it's the same body, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, who needs to say, okay, so the highway goes from Teramo to Ascoli, the other one connects Fermo and Ascoli, so that's it. And since it is, it requires payment to use this highway, of course, the investment would be lower, of course, because we've worked for the overall Italian highway system in this way, since it is a highway that was, for example, in the case of the highway between Rome and Florence, It's been about 50 years since we opened that highway. And so we've been using it for 50 years, about 50 years. Do you know when we finished to pay the infrastructural work? It was 10 years ago. The last reimbursements. It was 10 years ago. So it means that we anticipated by 40 years the use of it. And so we just delayed the payments. And it's a leverage effect, I would say, because people pay for using this highway. So the thing is, for Marche and Abruzzo, the two regions, it would be an alternative to the other highway, and this would be a way to connect the entire Europe, because if there's traffic jam or whatever problem after Bologna to come here, everything gets, stopped. So this would be an alternative to reach these places. It would be very cost effective, and also the timing for its realization, its building would be really rapid because it's in the countryside mainly. So it's really something that would be cost effective because we don't have the mountains there, so we don't have to work too much for the tunnels. So it would be that it would be a way to double actually the roads that we have available. In Giulianova, currently 35% of the traffic, almost 40% of the traffic is in Teramo, and 60% goes beyond and goes to Abruzzo and Puglia. So we actually create this traffic in Teramo because of Porto Sant'Elpidio. So in this way, we would lighten actually the traffic jam in these countries, for example, in Teramo. So first of all, our proposal is to kind of distribute this traffic on two different highways. So building an alternative to the Autostrada del Sole, because it happened the same thing with the railway system. It was the same in the past. We just had one line, and it isn't possible to have just one line, for example, to connect the Adriatic coast to the center of Italy. Of course, what we needed was two different lines, and that was the plan, and that was what was made actually. And it's the same in the Balkans. So we need a highway on the Balkans, on the other side of the Adriatic. So we need to be, to have the vision and to have also a concrete meaning. We must be cost effective, we must act rapidly, and we need to make the service more accessible to citizens. Always bearing in mind that years are, of course, needed to build something like that, like a highway in the countryside. But for sure, it's much easier than working in improving the existing highway. So again, we would still work to widen the existing highway, because we need to work on that too, and we need to be fair in the works that we do. So we need to bring benefits to all of the cities involved, to not make cities feel excluded. So it is a political choice, but we also need to focus on the expenses, the rapidity for the building of this new solutions. And it's also a safer options because there are many people who get injured and unfortunately many people who die due to the works sometimes. So yeah, this is what we've discussed during this morning. And now I will leave the floor to the institutions, political institutions. Let's start from the institution that is represented. Let me just check. Anyway, we have here Carlo Ciccioli, and he comes from the EU Parliament. But as Carlo knows that there is a incredible situation because we have two different representatives. I think in the same commission at the European Parliament coming from the Marche region. And one of them is in the majority of the Italian government and the other one is in the opposition. But the thing is, we have two different people there coming from our region and working at the European Parliament. So beyond the interests of the political parties, I told both Ciccioli and Ricci, you can fight however you want, whatever you want, but just let's focus on the topics that are dear to our region. So it is a huge honor for me to ask Carlo Ciccioli to come and join us here for his speech. I hope that this short recap of the morning was useful for you. Can I integrate something? I just wanted to add a few words to that. This morning we had a useful debate and we highlighted the projects, the actions. We've had a discussion with the financial institutions to apply these projects. So this will be a work that we will do starting from today to create a working group. What we are missing now is the political endorsement because politics and policymakers are crucial to give this whole process a meaning. So we start from Europe and we try to focus on the region.
Sono arrivato qui, vengo immediatamente e non ho riordinato non c'avevo
I just arrived and I don't have my notes, so I will just present some ideas. And very briefly, I am going to tell you my experience. We started working in July. We are at the beginning of December. There was August with the holidays, so it's been 4 months actually since we started working at the EU Parliament. And actually, I must say, I had the feeling that a EU Parliament member doesn't count much. And actually, the mechanisms are really tough.
So MPs cannot issue, but they can only edit or reject. But usually the rejection is a very rare event. And the technocrat apparatus prevails on the political one. In September, I really thought that the European Parliament is not taken into account or into consideration. It's considered, you know, very little considered. Actually, there is staff here with me that has come with me from Brussels, but then I realized that the ability of interacting with European institutions is, something both that European Commission and European Parliament seems as if nothing is taking place, but until the moment the draft, let's say, is presented, that is the moment when it does give a contribution. Usually, no more than 30%, 35% of the members of the Commission take part to the works. European members who usually are present are 25, 30, but never more than that. So if you are following the events, then you are able to actually amend it. Clearly, there is a right wing, left wing, and then something that maybe we can call, an horizontal majority or vertical. When none of these prevail, there is no left wing, no right wing. Maybe you are allied against, maybe you agree with Germany. It's clearly the political influence is quite strong. I would like to tell you right away what I found, which is basically Europe, which is strongly, relying on the left-wing culture, the politically correct, the obsession with the gender equality ratio. For example, yesterday during the fishing committee and ITRE commission. ITRE is the acronym for industry, transition, ecological transition, research and innovation, and energy. I think that basically this includes everything that we are focusing nowadays. So during this, in this fishing committee, I am actually substituting I'm actually a substitute. So an Irish MPs was actually considering that there should be a better ratio in men, women, when usually is, it's a sort of obsession. It's as if, if you think about a woman in a fishing vessel, maybe that sounds like a punishment rather than, something to be happy about. So there are roles which are maybe more apt for male and other for females. It's true that, most of these activities are automatic nowadays, but this, Socialist Party, the Review, and Green parties that have ruled over the last few years. There has been a change in the relations lately, especially within the EP, which is usually There are 120 MPs talking 27 languages, because every regional assembly there is a constant exchange, but with 24 languages it's not that easy. Many are representatives of the very specific groups, not a national but also regional level. The European government is represented by 27 ministers, one for each country, with the commissioner that are usually appointed by the government, the ruling government. And in the last few years, the majority is a right-wing one. This has been voted by center-left majority and the support of moderate right wing, which is also the ones to which Fratelli d'Italia belong. Then there are Belgians, Dutch, some French, etc. So this, I mean, they have elected the secretariat, and when each of the country has presented the candidate, which is usually representation of the European Union, you have left, center, right, center. Some very complex agreements have taken place, and our president has been able to create a very strong network, not only with a very important proxy. Bear in mind that the European funds are 2,000 billions, and the proxies for very important funds, so the PNRR and our cohesion funds. I don't remember. I would like to interrupt you just to tell you, well, I'm trying to explain just to get to the point. I know, just to make other people understand. You said we're talking about 2,000 billion. Of these, we're talking about investments, right? 1,070 are part of the FIT competencies. The overall budget of the European Union is 150,000 billions. These are the funds which are distributed usually for 7 years. If we, calculate, is actually we have the same figures. Well, this is, if we think about the Italian budget, of the Italian state budget on a yearly basis is 1,200 billion overall for public administration, which will be approved by Christmas. We're talking about expenses, and 1,800 entries. This is already, if we think about the European Union figures, are quite high. If Europe doesn't make a step forward, we will keep on having a European budget, which currently is in Italy. This was just a remark that I wanted to add to give you a feeling of how relative the figures can be talking about budget. Well, American president seems to Inflation Act for 1,500 billions per year, because this is what has done. And EU is 1,700. So you will have to compare China, Europe, and the US, make a comparison. Well, well, I know it's important to be very precise when it comes to figures. I'm only a doctor and you are an economist. Well, you are psychiatric, so probably you are in the right place. Well, anyway, I have to say that the human types within the European Union are quite interesting. But anyway, although we don't have time to talk about that.
I patti nelle SPA si chiamano I patti parasociali, no?
Parasocial pacts
nuova Commissione europea.
within the European Commission. President Meloni was able to obtain the Mediterranean fit as the wallet for everything concerning the 20 regions, but the European regions are 51. So the cohesion funds will be addressed also to Spanish regions and all the regions within the European Union. Then there are countries which are very small. Croatia, 3 million people, etc. Then there are countries such as Greece, 10 million and a half, and Italy, more than 55, 60 millions. I don't know the latest statistics. And then Germany with almost 90. Anyway, this is directly proportional to the population. President Meloni, together with von der Leyen, has to be appointed. Raffaele Fitto this morning, if I'm not mistaken, was with the president, the head of state, Italian head of state. So he flew because he had a meeting with President Mattarella, who also obtained the 3 commissioners. Pitsakostas, who is a former governor, Greek governor. It belongs to New Democracy. So all of those who are part of the Mediterranean area must be, aligned with our politics. So he's a center right wing. We spoke, and since he's Greek, he has this very similar interests. I mean, very similar to Italy, because the Adriatic Ionian region is clearly a strategical region where, Greece fits perfectly. Another commissioner, Suica, who is Croatian, center right wing, will deal with the Mediterranean area and the demography in general. And then a fourth, the representatives of Cyprus. Cyprus is a small state, but his name is Kadis, who is a marine biologist who has been elected independently, and he's been appointed for fishing and sea policy. So if you bring together sea policies and fishing, Mediterranean strategies, and relations with the Northern Africa region, and Italy, which has the funds, manages the funds for Europe. Every vice president has a commissioner. And Pitsakostas, who deals with transport, meaning ports, airports, and interports, railways, so logistics in general, and tourism. This means all the policies, the politics that we can develop in the Mediterranean area. So we are dealing with
una situazione in cui l'Italia dovrebbe
a
essere molto
situation
forte
where Italy should
e
play a
la
strong pivotal
macroregione
role, and
adriatico-ionica
the
ha un ruolo strategico, ma qui
Adriatic Ionian region
voliamo
has
un po' più
a
alto.
very important
Perché
role.
voliamo più alto?
Stakes
Perché la
are quite
posizione
high
politica
because
dell'Italia in
the
questo
political
momento è
position,
particolarmente
Italian political
forte,
position
perché gli
at the
stati che
moment
hanno
is very
dato
strong
fino
because the
negli ultimi
countries
20-30 anni le
that
politiche
for the last 20
europee
years have,
sono
you know,
state nella prima
managed
fase
the European Union
Germania, Francia e
politics
Gran
have been
Bretagna. Con la
Germany,
Brexit
France,
si è
and
sostituita
United
per un breve periodo
and
l'Olanda
sorry,
e
United
quindi
Kingdom.
diciamo quelli che i
Then with the
paesi
Brexit,
centrali erano questi.
the
Oggi ci
Netherlands
troviamo che
taken
l'Olanda ha
over the
votato, c'è un
role of
governo di
the
destra,
United Kingdom. So
anzi
now
non di centrodestra, proprio di destra, addirittura forse
there
avremo qualche
in
problema noi,
Holland,
però
there is
politicamente
a
in
right-wing
Germania c'è
government. In
un'instabilità
Germany, there
fortissima
is a very
che è
strong
conseguenza diretta
political
appunto del
instability, which is a
conflitto
direct consequence
ucraino
of the
e la crisi economica
Ukrainian
tedesca.
conflict
I
and
famosi
the
30.000
German
dipendenti
economic
dell'industria
crisis.
automobilistica
The
tedesca licenziati, c'è in corso di
30,000
scioglimento in questi
employees of
giorni, Volkswagen, Audi,
German
30.000 è una
companies
cifra molto forte, ma soprattutto la
is
meccanica,
quite
l'automotive con la grande
a challenge, quite a crisis, especially if we
in
consider the
Parlamento
fact that
europeo, è il
automotive
cuore
is the heart of,
dell'esportazione
is the
verso
core
paesi dell'est,
of the
in particolare la
export
Russia, ma non solo, di Audi,
towards Eastern
Volkswagen,
countries, especially
Mercedes-Benz e via
Russia, but not
dicendo,
only. And think
centrale.
about all the
Venuta meno
cars and
questa
vehicles
quota
of
di economia
Volkswagen,
insieme alla crisi del gas,
Mercedes,
oggi in
etc.
seguito
If you
alla
sum that up to the
distruzione
energy
del
crisis,
gasdotto
with the destruction of the
Russia-Germania,
gas
in cui il gas
pipeline between
veniva
Russia and
preso dalla Germania a prezzi
Russia and
molto
Germany,
agevolati, oggi la
which was
Germania paga
transferring
la bolletta
gas.
energetica 3
Well,
volte di quella che c'aveva dalla
now
Russia, perché
Germans
deve
are
comprare
paying
il
3
gas dagli americani
times
con regole
higher
indicatore
bills because they
complicatissimo e
have
quindi
to go
bolletta
through a very
energetica,
complex system to
blocco delle
get energy
esportazioni, crisi
and gas.
economica, la
So
Germania è, non voglio
energy
dire a pezzi,
crisis,
perché quando la Germania a pezzi
and
poi è
with
un
these
problema di tutta
situations,
Europa,
well,
però
you know,
il governo tedesco è
German
dimissionario,
seems to be
si
quite
vota la
in dire
sfiducia il
straits.
19 gennaio
I
e il
mean,
23
this
febbraio in
means
Germania ci
that
sono le elezioni
in
anticipate, dove
23 to
trionferà
23rd
il
of February there will
PP,
be general
adesso
elections in
c'è
Germany.
un governo
Currently, there
socialdemocratico,
is a
liberali e
social democrat
verdi, si istituisce un
government,
governo popolari con
and
probabilmente i liberali che
there
sono
should
usciti
be probably a
dal governo di
change
centrosinistra e vedremo
with
cosa succede
the
sulla
future
destra, perché ci
elections.
sarà
We will see
un
what
grande
happens
successo del
with
AfD,
the right
che
wing.
però bisogna capire, perché
We
poi
must
c'è
understand,
una dialettica interna, se
because
loro
clearly there is
c'è
also,
un gruppo all'interno che forse si renderà autonomo, a questo punto
you know,
c'è
an
un
internal
la stessa cosa è in Francia. La
dialogue
Francia è
going
l'altro
on.
paese forte.
France is the other
Noi
strong country.
abbiamo avuto le
We
politiche l'asse
had
Parigi-Berlino che ci metteva all'angolo,
policies,
Parigi-Bonn per la
I
verità,
mean,
però
politics
insomma
that were
questo
suffering
era.
the
E la Francia
Paris-Bonn
è
axis, but
oggi,
now
casualmente,
with
noi già del
France,
Giustino, oggi si è dimesso il
I
governo
mean,
francese. Un governo francese
today
che era
the French government has stepped down,
un gollista moderato di destra,
which was ruled by a
sostanzialmente con
moderate
l'appoggio esterno della Le Pen.
right-wing
È entrato in crisi, probabilmente la Le Pen
goal
ha
government.
spinto l'acceleratore, oggi si è dimesso, Macron questa mattina ha accettato
Macron
ufficialmente dimissioni, era già stato battuto alla Camera,
has
non sono in grado
stepped
di fare il
down this
bilancio.
morning.
A mio parere si sta andando a
I
grandi passi
think
verso le elezioni anticipate anche in Francia,
that
di
we
qui
will be
se si vota il 23 febbraio in
seeing
Germania, una data di quelle in
anticipated
Francia.
elections in France too.
In
So
Spagna, che è il terzo
Spain, which is
asse
the
forte dei
third
paesi europei,
strong country on the
c'è un
axis,
governo di minoranza
currently there
socialista
is a
che sta in
government
piedi,
of
fa
a
maggioranza con
minority,
l'appoggio
socialist
esterno
minority,
dei
which is
separatisti.
basically
I
supported by
catalani
the
e i baschi sono 11
Catalan and
deputati, gli
Basques,
assicurano la maggioranza. In
11
cambio dell'amnistia,
deputies,
perché
which
molti dei
grant
deputati
them
in carica
the
erano
majority.
in esilio all'estero, erano condanne
Consider
carcerarie,
that many
per
of
cui non
them
potevano
were
rientrare.
abroad,
Gli hanno dato
somehow exiled,
l'amnistia,
so they
Sanchez gli ha
granted
dato
them
l'amnistia, sono
the
rientrati e lo tengono in piedi, ma in una situazione
the
difficilissima, perché
amnesty,
tutti
but
avete seguito le
this,
vicende
you know, and
dell'alluvione,
this has allowed the
delle
government to
drammatiche
continue
giornate di
being in
Valencia, di
charge.
200 più
I don't know
morti,
if you
eccetera,
think
eccetera.
about the
La
recent
commissaria
flooding,
europea
the European Commissioner,
spagnola Ribera si chiama,
Spanish
che è una
one,
estremista
Ribera, who is
ambientalista
extremist and
è
environmentalist is probably will be probably tried. Clearly, the legal paths are very legal ways are quite slow, but she is the one who has decided to take out the dams exception made for one, which was actually had been made by Romans long time ago, and which is the only one which was left in place after the flooding. This means that the political situation is not stable in Spain as well, whereas the Italian politics right now is it looks like the most stable one. Clearly, you know, there are quarrels within the government, etc., but at the same time, we are currently the most stable one. We have some territories which are quite of interest for us, Northern Africa especially, with Morocco, for example, is a country, is a Western country where the socialist monarchists are ruling, and it's quite an important touristic area, and Morocco is a stable country from a political point of view. Meloni was recently there signing a memorandum of understanding. Then Mattarella and Meloni went to Algeria, who is also a stable situation from a political point of view, and we were able to replace the Russian gas with Algerian, with gas from Algeria. So we are the only one who were able to, you know, obtain gas at competitive prices, considering that Algeria has a long partnership with Eni, which dates back in time. There is a monument in Algeria dedicated to Enrico Mattei, so it was not a problem to sign two agreements. We do have some issues with Tunisia, even though the relations are quite good, and this is due clearly to the migration situation. We had many vessels. This year we have seen a reduction in the numbers of arrivals, but generally speaking, Tunisia is not a stable country, whereas the situation in Libya has changed quite dramatically. There is the Filo Cyrenaic with the General Akkar, capital is Benghazi, and
quella invece più filo-occidentale, in cui però erano arrivati i turchi, ci sono state delle truppe turche che sono andate là, eccetera, addirittura cacciarono le truppe italiane che erano a presidio dell'aeroporto di Tripoli, questo qualche anno fa. E questa qui che è più filo-occidentale, però insomma dei problemi c'erano. In realtà l'Italia è riuscita a stabilire un rapporto forte con la presenza dell'ENI in Libia, ma soprattutto la visita del Presidente del Consiglio italiano nelle settimane scorse ha messo a fuoco, hanno ritirato fuori l'accordo che nel 2008 aveva fatto Berlusconi con Gheddafi, di costruire un'autostrada che collegasse Tunisi, cioè attraversasse tutta la Libia da Tunisi fino all'Egitto, passando per le due capitali, cioè Bengasi e anche Misurata e Tripoli. Noi non abbiamo, ovviamente con la morte di Gheddafi, l'Italia, l'accordo di collaborazione con la Libia è che l'autostrada la pagava tutto il governo italiano all'epoca Berlusconi.
We have an agreement with Libya, and the idea was to pay for the highway, but only Italian companies could participate to the public tender. Obviously, after the death of Gheddafi, there was instability and terrorism, and we signed the agreement again, and it set for many millions of euros per year. We are still working on that.
Facciamo il primo tratto che
And so we are working on a first part that is Tunis, from Tunis to Tripoli and the western part. And then the other part will be from Benghazi to Egypt. So there will be a gap in the desert. Only Italian businesses could participate in this public tender, as I said. So it is a strong comeback with Libya. Libya is not really, it's not much populated because there is much territory occupied by desert. They have many resources. And then I will also mention the objectives for 2030 and so on. I also have some technical data. And we signed the agreement. Maybe what I'm saying now is news for journals as well. So we signed an agreement for the Central Libyan Bank, which is really rich, but the money is in Paris, and that's the reason why Gaddafi was killed, actually. And so this is a very sad page in our history. The agreement is between the two Libyas, so they should divide the funds. And this, it was decided to put a person as a guarantee of the fairness of this process. So once they signed the agreement, we used to say between the tribes chiefs, but well, among groups, I would say. Now Libya is stable, and the last country is Egypt. As you know, we had a deterioration in the relationships with Egypt due to the Giulio Reggiani case, but Meloni now has the power to actually have some connections with Egypt thanks to Eni. And so we are working to rebuild this relationship. And Egypt is also important for another resource, that is a demographic one. Indeed, Egypt had 50 years ago, actually 70 years ago, has seen over the last 70 years a huge demographic change. Depopulation increased very much, and this represents a workforce in a country where there is a military culture and with an authoritative government with Al-Sisi, but he is sending everybody to school, they are organizing themselves. So Egypt now is also a consumption market. So it's our workforce market. It also started an important campaign for public infrastructures, also for helping people to find a place where to live. I don't know if you've ever been to Cairo. I went there not long ago, and you see there many, like thousands of buildings for just people where to live. Sorry. It went from 17 to 110,000 people living in Cairo. So if we think that Rome is big, like 3 million people in Rome, there are 30 million people. So Africa represents a natural expansion area for Europe, not only for Italy, but for Europe as a whole. So the Italian position is really strong in this moment. If you ask what's the strongest country in the EU, in this moment it is Italy in this framework. And the problem is, and I'm going to go into details about that, the Adriatic and Ionian region is crucial As it was said during this day, it's 14 Italian regions. 3 of them are not interested. Indeed, they are Lombardy, Umbria, and Trentino Alto Adige. Indeed, they are part of it, but they do not have any access to the Adriatic and Ionian seas. So I am working on the group of this region, and I engaged the 3 other countries that are Slovenia, Croatia, and Greece, and the members of the Italian Parliament. So, of course, only the members representing the Adriatic regions. And I saw that Lombardy is not interested. None of the members of that region, because Lombardy is really populated, and they did not adhere to that because it's a voluntary thing. And the members of the EU Parliament of the Adriatic regions agree. That's to say, people from Veneto living in the coasts agree, but those living in Verona, for example, are not interested because Venezia, Venice, Padova, and many other regions are interested. But now what I want to do is to engage everybody. For example, one of the things I want to do is to engage Bonaccini because he has power. He is from Bologna, but he has a general vision on Romagna. So the port of Ravenna, and with tourism, Romagna is interested as well. Veneto is the same. The representatives of Vicenza, Treviso, Padova, they are interested. In Friuli Venezia Giulia, I already mentioned that they are really interested. About the southern regions, it's a bit less, but in Puglia, they are really interested. We have the presence of 3 people from Croatia, 1 from Greece, and others should join us from Greece, actually. So this work group will be crucial because it will have the duty to control what are the policies in the Adriatic and Ionian region. And this will become the area of the former Republic of Venice. So if you look at the maps, it used to be like that. So the region is almost overlapping, I would say. Old cities in the border, in Spalato, in all these cities, you find Roman ruins. In the next couple of years, we will also have Montenegro because it is one of the states that will become members very soon. And the president of Montenegro is from Austria, actually. And Montenegro is really small, but is strategic because it's really close to Serbia. And Serbia is actually facing many difficulties in adhering to Europe because it is close to Russia. And Serbia instead is strictly European. If you look at the history with the First World War, everything started from the Balkans, and our histories are linked so closely. The Italian presence there is really strong, like in Albania. So we need to exploit this situation. We must do what the Baltic countries did in 2009 when the EU said we need to help the Eastern countries to help them because they have been through a huge crisis. On that region in 2009, Europe invested a lot, and they made it possible to empowered their salaries and their economic situation. And I have collected some witnesses from the region. So what we need to do now is, well, we had the COVID pandemic and a lot of stuff is happening actually in the world, but we didn't even use the funds that were allocated by the EU. So now we are working on the next 7 years. We have Fitto, and he is the man who opens and closes the gates. So we must work on that, because if we don't do that, it will be our fault. But there is an additional data important. What are the manufacturing countries in the world? India, China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and so on. Goods come from that area. They go through the Suez Channel, and very often they leave their goods in the northern ports, Anversa, Rotterdam, and Hamburg, with just 5-6 days in the sea. In addition to that, we could reach Italy, actually. So instead of using Suez and bringing them towards the north of Europe and then bringing them back here in the center of Europe, if we use our ports, we should be able to bring them to the center in a easier way, actually. So with just 5-6 days, additional days in the sea, this would be a solution. But if we do not work on a strategic policy for harbors, if here in Ancona a truck must use 2 hours because the highway is not functioning, it is clear that situation isn't feasible. I just mentioned the harbor in Ancona, but actually it applies to many harbors in Italy. So we need to invest on the railway system and on harbors, because by 2030 we will have a transition between the roadways to railways. So maybe it won't be actually 2030, maybe it will take 5 more years. So probably we will have more years. Also for the PNRR plans, probably we will have an extension in the duration to complete the work, but we will lose the funds where we didn't build. So we need to enhance the whole transport system. Logistics nowadays represents 25% of the world economy. Let's think about it. 25% is the production activities, and 25% is the transport of, well, it's the but it's all the revenues of the whole transport system. So it means that the transport is actually more convenient than cost-effective than producing. So the paradigm shifts completely. And if we look at that, MSC Cargo, which is the biggest company in the world today, because in cargo there are also many other companies. In Criteria there are other companies, but apart from that, this is the biggest company in the world, and in the transport sector, they have revenues that are about 30% of it. So it means that I really wanted to look at the details about that. So they have really incredible revenues for the transport. And if we think that we are losers in the production now because the costs for production now are really high now. Indeed, we see it with a lot of big companies or former big companies, because they understood that if they produce in Turkey, for example, the costs are really, really lower than here, because the job costs, the costs related to the employment are different. I just mentioned Caterpillar, for example, is a big company, and they used to have plants in Jesi with 200 employees, and they just said point blank, we are going to close in 6 months. Indeed, they did it in 2022 or 23, I can't remember. But the company is American, and if they considered that if they started to produce in Mexico, the cost was actually the half compared to the Italian costs. So we are losers on the production side, but we could be winners on the transport side. And this region, we could consider Trieste for the northern part and Ancona for the other parts. This could be important assets. Indeed, Chinese bought some services in Gioia Tauro, for example. And actually, the system now wasn't working only with the Italian contribution. So the Chinese bought that, the Pireo port, when Greece had a crisis. The Chinese started to buy some of these assets. For example, they bought the harbor, one harbor in Greece, but they just realized afterwards that there weren't other infrastructures that were needed, for example, the highways and the railways in Greece. So we could build a corridor between the two coasts, the Balkan one and the Italian one, and use the Adriatic corridor to, actually, we need to complete that. We need to enhance this structure, also the highway, as Mario Baldassarri mentioned earlier. But theoretically, we are the development area that is more advantageous in this century. So we could have a new miracle. I don't want to call it Venice miracle, but yeah. And I'm going to close with that. But if you think that in Somalia they built a port, a harbor, for the moment they just started building that, and they came here and asked, I know that because I introduced that to Garofalo, and they want to, since Somalia is linked to Italy, as you know, they would want to build a relationship with the ships that nowadays actually are going to Dubai through a very long route, because nowadays Dubai has actually the Emirates now. They are a key point in the transport sector. So we need to consider this data, the port in Somalia, in Eritrea as well, because Eritrea, again, is quite small, very small, but close to Italy. Indeed, if you go to Eritrea, it was it had an Italian structure. So nowadays, what we need to do is try and recover and actually rebuild these relationships with these countries. For example, in Algeria, Italians are loved and French people are hated. And it doesn't make any sense. It should be the contrary to be truth. But
quindi noi dovremmo cercare di valorizzare
What we need to do
questi
is try to
aspetti
enhance
italiani e
these
cercare.
aspects
Concludo,
of
quali sono,
Italy.
ne avranno
And just to
parlato gli asset
conclude,
strategici.
what are
Uno
the
sono i
strategic
trasporti,
assets?
due
Well,
le
first of
reti
all,
energetiche,
transport,
l'energia.
the energy grid,
L'energia
energy
perché
network,
l'energia ci servirà
energy
tanto. Nel
because we
momento
will
in cui
need
saremo obbligati
energy
a elettrificare tutti i
when
porti,
we will
se
need
noi
to
elettrifichiamo
electrify
il porto
all
di
the
Ancona, si
harbors.
spegne
If
la
we
luce
electrify
della città
the
piccola in
port in
Ancona,
harbor in
assorbimento di
Ancona,
energia elettrica
we
da
would
molti
lose
porti.
now the
Poi
power in
c'è
the
il
rest of the
discorso
city.
del
So we need
turismo,
to work
che è
on
un
that.
altro asset essenziale.
Another asset is the
Il
tourism,
turismo, se noi riusciamo a creare
because
un
if we manage
gemellaggio con
to
le coste
create a
croate,
strong relationship
Dalmate,
with the
insomma, eccetera,
Croatia
eccetera,
coasts, we will
potrebbe
manage
essere
to support
un'area
tourism, and
di
this
turismo
could
molto
be
attrattivo.
a very
Abbiamo una
attractive
parte
touristic area because we have infrastructures
accoglienza già fatte nella
and we
parte
have the
italiana, dall'altra parte
facilities
invece
to recept
ho scoperto delle cose
tourists.
incredibili. Non so, se in
I
Albania non ci sono
discovered that, for example, in Albania, there is no railway system. I didn't expect that,
però possiamo mettere
but
insieme noi se
we
facciamo
can work together.
accoppiamento e questo. Poi l'altra cosa,
The other
gli
thing,
altri punti, ho detto, l'energia,
I said
i
energy,
trasporti, le infrastrutture,
transport,
il
infrastructures,
turismo,
tourism.
sono i tre aspetti
These are the
essenziali. Poi
three
dovremo
main
costruire
aspects.
l'intermodalità.
We will need to
L'intermodalità è
build
essenziale perché
intermodality,
adesso
which is essential.
nella Commissione Trasporti dobbiamo
And
cercare
it's
di mettere a
essentially,
punto un
especially
piano
inside the
di
Transport
piccoli
Commission, we need
spostamenti, cioè
to build a
spostamento
plan for
regionale
small
locale. I medi spostamenti e i
transport,
grandi spostamenti. I grandi
medium
spostamenti sono
transport
ovviamente i
and
navi
wide
e aerei.
transports.
I medi
The
spostamenti
biggest ones
extra
are
ferroviario, l'alta
ships
velocità che
and
deve collegare
flights.
tutte le
The
capitali europee. Con mia
middle
grande
is the
sorpresa, l'Italia
trains.
è il paese leader
With
nell'alta
my
velocità.
surprise, Italy
Paese
is a leader in high-speed trains in
E
Europe.
poi, quindi siamo davanti alla
And
Germania, siamo davanti
we are above
alla Spagna. La
Germany,
Spagna ha dei tratti
Spain.
e la Francia
Spain
anche.
has some parts of it, but also
E
we are
c'è da
better
ridurre
than
invece i
France.
piccoli spostamenti, sono
And
ovviamente
about
su gomma.
brief
Trasporto
or
locale,
small
eccetera, eccetera,
transports,
è essenzialmente
it's through the roadway
il treno
mainly,
aereo per
so you
fare gli
don't take
spostamenti
the
entro i
train or
50-100 km, così il
train
trasporto.
or
Io non mi fermo più, sono
flight
stato
to
lunghissimo, però
stay
spero
in
che
50 kilometers, I don't know.
ho reso.
So yeah, I took too much time maybe,
Io
but
vorrei
yeah.
chiedere all'onorevole
I'd like
Ciccioli,
to
visto
ask
che
to you,
gruppo
Mr. Ciccioli, since there is this group which will be established, made by EU parliament members, this integrates with what we've said this morning, so it will be useful that this work group that will be established, because as we said, Emilia-Romagna, Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Puglia, Sicilia, and Abruzzo, these are the more active regions, so it would be useful to create a group or at least a meeting between this group and the coordinators of the pillars, because all the projects that you just mentioned, we discussed about that during the morning, and we highlighted the strengths and the weaknesses and also the projects that must be applied with a political endorsement. So I think it's the time to put together everything. And we also had a representative from Montenegro this morning. Okay, I just forgot two things. One is the problem with investments. I think you mentioned it, but if we cannot attract private investments in addition to public funding, we cannot reach any of the objectives. For example, the EU allocated some funds to improve the railway system, and the funding is 500 billion. So Europe estimated that we will need this money to build a railway system. Do you know how much we actually the EU allocated this year? 25 billions, actually 26 billions. So you see the huge gap between what was needed and what was allocated. So we will need to find at least 100 billions in the coming years, at least for an acceptable plan. And we don't have that much money for the railway system. So one of the requests that I would want to do is to create a headquarter of the EIB in Ancona, to work, as Mario Baldassarri said, we need an office here because it looked that establishing an office of the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti was impossible, and actually we managed to do that. So we will need to have an EIB office here in Ancona as well. Italy, together with Japan, is the country that saves money the most in the world. So we put these funds in the banks buy, well, actually, this money goes to the US, and the US banks buy the Italian companies. So there is something that isn't working. Yeah, that's true. Actually, all the European savings are invested in the US, and it's 400 billions, and it's, you know, these figures are crazy. Yes, and since Italian investors are putting their money in the US funds, we need to open European funds guaranteed by the states, so that our people would trust these funds and use them for the public infrastructures and so on, because otherwise we are just bringing this capacity to the US, and this doesn't make any sense. The other aspect is innovation, and here I discussed with the Ministry of Hungary. You know that now Hungary is has the presidency in this 6 months. I really appreciate this minister, actually, to be honest. My proposal to him was to try and attract brains. In the coming years, if the Trump presidency will be trustworthy, actually, many of our people will go to the US, and they will become US citizens. That means that many brains from India and from extra EU countries will go to the US. So instead of, yeah, of course, we need to pay these people, but the thing is, we need to make us attractive with benefits that are not just citizenship, but also the possibility of using facilities and all our potential, because we need to give them all that we can. So we need to invite these people to live here in Italy. That is for the climate, the culture, the environment, and so on. And there are studies saying that. So we need to be attractive, because a Chinese brain that wants to come or to go abroad, we need to be more competitive than the US or Germany. Okay, thank you. I must say, I feel I really agree with what you said, because you studied and you prepared data, and you prepared data from Brussels and Strasbourg. So now I want to give you another task. This morning's conclusion is in line with what you said, and it is that we need to have a technical commission to analyze how to finance the projects with both private and public funding. Indeed, we had a lot of public and private banks and institutions, and they all said they are available. So I think it would be interesting to organize a meeting between your group and this first technical commission about projects on the master plans of for transport and energy and so on. And I think that you could be the mediator between these two groups. Yes, just one last thing. Here, there are two colleagues of mine. One is the coordinator of my staff. Simone, can you stand up, please?
È milanese, come tutti i milanesi, molto efficiente. Risiede da 8 anni a
He
Bruxelles.
has been living in Brussels for 8 years now, with several experiences in different offices in the European Parliament, and the other one is Vasilis Dikas. If you can stand up. Well, the surname says it all. He's of Greek origin, but he has studied in Ancona. So he is basically Italian. I mean, he lives in Brussels for many years now, and he is in charge of the Adriatic Ionian region. He has been also assistant to the Greek Parliament, and that means that he also has direct relations with the Greek counterpart, and also other assistants who help me. One has handed me a master plan where she proposed 5 meetings. We funded an exhibition about Frederick II within the European Parliament with all set of activities. Fund 400, that's the name, because Frederick II was an emperor, a German one, that was in Italy, and it's a sort of cultural symbolism the same way. Recently, in one of these open space where this exhibition is planned. So this first of 5 meetings, first one funded by European Union, another one in Croatia, one in Montenegro. In Croatia, because there is the Mediterranean, I mean the Commission for the Mediterranean area, Montenegro, one in Ancona, and another one in Greece, probably Igoumenitsa, because it will be in the port of the vessels that usually arrive there. But this is just an hypothesis. But what I have understood is that in Europe, I don't know why, but money eventually are found. In Italy, no, I don't understand why, but anyway, thank you. And now let's thank you, Mr. Ciccioli. And now, also for the assistants who, I mean, have been very helpful. And now, from Europe, let's just conclude with the territorial institutions, which means Marche region. Let's start with Francesco Baldelli, assessor to the policies. Thank you for your intervention, Carlo, and for your work in Europe, what you have started to do and what you will be doing for our region in particular. How can we, I mean, we're talking about strategies and strategies within the Adriatic Ionian region. How can we bring together and create synergies and conceive a wider strategy? When we talk about Europe, we do not mean only the European Union. Carlo knows it. I'm not politically correct when I think about European Union, I think that it's too slow, that the integration process is too slow, and also in the integration of our territories. I mean, we are we suffer the burden of other countries' model, and this means when we talk about Western countries, I mean, we should think in a wider way. We thought, together with the President Acquaroli, to send some inputs also through some via some spokesperson. What do we propose? We propose to our partners, starting from our infrastructures, even the natural one. Think about the sea. It's something that connects us with the, I mean, with the border, with the countries which are just across the sea. So what we did is to propose, and which hopefully will be approved this week, our plan as a sort of, provoking thought. Well, let's enlarge Europe to the Balkan countries. We should do that, and with some concrete actions. Ancona has a port which is a great infrastructure, which is at the service of Marche Industries. This is a little yet big sea channel that connects us with the Balkans. We know that there are some differences, but our infrastructures will be or could be helpful to create a sort of a connection to these countries. Let's open a corridor which is trans-European and can connect the ports, our ports, to the Western Balkans with our port in Ancona, which is precisely at the center of the Adriatic coastline. And also let's try to connect via some investments. Ancona has an infrastructure, but there is also, so not only the port, but also the airport and interport. Probably we're one of the few to, have this kind of infrastructure. Napoleon, 200 years ago, said that, and we haven't succeeded yet. This means, I mean, if you think about it, how cumbersome and how slow our system, national system is, and also the European one. I think that Professor Baldassarri, as Vice Minister, was thinking about the Pano Grosseto also, in terms of achieving other infrastructure. Let's restart from the quadrilatero. North of the region, we have the Pano Grosseto with 100 million, so less we can achieve. I mean, we can ultimate the works, the road works that would connect our port or our region to the port of Livorno, which connects us to Barcelona or Marseille. So strategic ports which can be found along the Adriatic corridor. This means that thanks to the Ancona port and thanks to our region, which will not be just a point of connection between north and south, but also a point of connection between east and west, and to connect therefore the Balkans with the Iberian Peninsula through the Marche region. This is a strategy that we have studied and built up as a Marche region, and I want to conclude. I will be very short also because I have to go to Ascoli Piceno shortly to talk about our infrastructure while waiting for President Acquaroli, who is on his way. I don't trust much those who talk about infrastructure, but then try through the infrastructure, especially the railway one, to create, problems or issues. If, we think about this infrastructure as something that connects, a sort of bridge, whereas sometimes these infrastructures, I mean, sorry, these ideas are presented, but they are quite controversial. If we want to create unity, we should do that with all the actors involved, and this is our instrument and our method. Our presence here today, and also Ciccioli, who has been president of the Eurogroup, Professor Baldassare, who has been vice minister, who is organizing these very interesting debates concerning the infrastructures at the international level. My presence, the presence of President Acquaroli, mean, working together with the different categories. I see that there are many young people here. I see that President Acquaroli has just arrived. I will give him the floor right away. So the consultation is the secret to make infrastructure also by using resources that we have and of which we can make good use. This is our secret tool, our secret white weapon that can connect our region to other regions which are more developed, both in Italy and Europe, going a little bit beyond the Italian borders, which Europe fails to enlarge, it seems. We can do that because we are the Marche region and we are at the center of the Adriatic coastline. We have a great potential, which is precisely based on the strategical position of Ancona. And as I said, port, airport, and interport. This is a strong message that our strategical plan has, and which includes infrastructure in addition to a railway system. Italy has chosen, and Europe has chosen, two ports as main hub for the merchandise. So Taranto and the Gioia Tauro, Marche region, and therefore Ancona cannot be just an international, but a real hub between east, west, north, south of Europe. And I think that this can be done also thanks to the strategic plan and also with a renewed railway system that can connect, and I come from Pesaro, connect our region, and also providing high-speed trains to the Marche region. This means no two bypasses concerning the northern part of our region that would only make us a transiting land for goods and commodities and not a real hub to distribute and to reinforce our economic capacity and also touristic capacity that we as people from the Marche region have created. I would like now to give the floor to Mario, and I would like to give the floor to President Acquaroli. Thank you. You mentioned the Bari-Bologna high-speed railway system. There is also a theme concern, which is southern. In this southern area. There is also the possibility of another alternative to Autostrada del Sole, so the motorway, and both companies can rely on the CDP, on Cassa Depositi Prestiti. This can be done in relatively rapid time. Marche should be a sort of hub between north, south, west, and east. So not only connecting Livorno-Ancona, but also connection via Marche region, north-south, L'Aquila-Roma. This also would complete a little bit the bigger picture that we have outlined today. Now, the floor to President Acquaroli. Francesco Acquaroli, President of the Marche region. You are here as a representative of the political institutions. And when I say political, I mean with capital letter. So from at the end of this day, of this event, what we have realized is that we're ready to work on it starting from Tuesday. All the stakeholders have, shared the opinion of being part of a technical committee that can assess the single projects, both in terms of public resources and also private resources. We've spoken with representatives of Banca Intesa and Unicredit. Ciccioli has told us that it's trying to set up a group in Brussels, Adriatic Ionian group. So if there is a consensus from the political institutions, Marche region with its structure, and this maybe can be the connection, the link between what we would like to do, how the resources that we have on the Adriatic Ionian region, Balkans, and the coastline. Thank you, Francesco, for being here. Thank you. I'm really honored to be here to end today's event. I would like to greet Francesco, Carlo, and all the speakers who were here before me, and I apologize because I would have loved to participate during the entire day and to listen to the previous speakers, but we had a meeting with the trade unions, the Bay trade unions, which was absolutely important and crucial. So before concluding, I would like just to mention how important this political project is for Ancona and also for the Marche region. We are the HQ of the Secretariat, and Ancona has, a sort of central role, or as to the Adriatic Ionian region. From the very beginning, we had we were the founders, among the founders of this project, we as Marche region. This means that not only we must believe in this project, because it does represent an opportunity, but we are very proud of it. And we are proud of believing in this project because we do believe in a dialogue, in consultation, and in the synergy that can stem from such project. This project plays on the same level, different aspects, even though it seems that, there are many actors involved. I'm thinking about several institutions and local entities, and how many could also be, involved and communicating one another to provide a good development. The news that you have just told me, it's indeed good news. What is the risk? The risk is that after many years, if we are not able to translate this into a practical, concrete action, the perspective of the Adriatic Ionian region might lose not only interest, but also we might lose credibility. When we usually start a meeting, not the market region, what I tend to say is that losing credibility is what I want to avoid at all costs, because not only will we would spoiling, let's say, the credibility, but also we would make the efforts made so far, pointless. The opportunities are many, and even the paths that we can, walk are many. Think about the different chambers of commerce and the opportunities for growth and internationalization on to markets which are very close to us and which quite often we tend to somehow maybe neglect. I think that the youth have an important role in this, and quite often they look for opportunities for knowledge, for know-how, for building know-how. And I think that youth people goes hand in hand with cultural exchanges, two territories which are neighboring and they're not and who are not talking to one another seems something on which we should work, maybe through training or school exchange, not only in terms of language exchange, but also as a way of discovering different traditions, different economies, different cultures which are neighboring again, and which can be also countries where one might even consider future careers. We have recently approved a few months ago a bill which is at the basis of a series of initiatives that can be implemented and which I hope might end up in the elections of European representatives that can help us in enhancing investments in our territory. The building or the setting up of infrastructure, if it's not done hand in hand with other infrastructural work, might be something that in the end is not quite used or exploited as it should. Being central, it's not just a matter of creating infrastructure, but it also in the possibility that this infrastructure has of becoming a bridge, the same bridge that we were mentioning, a bridge between cultures, bridge between economies, bridge between generations, and bridge between different territories, between territories. There is a specific challenge because Marche region not only can help our region, but also other regions which are more inland and which are close to us and which could join us in our challenge. Clearly, my invite is to make this a practical and also feasible plan. The goals that we have in mind must be practical and concrete, because if stakes are too high, then we risk, or too abstract, we risk of conceiving and creating a sort of illusion, because eventually we realize that the resources are not enough, are not available, or maybe there's no continuity in supporting the project. We must insist on projects and on resources that can be provided by institutions and local organizations, and this, I think, could be more interesting. Winning the game starting from a bottom-top approach, because usually the other way around, so top-bottom, it's quite rare because everyone wants to play the role that it's of interest for them. Allow me to be clearer or to clarify. A winning idea can be winning if, thanks to the government and to the politicians and national politics, we are able to, create our own space. This is something we're very interested into. And we also like to be very realistic. If think about this push, would like to achieve positive results. Here, you're all invited, actually, if you want to the next technical meeting, I mean, to our roundtable. What we would like to do is to make this plan as concrete as possible by creating and also mentioning real and practical actions. I think that this maybe sums it up. In conclusion, I heard Francesco talking about infrastructure and also the possibility of building an alternative to the A1 motorway. Yesterday, I was in Rome, and for us, I think it's the port of Ancona is strategical. The port of Ancona has lost attractiveness, also because of the sustainability of the docks, which are very close to the city. We must make the port system and port area in Ancona more attractive. And think about the opportunity of creating a specific area for logistics. I think it's an opportunity that would indirectly, compared to the Adriatic-Ionian region, but directly having an impact on the coastline for our territory. Second topic, together with the attractiveness of the port, it's also that we want infrastructures that take us out from middle age. We have a railway system that cannot bear the passengers traffic and also the commodities traffic. This means the freight, the movement of freights. So we want resources, we want tenders which are attractive for us, but there is no attractiveness if there is no infrastructure. And I think that, and I'm quite certain of what I'm saying, that if the Adriatic region won't be given an infrastructure, will be a League B region. We see the impact that it has on the touristic flows, has on our region. It has a positive impact, although quite a heavy impact.
E non è che lo abbiamo registrato
after the
perché
airport.
improvvisamente qualcuno ha deciso di venire da noi. Lo abbiamo
It's
registrato
not
perché
because
grazie ai voli su
all of a
Parigi, ai
sudden
voli sul raddoppio
somebody
su
has
Londra, su
decided to visit our
Atene, su
region. It's because
Barcellona,
ever
ci sono
since we have
italiani,
decided to
marchigiani che raggiungono queste
reopen
destinazioni, ma ci sono
the
anche
air routes
francesi, inglesi,
to
ungheresi e altri,
Paris
e
or
altre popolazioni che vengono alle
Madrid
nostre,
or
perché semplicemente
etc.
siamo raggiungibili. Ora, immaginate quello che
This,
potrebbe
made our
significare
region to
per noi
be
essere
easily
connessi e
reachable.
collegati con il resto d'Italia, con il resto d'Europa,
So
con i
being
tramite l'alta
connected
velocità.
to
Queste infrastrutture
not
devono
only to
stare
the rest of the
nei
country, but
tavoli
also
della regione
to
adriatico-ionica
other
come
countries.
priorità assoluta
I think
e
this
devono
should
stare
be a
pure
priority, and
passando negli altri tavoli, quelli della Comunità
thinking
Europea
also
e
about
quelli del
other
tavolo nazionale, del governo nazionale. Perché non posso
technical groups
immaginare
both in
la
Europe
creazione
and
di
in
una
Italy. We
regione
cannot think
politica di
about
questo
a
livello se
political
non
region of
accompagnata
this
con
level
investimenti
if
importanti.
there
Il
is
terzo,
no
cioè la
important
risposta sulle
investment
strade, tu sai
behind.
benissimo quello che
You know
penso.
quite well what I think.
Non credo che ci sia da discutere, cioè
I don't think that
la
should
terza
be further
corsia
discussion on that. That the
non
third
è una
lane
necessità,
is
diciamo, di
not a
sviluppo, è una necessità
need
di
in terms
sicurezza
of
della strada già
development, but in terms
realizzata.
of
Noi
security,
oggi
of
abbiamo una
safety
strada che
on the
collega la
roads.
dorsale
We
adriatica
have
che a un certo
a
punto
road that
è
at
la
some
stessa
point is the
identica che era
same
stata progettata
that was
decenni
planned and
fa,
built
quando a
decades
transitare
ago
erano le
when
500 e ve li ricordate i
there
camion
were,
Gruppetto e
you know,
Tiger?
the
Oggi abbiamo dimensioni
500
completamente
cars,
diverse. In alcuni
but
tratti quella
today's we
autostrada è proprio
have
pericolosa.
completely
E non a
different
caso,
vehicles
non a
transiting.
caso
In
sono
some
bastati degli
passages,
interventi
that
equilibristi della messa in sicurezza
motorways are
per
very
innescare un
dangerous.
meccanismo che ha portato a una
It was
mortalità in alcuni tratti elevatissima.
there was an increase in the
Allora,
mortality
dobbiamo
rate, which is
distinguere la
worrying.
messa
We
in
must
sicurezza
make,
dell'A14
clear
che passa
distinction
per la
between the
realizzazione della terza
safety
corsia
of
va
the
fatta,
A14
perché è una questione di
motorway
sicurezza.
by building a
Poi
third
possiamo
lane,
guardare allo sviluppo
and then
che deve
after
passare al
considering this, we can
potenziamento di
think
una
about the
dorsale
development
che così
and
non
the
è
strengthening
competitiva.
of a
Lo
ring road, which
vediamo,
clearly
lei lo
is
diceva
not
all'inizio,
competitive.
dal
As I said in
tavolo
the beginning,
Beko.
we
Certamente
just
Beko non è
Beko
solo
is
storia,
not just
deve essere
history,
anche futuro,
it
perché
must
l'indotto di
also be
Beko, diretto o
future,
indiretto, è un indotto che
because
porta non
directly or
solo
indirectly,
2000 dipendenti,
not
ma
only
quante imprese danno servizi e
I mean,
sono
means an
nell'indotto Beko.
increase in the turnover.
Immaginate con l'intelligenza
Think that
artificiale
with
sarebbe
the AI,
semplicissimo,
it will be very
immaginate quello
simple
che sarebbe l'effetto devastante
to
su tutto
think
il nostro
about the
entroterra.
devastating effect
Io non lo
on
voglio immaginare
the
e
inland.
quindi dico che
I
noi
don't want
dobbiamo
to think about
fornire
it,
questo
so I think that we
territorio
should
di
give this
infrastrutture
territory
che
the
possano
right
essere messe a
infrastructure
servizio
that can
dell'industria
be
manifatturiera
used
e
for
non
the
solo dell'industria
manufacturing
manifatturiera, ma
industry and
anche di altri
also
asset di
to
sviluppo.
other
Quindi,
development assets. So,
concludendo,
just to
qual è il
conclude,
tema?
what is
Essere
the
pratici e realisti da
topic?
una
Not only
parte,
being practical and
far
realistic
crescere
on
insieme
one
allo sviluppo
hand, but
della regione
on the other hand, also
adriatico-ionica e fare anzi, diciamo,
include
dialogare la regione adriatico-ionica
within
con
this
le
dialogue
istituzioni
the
che vanno a dare
institutions
programmazione
that
di area
land
vasta. E la programmazione di area vasta la
and
fa
that
il
provide
governo
us a
cioè
wider
le regioni, il
planning
governo nazionale
action.
e la comunità europea. Quindi è fondamentale
And I
rendere
include the European
credibile
Union. I think
questa
it's important
istituzione
and vital to
per
make these institutions
rafforzare le
credible,
politiche di crescita
to
e di
strengthen
sviluppo del
the
nostro territorio.
policies
Certamente in una prospettiva come quella
in
disegnata dalla legge approvata dal Consiglio regionale per Ancona e per le Marche ci
thinking about
sarebbe
the Marche region,
un'opportunità
there
enorme
might
di
be
centralità
a
e
bigger
anche, mi
opportunity,
permetto di dire orgogliosamente, di
and I'm quite
rivendicazione di un
proud of
ruolo che
it,
abbiamo
of
sempre avuto nella storia e che oggi stiamo perdendo
you
e non
know,
è giusto che noi perdiamo.
considering
È giusto
the
per,
importance of
appunto,
our
non
role.
solo
It's
per la
not
storia, ma
correct
per
not
la
only for
forza che il
history,
nostro
but
territorio
also
ha
for
e
the
per la forza che le nostre imprese
power and the
rappresentano
strength
nel
of our
mondo.
territory
Le
and
nostre
of the
imprese
enterprises. Our
già
enterprises
vincono sfide
not only
importanti da sole. Io
win
penso che
challenges all
nell'ambito
by
della
themselves, but I think
regione
that within the
adriatico-ionica la nostra
Adriatic
regione
Union
Marche
region,
può
Marche
veramente
region
essere con le
can
università
really make a
una regione
difference, and together
protagonista.
with the
Io vi chiedo scusa
universities.
per
I apologize
non aver ascoltato
for
gli interventi, quindi
not
magari
listening
sono
to
andato un
previous
po' fuori asse, però ci tenevo a dire la
interventions.
mia e
Maybe I
soprattutto
went a
a
little bit off
dettare,
topic,
diciamo,
but
quella che è una
I
esigenza,
wanted
quella
to
di
talk to you about
rendere
what I feel as a need
questo
to make this
progetto finalmente un
project
progetto attuale e
eventually
futuribile e soprattutto credibile. Grazie e
practical
buona
and credible.
prosecuzione di
Thank
serata.
you, and I
Grazie
wish you fruitful
Francesco.
continuation.
Solo una precisazione.
Thank you. Yeah, just one point. This forum is organized by the Marche region with USAIR, and the idea of a technical table is not just a participation. The idea is not that the Marche region is part of it, but actually it's the leader. And we will focus on the context that you just mentioned. So one project at a time, credibility, and aiming at what we managed to reach. Yeah, we've been knowing each other for many years, so let's be honest, we need to accelerate this opportunity because there's a void and we need to fill this gap. There is the potential, and we could be central in many different projects and areas, but we need to fill this gap with contents. Indeed, as said, that it's a great opportunity to have all these people here together. So thank you, Francesca Paroli. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us today. Thanks to all the people connected remotely through the Facebook page of ISTAO and through Radio Radicale. Our promise is starting from next week, we will start working as President Acquarelli said, we will work specifically on the topics that we discussed during this focus, that is financial applicability. So this is the topic. Thank you, everybody, and see you next time.
Ah, sì, sì.